Chapter 2060. Despite knowing that the heavenly Tao killing formation was at the bottom of the ancient well, Qin Zhuolin still wanted to go down. The blood moon hung high in the sky beside the ancient well. Qin Zhuolin made up his mind to go down and investigate. Aside from the fact that he had already promised the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, Qin Zhuolin had also decided to investigate. Firstly, he was confident in his own strength, and secondly, he wanted to see what was down there. Thinking about how Xianxia even dared to touch the ancient tomb of a Hellguard, Xianxia felt a little relieved. "I'll go down with you." Looking at the reflection of the blood moon in the well, Xiaochen said softly. Finding it strange, Qin Zhuolin asked, "Are you sure?" Originally, Xiaochen planned to explore the ancient well after he broke through to sovereign personage. Now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. Since Qin Zhuolin insisted on going down, she might as well go down with him. At least she could take care of him. Qin Zhuolin thought for a while before nodding. "That's fine. After all, you went down once. However, think about it carefully. You might not be as lucky as you were last time. Even if you don't go, I will go down alone." Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiaochen strangely. Xiaochen should be hiding something from him. However, that did not matter. Everyone had their own secrets. Wasn't he the same? "Let's go." The two of them jumped into the ancient well one after the other. The spring water was clear, and the reflection in the water was a cold blood moon. It looked like the two of them were rushing toward the blood moon. Thump. Not long after, the two of them dived into the water. The cold air assaulted them, instantly penetrating their internal organs. The two people in the water couldn't help but shiver. There was a thick yin qi in the chill. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to stay for long after jumping in. Otherwise, they would be poisoned by the cold poison. If it was light, their internal organs would be damaged. If it was heavy, they would die on the spot. After swimming for an hour, Xiaochen and Qin Zhuolin leaped out of the water at the same time. Their complexions were pale. In front of him was a deep karst cave with crystal-glazed stalactites hanging upside down. Be careful of the stalactites above. These stalactites are even sharper than divine weapons. Many people were pierced through by them and frozen to death on the spot. Xiaochen came once and reminded Qin Zhuolin. Qin Zhuolin looked around but did not see anything strange. However, he, who had been dealing with evil spirits underground for many years, felt a deep chill in his heart. His intuition told him that this seemingly ordinary cave was actually filled with killing intent. Unheard of. After a while, Qin Zhuolin shook his head in disappointment. It seemed like his previous experience was useless here. Walking on the surface of the underground spring, the two of them swam upstream. "I recall that your dragon race's heaven dragon only disappeared 20 years ago, right?" Qin Zhuolin asked. "Yes." After he lost to the purple gold dragon emperor, he was imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison. Qin Zhuolin entered deep thought. Then he said, "That means that this path is not a dead end. I'm somewhat curious now. Just what kind of scene is the source of this spring? Who set up this place and drew out a coldine spring?" The two of them were extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless. After a while, Xiaochen called out to Qin Zhuolin. "Previously, I came to this place. After the spring flowed, I managed to leave by following the spring. I don't know what I will run into if I go any further. If we go any further, we might not have a chance to turn back." Qin Zhuolin looked around and continued. "The heavenly Tao killing formation's killing intent is untraceable. This is really difficult." Qin Zhuolin sighed softly and continued walking forward. As the two walked upstream, they ran into corpses sealed in ice by cold qi. However, they were not the people the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was looking for. "There's someone underwater." Qin Zhuolin suddenly came out of the water. Xiaochen went forward to take a look and saw a frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. The corpse was perfectly fine. Even the expression on its face at the moment it died had not faded. It was an expression of bewilderment, and astonishment. This was a sovereign emperor who died under completely unexpected circumstances. A cold, sinister wind blew, covering the two in a faint layer of frost. "Let's go." The two had seen too many frozen corpses and were already numb to it. They sighed softly and continued walking. The cold qi underground turned increasingly cold. However, it was still bearable and not a major problem. Aside from the cold, there was nothing strange. The two even started to feel bored. At some point in time, Qin Zhuolin's right leg, which was about to raise, gave off a crisp sound. Qin Zhuolin's bone actually broke. Before Qin Zhuolin could react, he felt boundless pain. Qin Zhuolin, who was walking on the water surface, fell in and instantly sank into the water. After entering the water, Qin Zhuolin was horrified to discover that the frost on his body turned into ice when it came in contact with water. Before Qin Zhuolin could react, his entire body was sealed in ice. Then he slowly sank to the bottom with a confused and helpless expression. Damn it! Danger came so suddenly. Without any warning, Qin Zhuolin fell for it. Xiaochen felt horror in his heart. However, he could not think too much right now. He ferociously threw a palm strike and parted the spring water. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled up the frozen Qin Zhuolin. Xiaochen did not hesitate to throw a palm strike, instantly shattering the ice on Qin Zhuolin's body. Phew! Qin Zhuolin let out a long breath. His complexion paled as fear lingered in his heart. Qin Zhuolin had no idea when he fell for it. It's a scratch. Xiaochen checked and discovered a scratch on Qin Zhuolin's right leg. This caused the cold qi to seep in and deepen without him realizing it. The wound was very small, and cold qi filled this place. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. After a while, Qin Zhuolin's complexion returned to normal. He had not suffered any fatal injuries. After consuming medicinal pills, he recovered quickly. This was how this place worked. One could not sense where the danger was. When one startled awake, one would discover that one was about to die for no reason. Most of the time, the scariest thing was not how strong the enemy was or how terrifying the desolate slave was. The scariest thing was that one did not know how to defend against it. This place was no different from an ordinary underground karst cave. I really got careless this time. Qin Zhuolin frowned heavily as he sighed. I ran into the scariest desolate slave in the desolate sea. I even went to the graves of foe gods several times and managed to escape unscathed. Even if it were the evil burial grounds of the ancient demonic lords, I would still be able to deal with them. But this place... Qin Zhuolin revealed a sense of defeat as he spoke. Qin Zhuolin's long-held confidence suffered a great setback in this ancient well. If not for Xiaochen, Qin Zhuolin would have died here. The cold qi had seeped into his soul and sealed his physical body in ice. He could not execute any means at all. Xiaochen finally understood why even sovereign emperors died for no reason in this place. Xiaochen looked to the front and saw darkness. He did not know how much longer he had to walk to the spring source. If we continue like this without thinking of a countermeasure, we will die here sooner or later, Xiaochen sighed. This was just his intuition. There was no reason for it. How should we deal with it? No matter how horrifying a killing formation was, there would be a formation core, a node, and a layout. As long as one had these, one could find a way to break a killing formation, no matter how terrifying it was. However, there is nothing in this place. It looks no different from an ordinary karst cave. Qin Zhuolin spoke somewhat helplessly. However, it was the truth and no one could refute it. Xiaochen did not reply. He entered deep thought as he carefully looked at the surroundings. Then he said, I don't think that is the case. As long as it is a killing formation, there will be a formation core and something to lay the formation. The Heavenly Tao killing formation only perfectly blends all these into nature, preventing us from noticing it. However, not being able to notice it does not mean that there is none. Qin Zhuolin said seriously, the activation of any formation requires energy. Normally, it is spirit jades or divine crystals. The more profound ones can use the energy that originally exists underground. However, I do not sense any energy fluctuations here. Hence, even if you find what you mentioned, you will not be able to break this formation. Inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind. He asked, You mean that as long as we find the energy source that activates the heavenly Tao killing formation, we can break this formation? I can't say that I can break it, but I will definitely not die here. I am at least confident of that. Xiaochen said seriously, I think I know how this heavenly Tao killing formation is activated. However, why can't you sense it at all? What is it? Chapter 2061. What is it? Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiaochen curiously. How did Xiaochen know about a formation source that even Qin Zhuolin did not know about? Qin Zhuolin had guessed many things. This place had cold qi that lingered all year round. Could it be that there was an ice-attributed natural treasure buried here to drive the heavenly Tao killing formation? For example, the blood weapon stone, netherworld profound water, and ancient demonic ice were all extremely strong natural treasures that rivaled divine crystals. However, after thinking about it, Qin Zhuolin quickly rejected this possibility. That was simply impossible. The energy contained within these natural oddities was extremely shocking. Forget about deliberately searching for them. Not to mention searching for them, one would be able to sense them with just a little perception. However, there was no similar aura in this place. This place was completely an ordinary underground karst cave. Apart from being too cold, which piece of land in the great wilderness wasn't cold and gloomy? Qin Zhuolin had many similar thoughts, but he rejected them all. Qin Zhuolin waited for Xiaochen's answer. He looked forward to Xiaochen's reply. At this moment, Xiaochen already felt very certain. His thoughts were very clear as he said, Actually, you know about the energy source of this heavenly Tao killing formation. You even see it every day. What? I know about it too? I see it every day? Xiaochen, this is not a good time to joke. Qin Zhuolin showed a grave expression as he looked coldly at Xiaochen. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this answer. Xiaochen said calmly, I'm not joking. The energy source of this heavenly Tao killing formation is the blood moon that you see every day. This joke is not funny. Qin Zhuolin felt somewhat disappointed. He did not want to dwell on Xiaochen's answer. It was better to think about it himself. How could a blood moon in the sky be possible? What was a moon? The moon was the moon star. There were billions of stars in the great thousand realms. However, there were only two, the sun star and the moon star. For millions of years, epochs came and went. However, the sun star and the moon star never perished. They had existed since the primal chaos broke apart. A strong foe god could destroy many stars with a wave of their hand. However, they had to remain insignificant before the sun star and the moon star. Have you ever wondered why the blood moon can't be seen anywhere else in the central great realm aside from the desolate sea? The moon waxes and wanes. However, since the desolate sea's blood moon was born, it has always been a full scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. Xiaochen was not surprised at Qin Zhuolin's expression of disbelief. However, he wasn't joking. He had his own reasons. Why can't I sense the origin of this heavenly Tao killing formation? That was because its energy source was in the sky. You and I are in this underground cavern, so we naturally can't sense it. The original range of this heavenly Tao killing array might be much wider than you and I think. It's just that for some reason, it didn't shrink to its current size and only exists in this underground cave. Originally, I did not think of this. However, you told me today that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun used the Azure Mountain as the formation core and the Desolate Sea as the formation diagram. That's why I thought of this. More importantly, Qin Zhuolin's expression slowly turned grave. He looked at Xiaochen and said, Continue. More importantly, there is a little girl called Xianxia in the village. She has an extreme yin body. Long ago, it was said that one could see a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Previously, I did not understand why there would be a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Just now, I finally understood. Qin Zhuolin entered deep thought. His thoughts slowly cleared, but he felt a chill run down his spine. If all this was true, then how strong was the person who set this up? Did the blood moon in the desolate sea's night sky exist for tens of thousands of years because of this person? Even if this person no longer existed in the tens of thousands, he still influenced the entire desolate sea. No wonder. No wonder the heaven dragon cultivator who discovered the secret of this place was hunted down 50 years ago. However, there was no way out now. Qin Zhuolin said seriously, if this is the energy source of this heavenly Tao killing formation, then the blood moon above us might be a formation within a formation. This heavenly Tao killing formation might be part of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's blood sacrifice formation. This is somewhat problematic. However, it is not impossible. Xiao Chen felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhuolin really had a solution. What solution? It's obviously unrealistic to crack it, but since we know the energy source of the formation, we should be able to use it. However, since we know the energy source of the formation, we can avoid becoming a target. We can go all out in this underground cavern. Finding the corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter will also be easy. The stronger one was in this killing formation, the faster one would die. Along the way, the two moved very carefully. It could be said that their hands and feet were tied. Even though they were strong, they did not dare to go all out, feeling very depressed. If they could go all out, given the two's movement techniques, they would be several times faster when they explored the place. However, that is only if your guess is correct. Xiao Chen said, right now, you have no other choice but to trust me. Trust me? Qin Zhuolin said only one simple word. Then, he sat cross-legged on the water surface without saying anything else. Qin Zhuolin closed his eyes and continuously formed profound hand seals with his hands. As Qin Zhuolin's hand seals changed, a star chart appeared behind him, slowly expanding. At some point in time, Xiao Chen looked up. The rock above him had vanished. All he saw was a vast and boundless starry heavens, looking incredibly miraculous. Stars flickered, and starlight leaped about continuously, slowly forming an even vaster star chart. Sweat continuously dripped down Qin Zhuolin's forehead. Xiao Chen could feel the other party's soul energy draining rapidly. Aside from driving the star chart, Qin Zhuolin's soul energy was mostly searching for something. Buzz. All of a sudden, a few stars in the star chart loosened up a little and fell straight down. Xiao Chen felt this to be exceptionally real, like real stars falling from the universe. Just at this moment, Qin Zhuolin suddenly opened his eyes. He appeared somewhat fatigued, but he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Xiao Chen, you guessed right. This heavenly Tao killing formation does indeed use the blood moon as its energy source. It is too vast and inconceivable. I have never seen such a large formation in my life. Qin Zhuolin stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then he said, the benefits are boundless. Let's go. As long as we stand on the starlight, we will be safe. There is not much time. My endless cycle star chart cannot last for long. Not daring to delay, the two executed their movement techniques as they stepped on the starlight falling from above. Then, they quickly advanced through the underground cavern. Now, there was nothing to worry about. The two moved 10 times faster than before. They quickly swept past the corpses sealed in ice at the bottom of the spring. The efficiency was also many times faster than before. Is it that one? 1 hour later, Xiao Chen took 3 steps back and pointed to a beautiful frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. Whoosh! Qin Zhuolin landed beside Xiao Chen and took out a painting to compare. Then he nodded and said, that's her. Let's see if there is a pendant at her waist. The two's gazes landed on the frozen corpse's waist. Indeed, they discovered a white jade pendant, looking simple and beautiful. Boom! Xiao Chen threw a palm strike and parted the spring water, taking out the ice beauty. After the two came out of the water, they came into closer contact with this ice beauty. Their breathing became somewhat ragged. How unfortunate! Such a beauty died in this heavenly Tao killing formation for no reason. I wonder why she chased me into this ancient well back then. After carefully examining the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, even Qin Zhuolin could not help showing a slight change in his expression. When the holy daughter was alive, practically no one could see her appearance clearly. The mission that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter gave them was completed. Next, the two of them had to choose whether to go forward or to turn back. Previously, before Qin Zhuolin found the circulation path of the heavenly Tao killing formation, The two had no way out and could only go forward. Now that they found the circulation path, they had the capital to go back. What do you think? Qin Zhuolin asked Xiaoqin. If he was alone, he might not have the courage to continue forward. Let's go back. Perhaps there is a great fortuitous encounter waiting for us ahead. However, preserving our lives is more important. Since when did your hand become so cold? Xiaoqin could not help asking when he felt Qin Zhuolin's frighteningly cold hand on his shoulder. Finding this strange, Qin Zhuolin said, I was going to ask you why your hand became so cold. Before Qin Zhuolin finished speaking, the two's expressions changed at the same time. They turned their heads and saw that the ice on the Holy Daughter, who was hovering above the water, had melted at some point. The Holy Daughter revealed her true appearance and placed her hands on the two. Just as the two of them turned around, the frozen saintess suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 2062. Before the two could react, the previous generation Holy Daughter lifted them up and slammed them into each other. The two's bodies crashed into each other. Qin Zhuolin felt so much pain that he nearly teared up. Xiaoqian's physical body was much stronger than his. Even if Xiaoqian could not control his acquired divine body, it was already as strong as an inherited Dao tool. After the collision, the saintess's corpse flung the two of them away. The complete star chart above instantly shattered. No more starlight fell to form a path for the two. Bang! The two crashed into the wall and embedded themselves in it. Cold chi from underground immediately spread out from the cracks in the soil. Plop! Plop! The more terrifying thing was that the many corpses sealed in the spring water all flew out of the water. The ice on the corpses slowly melted, revealing their true appearances. Quickly leave. These corpses have all turned into desolate slaves. We should leave before they fully recover. Qin Zhuolin shouted a reminder to Xiaoqin as he struggled to get out of the wall. Without needing Qin Zhuolin's instructions, Xiaoqin already sensed the severity of the situation. His vital qi surged. The walls around him were all about to shatter. Xiaoqian's expression remained calm as he quickly scanned the area. He discovered that these people were sovereign emperors when they were alive. After turning into desolate slaves, aside from their auras, they did not retain their full strength. It looked like it was as Qin Zhuolin said. These desolate slaves had not fully recovered their strength. For now, they were only as strong as a small perfection sovereign personage. However, their numbers were frightening. This was good news. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The many desolate slaves, who had recovered their true forms, locked their gazes on the two. Cold killing chi immediately surged over. The air turned viscous, greatly limiting Xiaoqian's ability to bring out his strength. An ordinary small perfection sovereign personage would be immobilized on the spot, instantly torn to shreds by these desolate slaves. Eye technique, Candle Dragon Eyes. In an instant, Xiaoqian executed the Candle Dragon Eyes. A spark ignited in Xiaoqian's eyes, and a terrifying candle dragon image appeared behind him. Only the head of the candle dragon was visible, but it already gave off a terrifying aura. Boom! Torch Dragon's eyes snapped open as two sparks burned in his eyes like candlelight. Xiaoqian's ice great Dao energy and soul energy drained continuously. A chill instantly swept out everywhere he looked. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The desolate slaves that just struggled free were sealed in ice again. Even the gushing spring water under their feet froze into an ice river. Xiaoqin glanced over and saw Qin Zhuolin, who was currently entangled with the Holy Daughter. Compared to him, the other party was in a much more pathetic state. For some reason, his hands and feet were tied, and he did not unleash his full strength. Bang! Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Xiaoqin kicked the saintess away. Without stopping, Xianxia leaped forward and stomped down on the other party. The moment Xiaoqian's feet touched the ground, he drew his tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 2-foot-wide saber stabbed into the other party's forehead. Traces of ice-cold blood flowed out from the wound, but the blood was a strange black color. He bent down and pulled the pendant from the saintess's waist. Clearly, Xiaoqin could not bring the saintess's corpse back. If he could bring the pendant back, he would have fulfilled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's request. You are really ruthless. How can you not show mercy before an absolute beauty? Qin Zhuolin said, somewhat flabbergasted as he walked over. No wonder Qin Zhuolin's hands were tied. It turned out that this was the reason. Xiao Chen had to admit that Qin Zhuolin's taste was somewhat heavy. No matter how cold and beautiful the saintess was, she was still a dead person. Let's go. Xiao Chen drew his saber, and blood spurted out. Then, he quickly moved forward with Qin Zhuolin. These desolate slaves were very hard to kill. They would recover soon. Right now, the two no longer had a choice. They could only charge forward, hoping to find the path that the previous generation Heaven Dragon had taken. Roar! The desolate slave holy daughter that Xiao Chen killed came back to life. She soared into the air and hovered there. A sharp roar rang out, accompanied by cold chi. A sound wave spread out. Rumble! The entire ground was shaking, and rocks kept falling from above. All kinds of unexpected dangers came one after another. The heavenly Tao killing formation circulated at full power. Chaos reigned. The entire terrain and environment changed at this moment. Countless dangers appeared. Some came from rocks above, some from old weapons hidden in the water. Sometimes, a wall even appeared in front of them. Damn it! I still underestimated this heavenly Tao killing formation. Qin Zhuolin's hand seals changed continuously. He made a series of moves, forcibly restoring the changed terrain to its original state. However, it was simply too chaotic. Soon, Qin Zhuolin vomited a mouthful of blood as a weapon flew over from somewhere. When a weapon flew out of nowhere and stabbed his chest, his complexion immediately paled. On the other side, Xiao Chen did not have as many moves as Qin Zhuolin, so he was in an even more miserable state. The environment of the fourth ring was constantly changing, and each change was a life or death crisis. The fleeing Xiao Chen and Qin Zhuolin could not even say a few words before they were separated. Both of them were overwhelmed, unable to care about anything else. Xiao Chen no longer had any reservations. He even brought out his great desolate Ian bloodline. His dragon might shook the sky. When Xiao Chen punched, he shattered all the rocks in his way. He blasted a small mountain-sized hole in the ground. Saber lights danced wildly, and a terrifying saber chi pierced through the ground for 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chen opened many holes, but he did not dare to move around. Even in his fluster, he did not lose his rationality. Xiao Chen continued to go against the flow of the spring water, using force to break through. He also used the Xianxia Beast Ghost Pennant and the God Shadow Bow, two medial-grade soul tools. Although Xiao Chen was only a small perfection sovereign personage, he brought out his various trump cards at this critical moment. With Xiao Chen's might, even a great perfection sovereign personage would have to retreat, not daring to clash head-on. However, the great desolate Ian bloodline would eventually come to an end. When the bloodline power slowly faded, boundless fatigue assaulted Xiao Chen's body from all directions. Am I going to die? Right now, Xiao Chen was at his wit's end. He had already used all his trump cards. If he still could not leave the heavenly Tao killing formation's range, he would be helpless. However, it was still pitch black in front. He could not see the path. Xiao Chen did not know what dangers were hidden in the deep darkness. He also did not know how far he had to go to reach the spring source. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen continued forward. Soon he felt something strange. The demonic chi veritable essence energy in his primal core started to stir restlessly. He could not control it. Such a situation was very similar to when he climbed to the summit of the Azure Mountain and instantly fell into a state of demonic chi. The only difference was that the intensity was lower and did not make him lose his rationality. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. After being underground for so long, his demonic chi veritable essence energy had stirred restlessly. Now that it suddenly stirred, there had to be something strange. Xiao Chen rejoiced instead of feeling shocked. Right now, he was at his wit's end, already in the depths of despair. He did not fear the restlessness of the demonic chi veritable essence energy. He only feared that nothing would happen. Then he would slowly exhaust his veritable essence energy and wait for death, becoming a desolate slave. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could not be bothered with the restless demonic chi veritable essence energy in his body as he quickly walked forward. The strange thing was that with such a mental state, the desire to live suppressed the various negative emotions. The demonic chi veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body stirred terrifyingly restlessly. Whoosh! After a while, Xiao Chen's vision suddenly lit up. His eyes felt a piercing pain. Xiao Chen carefully opened his eyes again. The scene before him shocked him so much that he gaped, unable to speak. A mirror-like pool of water appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This pool of water was not large. However, when standing at the side, it felt vast and boundless. Xiao Chen did not even dare to breathe heavily. The pool water was clear and transparent, like a natural treasure. It was as smooth as a mirror. What was even more miraculous was the reflection of a cold, jade-like scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool. Is this the end of the cold Yin spring? Xiao Chen wanted to think about this properly. However, the restlessness of the demonic chi in his body became increasingly terrifying. When the demonic chi veritable essence energy relaxed a little, it started a frenzied backlash. It looked like the negative emotions were about to overtake Xiao Chen's rationality. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen leaped into the pool of water. The strange thing was that the water rippled endlessly, like it was an illusion. If not for a figure appearing on the scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool, Xiao Chen would not have thought that someone had jumped in. Chapter 2063. Plop, plop. The moment the moon entered the water, Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. He could only see a hazy blood moon. Xiao Chen's heart thumped uncontrollably, racing endlessly. As his heart slowly increased, Xiao Chen felt incredibly uncomfortable. His heart felt like it would tear apart. In the end, I still can't escape death? Xiao Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. It was not that he did not work hard. He had already used all sorts of means to clear the heavenly Tao killing formation. Right now, he felt somewhat helpless. If he really died here, he could only say that this was fate. Xiao Chen had gone through too many similar experiences in his life. He had already passed the gates of hell so many times that he could no longer remember them. Now that he faced death again, although he felt dissatisfied, he did not feel too much despair. What would remain after a person died? According to rumor, after advancing to Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperor, one would surpass the limits of a human. After the physical body died, one's will of soul would still exist. If one reached the Faux God realm, even if one's will of soul was destroyed, one could revive as long as the divine flame remained. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not have that yet. In the end, a sovereign personage was still a human. At this instant, Xiao Chen thought of many things. However, he did not give up hope, continuously thinking of ways to save himself. Crack! Xiao Chen's heart pounded intensely. In the end, he failed to stop it from shattering. A drop of heart blood seeped into his chest and instantly melted into the pool. After the blood moon in the pool absorbed this drop of heart blood, it changed continuously. In the next moment, the blood moon seemed to burn in the water, releasing a resplendent red light. Xiao Chen, who did not know about this mysterious phenomenon, only felt the pool around him suddenly empty, and his heart returned to normal. The berserk demonic chi and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body also calmed down. Xiao Chen found himself in the void, and his body plummeted uncontrollably. Plop! After some time, Xiao Chen crashed heavily on the ground. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Xiao Chen grunted as he tore off his clothes. The wound on his chest had already healed, leaving only a small part unhealed. It's not an illusion? Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The pool was nowhere to be seen. He was in a desolate plain. There was a cliff at the end of the vast desolate plain. Looking into the distance, there seemed to be an ancient and mysterious city on the cliff. The city towered majestically, solemn and ancient, giving off a heavy feeling. It was much more majestic than the divine dragon city that Xiao Chen had seen. None of them could compare to the city in front of them. A terrifying pressure came from afar along with the wind, making it hard for Xiao Chen, who was standing on the wasteland, to breathe. Dragon might. Xiao Chen was a little surprised to discover that this heavy feeling was actually filled with a heavy dragon might. A heavy dragon might appeared amid the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many years it had accumulated. What was even more surprising was that Xiaochen was extremely familiar with this dragon's might. This was the might of a blue dragon. What is this place? Xiaochen was extremely puzzled. There was a blood moon in the sky and an ancient dragon city on the ground. It was definitely not the desolate sea. If there was such a dragon city in the desolate sea, it would have been discovered long ago. It was still underground. However, how could one explain the lifelike blood moon in the sky underground? Xiaochen's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. He closed his eyes and put it aside for now. Then, he sat down cross-legged and consumed a medicinal pill. Then he focused on treating his injuries and recovering to his peak state. For hours later, Xiaochen, who had an acquired body, recovered from most of his physical injuries. Veritable essence energy also filled his dried-up primal core, returning him to his peak state. Xiaochen opened his eyes and stood up. He finally felt more at ease. Previously, Xiaochen had been at the end of his rope. Even a star venerate could make him lose face. Now that he returned to his peak state, he felt much more at ease. As Xiaochen looked at the distant dragon city, he entered deep thought. Then, he soared into the air above the desolate plain. Buzz! The moment Xiaochen's feet left the ground, he felt a huge pressure. When he looked up, he knew that this pressure came from the blood moon in the sky. Enduring the rapid draining of veritable essence energy, Xiaochen quickly arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Without hesitation, Xiaochen started climbing the cliff. No matter what, a blue dragon ancient city suddenly appeared in this strange place. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Perhaps his fortuitous encounter to get out was here. The rocks on the cliff were as sharp as knives. As Xiaochen stared at the blood moon's might and pressure, he climbed up with much difficulty. By the time Xiaochen reached the top, his forehead was already covered in sweat. However, he did not have time to wipe it off. The scene before Xiaochen stunned him. Outside the ancient dragon city, there were many pairs of soldiers dressed in sturdy battle armor. These soldiers patrolled the city, exuding terrifying auras. Just any one of these soldiers was as strong as a sovereign personage. Furthermore, there were at least 1,000 patrolling soldiers. They were divided into more than 10 squads and patrolled outside the city in a regular pattern like machines. The most shocking thing was that these soldiers should be inanimate objects. They did not have the auras of living beings. 18 incredibly huge dragon souls swam above the dragon city. Each of their heads was the size of a small mountain. The auras of these dragon souls were terrifyingly strong, inspiring despair. Boom! Suddenly, Xiaochen saw a huge figure descend from the top of the city walls. This figure wore heavy armor and thick chains wrapped around its body. It carried a metal hook on its back. Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea, Soul Reaper. Xiaochen's face sank slightly. What's going on with this place? Why did the ancient Azure Dragon City have such a batch of unclean things? Is it occupation or protection? Whoosh! Suddenly, Soul Reaper, who was on the city walls, turned its head and looked in Xiaochen's direction. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen quickly found something to hide. At the same time, he put on the Death God mask, isolating his aura. Xiaochen completed all of this in nearly one breath. However, he still felt somewhat worried. He could feel a gaze lingering nearby. After a long time, this feeling of nervousness finally disappeared. When Xiaochen walked out and looked up, Soul Reaper was nowhere to be seen. However, the group of soldiers of the dead were still there. Their armor shook as they moved. Aside from the dragon souls, Xiaochen also discovered many desolate slaves above the city. However, these desolate slaves were much weaker than Soul Reaper, not as horrifying and suffocating. Xiaochen recalled that when he first saw Soul Reaper, Xiaochen and Qin Zhuolin nearly died. Fortunately, they managed to survive until dawn. That kind of power was not something an ordinary person could understand, let alone resist it. With the Death God mask, Xiaochen became bolder. He carefully headed for the Blue Dragon Ancient City. Xiaochen really wanted to enter the Dragon City to see what was inside. However, he did not dare to take this risk. Once he was discovered, all he needed was a group of soldiers of the dead to fly over, and he would die. After observing for a long time, Xiaochen discovered a pattern. The area that these soldiers guarded seemed to be limited. They kept patrolling within a certain area. As long as one did not step into the area they guarded, one would not be in danger. Following this pattern, Xiaochen made use of the gaps between the patrols of the soldiers. Xiaochen advanced continuously, slowly approaching the dragon city. His figure kept changing. He had to keep a distance from every soldier at all times. Statues? There were 2 majestic statues holding weapons in front of the city gates. The strange thing was that the statue on the right only had half a body. He continued pressing forward. He was already very close to the city gates. However, he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open. Although he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open, Xiaochen wanted to try. Xiaochen advanced carefully. It looked like he was only 1 kilometer away from entering the city gates. Suddenly, the undamaged statue opened its eyes, and a beam of red light landed on Xiaochen. The patrolling soldiers suddenly stopped. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared on their helmets as they stared at Xiaochen. "Run!" Xiaochen immediately turned around and ran, not pausing at all. Whoosh! The statue that opened its eyes did not move. It only swung its spear hard, and a fiery light appeared on the spear in its hand as it charged at Xiaochen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the spear arrived, a horrifying aura had already swept out, nearly sending Xiaochen flying. Thunder Monarch Spear. There was no way to dodge. Xiaochen shouted and used the Thunder Great Tao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. The 5-element Divine Lightning merged and formed a spear in Xiaochen's palm, releasing thousands of electric lights. Boundless thunder might burst out of Xiaochen's body as he quickly counterattacked with the Thunder Monarch Spear. The 2 spears clashed in the air, instantly erupting with terrifying energy. The explosion sent the soldiers chasing after Xiaochen and Xiaochen flying, buying some time for Xiaochen. Light of Freedom. This was a chance for success. Xiaochen executed Light of Freedom and turned into a flash of lightning, leaving quickly. Chapter 2064. It had already taken shape and could not be turned back into a divine material, so it was not worth much. Before Xiaochen could change his move, the 2 puppets charged over like phantoms, working together perfectly. Xiaochen showed a slightly startled expression. At first, he thought that these 2 puppets only had the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage. They formed 2 puppets, one black and one white. The white one held a sword, and the black one held a spear. Their metal bodies flickered with a faint light. Why is there a palace over there? Sorry for the offense. Whoosh! However, Xiaochen had not expected these 2 puppets to be here to look down on him. These puppets should be maintained by some kind of formation. Although these soldiers of the dead were horrifying, they could not pursue him after 500 kilometers. Sang sighed softly, "I hope so." Although Xiaochen did not have any restless demonic qi in his body, he did not think much after his initial shock. He directly leaped down. He was defeated in a sorry state, a tragic sight. When Xiaochen landed on the ground, he looked back and saw the group of soldiers of the dead, radiating an overwhelming aura. Even puppets could humiliate and look down on people. That blood moon pool might have been a turning point for Xiaochen to obtain an opportunity. Maybe the world has changed. The youths no longer study the martial Tao. No. I waited by this ancient well for an entire night. There was no movement at all. Sang's calm contained some nervousness. Qin Zhuolin, who was covered in blood, was no better off than Xiaochen. The sunlight was piercing, making Qin Zhuolin feel somewhat dazed. I only used 4.5 moves. The reason the Heaven Dragon cultivators could leave 50 years ago might have something to do with their identities. Xiaochen picked up a piece of metal and looked at it. He discovered that it was a metal that had been tempered by a blacksmith many times. When Xiaochen attacked, he used the Supreme Dragon Fist. As he moved, winds and clouds gathered, and dragon roars spread out. Since Qin Zhuolin could leave through the blood moon pool, Xiaochen should be able to do so as well. Xiaochen did not dare to believe that he had narrowly escaped death. He did not know if the scene before him was reality or an illusion. Crack, crack. At the same time, a saber and a spear continuously charged over. Clang, clang, clang. Now, Sang was telling her that Xiao Chen hadn't returned. Where had he gone? Xiao Chen felt his arm go numb. The other party's saber domain completely suppressed the king's will and Blue Dragon's divine might. The black puppet sneered. To Qin Zhuolin, Xiao Chen was someone even more mysterious than Xiao Chen. The undead guards that had been chasing after him stopped and stood in place, looking at him coldly. Qin Zhuolin vaguely sensed that many of the opportunities here were related to the dragon race. Xiao Chen took off his mask and heaved a long sigh of relief. The experience just now was truly a narrow escape from death. He had almost died in front of the city. Xiao Chen's body slammed into a mountain. The mountain shattered, hiding Xiao Chen within. Let's not consider this for now. What we need to do now is to defeat these two puppet cultivators first. Didn't Xiao Chen come back? Inside the palace, Xiao Chen did not feel any danger. Compared to the might and pressure that the Dragon City gave him, he did not feel any danger at all. Young man, why did you not learn from the good ones? To think that you actually used a secret treasure. The two puppet cultivators spoke at the same time. Their voices sounded somewhat mechanical, sounding very awkward. Xiao Chen walked towards the mysterious palace at the middle of the mountain. The closer he got, the more he felt how old and dilapidated this palace was. Boom! Where is Xiao Chen? When the puppets saw the thousands of dragon images, they actually let out disdainful voices and attacked. Xiao Chen did not see any life force on them. There was only a pair of scarlet flames in their helmets. I'm out? Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. After advancing to small perfection sovereign personage, the might of Xiao Chen's supreme dragon fist soared. His body trembled, and boundless veritable essence energy merged with his king's will, turning into thousands of dragon images that charged at the two puppet cultivators without any pattern. After some thought, Xiao Chen made up his mind. How could he have imagined that the statue in front of the city gate would discover his presence when he wore the death god mask? The two puppet cultivators seemed to be mechanical creatures with their own intelligence. There was a person who had arrived at the blood moon pool before him. When Qin Zhuolin saw Sang, he confirmed that he had truly returned. However, when he heard Sang's question, he startled awake. I only used 5 moves. The slightly dilapidated appearance could not hide its former grandeur and magnificence. With one glance, one could feel the shock and grandeur of the past. It was also a bow, a soul tool no weaker than the god shadow bow. More importantly, the two puppets could bring out the full might of the soul tools. In that instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds even covered the blood moon hovering in the sky. Why did they not come out? Perhaps they encountered their fortuitous encounter. Every time Xiao Chen exchanged a move, he vomited a mouthful of blood. After 10 moves, a whirlwind appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. The thousands of dragon images could not approach him. Are you sure? Sang asked. It's over. We could have talked nicely, but you refused to listen. You want to play with secret treasures with us? Of course, we have to play with you to the end. They both fell into the water, and their hearts beat uncontrollably on the verge of death. There were also the dragon souls and desolate slaves guarding the palace. Aside from being dilapidated, there was nothing special about this palace. Since he could not enter the Dragon City, Xiao Chen had nothing to do. After thinking for a while, he headed for the palace. I can crush his head with one spear strike. If not for Master's instructions, a hole would have appeared in his head. Xiao Chen crawled out of the rubble with some difficulty. When he looked up, he happened to see the black and white puppets standing before him. What are they doing? Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to discover a palace halfway up a mountain in the north. The sky was already bright, and a blazing sun hung in the sky. Xiao Chen immediately felt like crying, instantly despairing. He quickly put down the god shadow bow and withdrew his heart flame. Then he smiled and said, Seniors, let's talk things out properly. Let's not play with this paltry tricks. The ancient city of the Blue Dragon. What kind of city is this? Xiao Chen frowned heavily as he looked at the city in the distance, feeling confused. The surface of the palace was already riddled with holes. Clear signs of a battle showed up on the ground. The two puppets let go at the same time. Before Xiaochen could cry out, two arrows struck him at the same time. This person was young, but his life force accumulations were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Enraged, Xiaochen's veritable essence energy erupted from his entire body, and the mountain-like rocks on his body exploded. Now that a group of evil spirits occupied this place, he, a bona fide Blue Dragon race member, could not enter. Bai Sei quickly said, "Trash." Xiaochen was stupefied, truly stupefied. He had thought of many possibilities. This greatly startled Qin Zhuolin. Although he was in a daze when he arrived at the pool, he could still see the marks on the ground. The moment Xiaochen made his move, regretless dragons. Xiaochen stepped forward and charged at the two puppets. Qin Zhuolin nodded. "He will be fine, I'm sure." Then Xiaochen soared into the air and hovered there. The god shadow bow appeared in his hand, and a strand of heart flame spread out on the arrow. In the land of the blood moon, in a rush, Xiaochen drew the tyrant saber to fight. Fighting 1 against 2 was extremely difficult. When the blazing sunlight struck Qin Zhuolin's body, it immediately gave off sizzling sounds. The cold qi in his body was instantly swept away. In this saber domain, thousands of dragon images died miserably. The scene was too tragic to look at. However, now one grasped a saber domain, and the other grasped a startling spear technique. Furthermore, Qin Zhuolin had a metallic physical body. He immediately felt a headache. However, just as Xiaochen was about to raise his foot, the countless fragments on the ground gathered together like a whirlwind. Then, Xiaochen turned into a beam of electric light and moved 500 kilometers away. After 500 kilometers, taking advantage of the situation to kill? Originally, Xiaochen did not intend to use a soul tool. However, these two venomous snake puppets were simply too much of a bully. The ancient dragon city, the weapons of the dead, the 18 dragon souls, the desolate slave soul reaper, and everything else made this city shrouded in mystery. In front of the gate was a pile of broken pieces. There were all kinds of strange materials. Qin Zhuolin said after some thought, "Don't worry. He should not be in any danger to his life. However, this ancient well is too mysterious. There are many things that I cannot explain clearly." A drop of heart blood burst out and merged with the blood moon. Qin Zhuolin fainted on the spot. When he woke up again, he was already lying beside the ancient well. He raised his head to look. This was the strongest geomaster in the desolate sea. Even adding all his previous experiences together, he was not as dangerous as this. A voice rang out beside Qin Zhuolin's ear. He turned his head and saw that it was Xiaochen's mysterious friend, Sang. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated. Right after the two puppets spoke, they put away their sabers and spears and each took out a soul tool. The black puppet held the spear in one hand and began to spin it rapidly. This place should be the Blue Dragon's old land. However, how did the Blue Dragon's old land end up like this for no reason? I knocked away his weapon with 3 saber strikes, and I did not even use my full strength. How boring! Xiaochen now understood. No wonder there were signs of fighting in the surroundings. Someone must have been here before. Whoosh! The saber-wielding puppet stomped on the ground, and a domain immediately spread out from its body. It was a saber domain. Master ordered that if you want to enter this gate, you have to defeat us. How boring! Quickly scram. This is not a place you should come to. It is too trash. Xiaochen thought that this puppet was only SOSO and could easily defeat him. Who could it be? Qin Zhuolin, who had narrowly escaped death under the ancient well, arrived before the pool of water. Chapter 2065. Kasi. The 2 arrows fired by the soul tools stabbed into Xiaochen at the same time. There was practically no time for him to react. The might and pressure from the soul tools and the speed of the arrows were not something a small perfection sovereign personage could see clearly. Xiaochen finally understood the fear that his opponents felt when he used the God Shadow Bow in the past. No wonder Bai Yunfei did not dare to chase at full power after Xiaochen took out the God Shadow Bow, even though Bai Yunfei's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen was restricted everywhere, unable to bring out his full strength. Boom! The two arrows struck Xiao Chen, instantly piercing through his chest and flying forward. Xiao Chen fell from the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then he lay on the ground, his status unknown. The black and white puppets walked over and waved their hands to scatter the dust. The saber-wielding puppet said, "He should not be dead, right? At the last moment, I suppressed my might to 10%. If he died, he would be too useless. He won't die. It looks like his physical body is passable, a half-baked divine body. Brat, if you are not dead, let out a grunt or two." The black puppet wielding the spear tapped Xiao Chen twice with its spear. However, it did not do so lightly, it did not do so properly. Xiao Chen cried out in pain. Then, he looked at the two puppets somewhat helplessly. "What kind of existences are you?" The black puppet said, "I am Black Egg and he is White Egg. We are the Black and White Eggs. We are under Master's orders to guard the inheritance that Master left behind. Whoever can clear this stage can obtain Master's inheritance." When the black puppet mentioned its name, it felt very cocky. Speechless, Xiao Chen could not help saying, "Your master is really good at naming things." Now, he finally understood. Although these two puppets were filled with malice, they did not seem to have any intention of killing him. This was more of a test. Otherwise, those two arrows would have killed him. The white puppet corrected him sternly, "We do not have names. 50 years ago, a dragon race cultivator passed the test and gave us names. Egg is strong. The four great experts of the world, Egg, Gooden, Stupid Egg and Foolish Egg, are all unrivaled titles. With us, the Black and White Eggs, there are 6 unrivaled titles. 50 years ago, someone came here?" Xiao Chen didn't dwell on their names. He noticed that the white puppet had said that someone had been here. "That's right, he is also a dragon race martial artist like you. Your aura seems somewhat familiar to him. That's why we didn't kill you. Do you know him?" asked the black puppet. Xiao Chen came to a realization. A strand of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries appeared in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you referring to this?" "Yes, it's this aura. He's much stronger than you. When he came, he was already a peak sovereign personage. However, I still managed to torture him for 5 years. I really miss those days. Every day, there would be people coming to beat you up. That man is also trash. He can't even compare to us two puppets. But you're even more trash. Yes, at least he exchanged 100 moves with us the first time. You couldn't even last 10 moves. You still haven't learned your lesson? You want to use secret treasures to kill us? That's really bad. We, the Black and White Eggs, are puppets with faux god flames. We cannot be killed. The moral degeneration of the world is getting better by the day. It's still better to fight everywhere with Master. Youngsters are getting worse with each generation." Xiao Chen was at a loss. He did not say anything as the two of them blabbered on and on in front of him. After scolding Xiao Chen for 15 minutes, Xiao Chen finally understood why the Heaven Dragon had named these two the Black and White Eggs. The most important thing was that as the two spoke, they ignored Xiao Chen and started to head back. Xiao Chen quickly gave chase, wanting to ask how the Heaven Dragon had left back then. "What a fellow! You're starting to sneak attack. Take this." The two attacked again without saying anything, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to retort. However, Xiao Chen was caught off guard. He was already injured in the first place, so he could not even last 3 moves. Even if people are not capable, they still sneak attack? If they are capable, they would not sneak attack. Trash. As Xiao Chen lay on the ground, he could not say anything. As he looked at the blood moon in the sky, he felt powerless. There had never been a moment when Xiao Chen hated being in one place so much. In the past, he always felt that his mental state was fine, unfazed by favor or humiliation, without regrets. However, today, Xiao Chen felt that he had to continue tempering his mental state. However, even the Heaven Dragon had been tortured here for 5 years. When could Xiao Chen make a name for himself? Just thinking about it inspired despair. Xianxia could imagine how the previous generation heavenly dragon would arrive here in joy 50 years ago. After experiencing the black and white egg's torture, the heaven dragon must have thought that he might as well have died in the heavenly Tao killing formation. In any case, that was what Xianxia thought at this moment. There was no sunrise or sunset in the land of the blood moon. The blood moon remained in the sky forever. To people used to the sunrise and sunset, this was simply torture. 3 days later, Xianxia accepted the reality of being trapped here. Xianxia adjusted his mental state and focused on cultivating, doing his best to defeat the black and white eggs as soon as possible. After all, these two puppets were only great perfection's sovereign personages. Xianxia believed that he could defeat them one day. He did not challenge them casually. 1 month later, when Xianxia felt that he had completely stabilized his cultivation, he chose to make a move. Filled with confidence, he challenged them once more. In the end, the two of them worked together to defeat him in 5 moves. His momentum immediately plummeted. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Xianxia challenged the two puppets more than 10 times. Depending on the other party's mood, he lost in 10 moves at times, 3 moves at times, or 20 moves at times. That was right. It all depended on the other party's mood. The two puppets were ridiculously strong. After they entered combat mode, they were simply undefeatable. For the first time, Xianxia wondered if choosing the path of the martial Tao was the right choice. However, he had to admit it. Xianxia could feel that he had improved rapidly in the past half a year. Although his cultivation had not broken through, his strength had at least doubled. This was especially so for his saber great Tao. Fighting with this white egg for a long time and observing the other party's saber domain had been of great help to him. However, all this was useless, not helpful at all. After another unfortunate defeat, Xianxia lay on a rock and looked at the blood moon in the sky, feeling bored. The black and white eggs sat beside Xianxia, chattering away. Xianxia was already immune to these two's venomous words. Now, they could no longer disturb him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the blood moon in the sky suddenly flickered with light, and a terrifying might and pressure spread out. This startled Xianxia. This was his first time seeing such a change in the past half a year. The black and white eggs beside him also stood up and looked at the blood moon in the sky. Xianxia withdrew his aura and showed a grave expression, appearing somewhat nervous. He did not know what would happen next. When the blood moon stopped flashing, a foot stepped out from within. When the entire body was completely revealed, the blood moon's eyes widened. When the entire body appeared, Xianxia could not help revealing a strange expression. It was Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea. Xianxia had seen Soul Reaper in the Blue Dragon ancient city half a year ago. Who would have thought that he would be able to walk out of the blood moon this time? Every time Xianxia saw Soul Reaper, he could not hide the fear in his heart. Before such an expert, Xianxia's existence was simply insignificant. This time was somewhat different. Xianxia saw several bloody corpses hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. These corpses had died with grievances, their eyes wide open. All of them were Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors were like beasts, hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. This scene was simply too shocking, hard to believe. Now, Xianxia realized how lucky he and Qinjuolin were to survive Soul Reaper's hands. Bitchy Egg is back again. The stench of blood on his body is very heavy. My heart aches for the people hung by Bitchy Egg. How pitiful! He is really strong. He truly lives up to being an unrivaled expert known as Bitchy Egg. There is still a gap between us, the black and white eggs, and the true 4 unrivaled experts. Oh no, Bitchy Egg is looking at us. Soul Reaper, who came out of the blood moon, looked around and fixed its gaze on Xianxia and the 2 puppets. Oh no, oh no. Xianxia immediately felt flustered, wanting to hide behind the black and white eggs. In the end, the 2 puppets instantly disintegrated at the same time, shattering into pieces and turning into the appearance that Xianxia first saw. Xianxia felt flabbergasted, unable to advance or retreat. Before Soul Reaper's gaze, Xianxia did not dare to move at all. As he watched Soul Reaper hang experts on its metal hook, he did not know what would happen next. Chapter 2066. Clearly, being stared at by Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea, was not a good thing. Life and death depended on this desolate slave's thoughts. As Soul Reaper stared at Xianxia, it seemed to find him somewhat familiar. A scarlet light flickered in its eyes continuously. Soul Reaper shifted its gaze and soared into the air, landing on the blue dragon's ancient city walls again. Then, its figure flashed and entered the city. Although this happened in an instant, Xianxia felt like several decades had passed. It was rather unbearable. The black and white puppets materialized at the same time and looked around. He finally left. Bitchy egg is bitchy egg. Back then, Master did not truly defeat him. That was really scary. If you or I ended up on those metal hooks, we would be in trouble. Hey, why are you not dead yet? Black Egg muttered to itself. When it saw Xianxia still standing where he was, it was greatly startled. Incredible. To think that he managed to scare Bitchy Egg away. Incredible. To think that he managed to survive Bitchy Egg's attention. Xianxia could not be bothered with these two fools. Xianxia remained expressionless as he turned to leave. He thought to himself, I can't remain here any longer. Someone else always controls my life and death. This feeling is very unbearable. Before today, Xianxia would never have imagined that Soul Reaper would come out of the Blood Moon. The metal hooks even skewered a group of bloody sovereign emperors who died with grievances. If Xianxia opened his eyes one day and discovered that Soul Reaper skewered him on a metal hook, he would not be surprised. Xianxia had seen too many strange things in the land of the Blood Moon. I have to think of a way to leave quickly. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon can leave, so can I. Xianxia entered deep thought. Right now, the difference between him and the black and white eggs was not in cultivation. Instead, it was in technique and experience. That was right. These two puppets had more than 100 times more combat experience than Xianxia. The black and white egg's powerful master must have copied his combat experience into these two puppets. Or perhaps they copied the combat experience of other powerful experts. In short, their combat experience was on a completely different level. Secondly, it was technique. Xianxia was amazed by both White Egg's saber skills and Black Egg's spear skills. Even without a Dao domain, these two could rely on their techniques to suppress him. Over the past half a year, Xianxia's saber skills had improved by several levels as he was beaten up. Xianxia thought about it. If he wanted to win, he could only exploit the advantages that these two didn't have. First, the acquired divine body. In the eyes of White Egg and Black Egg, his divine body could only be considered half-baked. His divine body was the Blue Dragon divine body, which came from the most powerful blue dragon among the divine dragons of the prehistoric times. When cultivated to the highest level, one's body could rival that of a pure-blooded blue dragon. But now, the difference was too great. According to the records of the divine dragon body tempering art, one could awaken their divine body 3 more times after cultivating it. The first awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 1/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength. The second awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 3/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength. The third awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 4/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength. As for reaching a perfect 100%, that was impossible due to the human bloodline in Xianxia's body. There was no need to think about a perfect one. As long as Xianxia could awaken his divine body once, he was confident of fighting the black and white eggs to a draw. 1/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon's strength would not only strengthen Xianxia's physical body, but it would also take longer to activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. Aside from his divine body, Xianxia also grasped 3 great Dao that the black and white eggs could not. After all, puppets were not humans. It was already very rare for their master to let Black Egg and White Egg grasp a Dao and bring them to their limits. If Xianxia grasped other great Dao, it would be too heaven-defying. Aside from the Saber Dao, Xianxia also grasped the Ice Great Dao and the Thunder Great Dao. If he could merge the 3, the might that he could erupt with would multiply. Aside from this, there was something else that Xianxia was most confident about. Xianxia comprehended his martial techniques on his own, grasping their true meanings. Be it the black and white eggs martial techniques or Dao domains, they inherited them. They knew how but not why. In the end, the puppets were heartless and not cultivators. Now that Xiao Chen had a direction, he stopped cultivating blindly. Instead, he spent his time strengthening these strengths. Once he comprehended something, he would challenge the black and white eggs. Xiao Chen would still lose miserably, but the black and white eggs did not show any mercy. Every time they defeated him, they would use their venomous tongues to humiliate him. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any joy or sorrow. He controlled his mental state and continued cultivating bitterly. He wanted to ensure that he improved every day. Aside from this, Xiao Chen would also do his best to explore this mysterious land of the blood moon. This way, he would not be too bored or develop a mental block due to the sealed environment. Time flew. Year after year, Xiao Chen remained in this land of the blood moon for 3.5 years. Boom. One man and two puppets fought again in front of the dilapidated palace. Such a scene had appeared countless times in the past 3.5 years. Black egg and white egg were as strong as before. However, the two did not dare to spread out their Dao domains now, only focusing their Dao domains on themselves. The wider the range of a great Dao domain, the weaker it would be. When the Dao domain was fully focused on one's body, it would be at its strongest. The weak would not even be able to get close to a cultivator who comprehended a Dao domain. This was just like how Elder Tianyun had unleashed his sword domain during the first test in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The group of people, including Xiao Chen, all retreated, not daring to get close. Not to mention attacking, they could not even get close. They were naturally undefeatable. However now, when facing the black and white eggs, these two puppets with their own Dao domains, Xiao Chen had already forced them to use their Dao domains on him. Dressed in white and holding a saber, Xiao Chen fought 1 against 2. He did not end up at a disadvantage within 100 moves. Xiao Chen's body gave off a faint azure light, and his eyes sparkled with vigor. Xiao Chen's every move contained great might. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and dragon might intimidated everyone. This allowed Xiao Chen, who had not comprehended a Dao domain, to block the might of the black and white eggs' Dao domains. Brat, you lose. The black puppet executed a peak strike. Its spear looked like it could pierce through a world, knocking away the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. Clang! The tyrant's saber stabbed into the ground. White egg took this opportunity to drive its Dao domain to its limits, releasing a resplendent saber light from its body. Its aura locked onto Xiao Chen, and the saber in its hand pressed against Xiao Chen's chest. White egg panted, feeling incredibly fatigued. It said, "It is getting harder to defeat you now. I don't even have the strength to beat you up anymore." Black egg said somewhat helplessly, "After the divine body awakened once, there is indeed a different reaction. The strength of your physical body already surpasses our metal bodies. Indeed. When I beat you up, it hurts much more than before," White egg said, feeling upset. Xiao Chen had successfully awakened his divine body 1 year ago. His physical body was now 1/5 as strong as a pure-blood blue dragon. After comprehending it, he could exchange moves with the black and white eggs much more easily and could already counterattack. After the awakening of the divine body, Xiao Chen's physical body's various aspects reached unprecedented heights. His mind, energy, and spirit all underwent a qualitative change from the inside out. Now, even if Xiao Chen wore white robes and did not reveal his aura, he would still look extraordinary. Just by walking in the crowd, one could sense that Xiao Chen was extraordinary. He had an extraordinary temperament. Xiao Chen could already merge his 3 great Dao. When he used them, he did not seem inexperienced at all. The only unfortunate thing was that he failed to break into the Dao domain several times, not succeeding in the end. However, it was still too early for the black and white eggs to say that Xiao Chen was defeated. Suppressed by the two, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile and said, "The two of you, have you not noticed anything wrong from the start of the battle?" White egg blabbered, "What's the difference? No matter how much you jumped around, you still lost. It's just that we did not have the strength to beat you up. It is not that simple to pass our black and white eggs test." Black egg added, "That's right. Youths are indeed youths. They get complacent just because they have some achievements. When Xiaochen heard that, he guffawed, "You two fools are too arrogant. 3 years and more than 1,000 battles. Did you not notice that I did not activate my great desolate Ian bloodline from start to end?" The two puppets immediately felt stunned. That seemed to be true. Xiaochen did not activate his great desolate Ian bloodline today. Ha! Black and white eggs, you will be the ones to lose today. Boom! As Xiaochen laughed heartily, his aura suddenly soared. He activated his bloodline, and Xiaochen's eyes instantly turned golden. An invisible blue dragon image came out of Xiaochen's body. Together with the great desolate Ian's dragon might, the dragon image circled around Xiaochen. Then, Xiaochen roared ferociously at the black and white eggs. The black and white eggs, who were somewhat powerless, immediately went flying. The tyrant saber, which was stabbed into the ground, hummed. Its soaring battle hunger soared into the clouds. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the tyrant saber returned to his hand. His aura soared again. The blue dragon's dragon might dominated the world. Fight! Xiaochen's figure soared into the air. Then he charged at the black and white eggs while holding his saber, launching his first true counterattack in 3.5 years. Chapter 2067. Xiaochen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and bore the brunt of the attack, knocking the fatigued black and white eggs into the air. It's over, this brat's bloodline power has erupted. No, it's only been 3 years. I haven't had my fill yet. When the black and white eggs saw Xiaochen erupt with his great desolate Ian bloodline, their auras layered infinitely, rivaling that of a peak sovereign personage. However, at this moment, Xiaochen was still a small perfection sovereign personage. From this, one could imagine how terrifying this explosion was. It was simply increasing a person's strength by tens of times. However, Black Egg did not choose to give up. With a loud shout, the two combat puppets attacked at the same time. It was another classic combination of saber and spear. The two puppets' saber Dao domains and spear Dao domains overlapped. It looked like the two puppets possessed 2 Dao domains at the same time. This was the black and white eggs' final showdown. In the past, they had always been successful. No matter what opportunity Xiaochen found, the black and white eggs would defeat him. Xiaochen layered his Dao domain and worked with his saber and spear to defeat Xiaochen. But this time, Xiaochen was full of confidence. He said in a deep voice, "Come, fight." The blood in Xiaochen's body surged as he endured the might of the Dao domain and charged over. Xiaochen tightly grasped the tyrant saber and quickly started fighting the black and white eggs. Every time Xiaochen attacked, he infused his king's will perfectly into his saber. As the saber light flickered, only black and white remained in the world. Aside from the bright saber light, there were no other colors. During these 3 years, Xiaochen could not make a breakthrough in his saber Dao and comprehend a Dao domain. However, that did not mean that his saber skills had not improved. On the contrary, his saber skills had improved tremendously. In the past, Xiaochen could only perfectly merge his will of soul with his saber technique when he was at his peak. Now, he could do it at any time. This inspiration came from the sword strike of the Qing Emperor in the Yellow Springs. After pondering for many years, Xiaochen could finally do it calmly, far surpassing the Qing Emperor in the past. Perfectly merging the will of soul into one saber technique, merging the will of soul with the martial Dao. This is a state that even divine Vein Realm sovereign emperors dream of, martial and soul as one. This kid is really hard to deal with. The world turned dark and the blood moon lost its color. He entered the state of martial and spirit as one. Furthermore, he erupted with his great desolate Ian bloodline. Fighting 1 against 2, Xiaochen did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Even though the other party layered 2 Dao domains, Xiaochen still suppressed them. Bang bang bang. The saber light flickered even faster. As the black and white eggs retreated step by step, Xiaochen's aura soared. Army breaker. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaochen roared ferociously and executed the 1,000 army saber techniques breaking army. The saber light gathered at the tip of the saber. Then, in this black and white world, it burst out with a tyrannical aura that could break through 1,000 armies. Dang! Xiaochen knocked the black and white eggs into the air. Shatter, 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 shatter the army, shatter the mountains and rivers, shatter the stars, shatter the world. Xiaochen perfectly executed the entire set of the army-breaking saber technique. He felt very carefree, his blood surging and his entire body feeling comfortable. However, the black and white eggs felt miserable. Even though they layered 2 Dao domains, Xiaochen completely suppressed them. Their auras plummeted. In the end, puppets were puppets. Even if they could execute exquisite and strong martial techniques, they could not comprehend the true meaning behind them. This was unlike Xiaochen. Even though he only executed the army-breaking saber technique, he could merge the true meaning in it. Together with the hot-bloodedness in his heart and the great desolate Aeon dragon might. In the state of martial and spirit as one, Xiaochen immediately erupted with power that far surpassed that of the martial technique itself. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. Xiaochen pressed on, not giving the black and white eggs a chance to catch their breath. The strongest killer move, entering hell, was unleashed in an instant. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" This saber strike contained the intent to forego death. It contained a boldness and breadth of mind far greater than breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. Under the control of the will of kingship, Xiaochen accurately grasped this fearless saber move that swept out in all directions. A saber wind spread out, sounding like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. A scene of hell materialized in the mortal world. The howling saber wind sounded like ghosts wailing and evil spirits in pain. Just this saber wind placed the black and white eggs in a very tough spot to block. In the next moment, a swastika appeared on Xiaochen's forehead. Instantly, Xiaochen no longer held a saber in his hand in this Azura hell. Instead, it was an Azura evil dragon that came from hell, ruling the world and devouring the world. This evil dragon was the world-destroying evil dragon of Buddhist legend. It possessed an evil power that bewitched the hearts of people, causing gods and Buddhas to fall into depravity. Ordinary people would find it difficult to control. However, Xiaochen had long since reached great perfection in this move. His heart did not change, so he easily controlled it. Xiaochen pointed with his saber, and the evil dragon flew out of hell. The black and white eggs were instantly knocked back. The combination of the saber and spear, which had never failed before, and the layered Dao domains, instantly broke with this move. The black and white eggs fell to the ground, their eyes filled with shock. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiaochen waved his left hand, and the 5-element divine lightning in his palm materialized into a short spear. That was right, it was a short spear. Compared to the long spear of the past, the short spear was denser and mightier. It was also easier to execute. It was no longer like the past, where it could only be used as a killing move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiaochen waved his left hand, the short spears formed by the 5-element divine lightning shot out with terrifying lightning-attributed energy. This startled the black and white eggs. They dodged continuously lest the short spears hit them. Candle Dragon Eyes. A spot of starlight appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. When the image of the candle dragons had appeared behind Xiaochen, Xiaochen opened his eyes. The spot of starlight turned into a burning candle flame when Xiaochen opened his eyes. Xiaochen's ice great Dao energy drained quickly. The flickering candle flame followed Xiaochen's gaze, spreading the power of the ice soul everywhere he looked. The black and white eggs immediately slowed down significantly. Kasi. Several short spears struck the 2 puppets, instantly creating many holes in their bodies. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! We admit defeat. We are defeated. The black and white eggs no longer had any temper. They shouted loudly, admitting defeat to Xiaochen. The great desolate Aeon energy vanished, and Xiaochen withdrew his aura and sheathed his saber. After Xiaochen landed on the ground, he took a few steps and arrived before the black and white eggs. 3.5 years. After 3.5 years, Xiaochen finally defeated the black and white eggs. Xiaochen had won cleanly and delightfully. However, now, Xiaochen, who had wanted to take revenge in the past, now felt as calm as still water. If not for the black and white eggs, Xiaochen would not have been able to improve so quickly after being tortured for more than 3 years. The techniques that Xiaochen learned from these two puppets would be useful for the rest of his life. Congratulations, brat. You're finally not trash anymore. Quickly go. Master's inheritance is in there. You are really ruthless. It looks like I will not be able to repair these holes quickly. Xiaochen smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. Sorry for the offense. Then he eagerly headed for the palace. The existence that could create the black and white eggs was at least a faux god. Xiaochen was very curious about the powerful master of the black and white eggs. Of course, he anticipated the inheritance that master left behind. What title do you think we should give him? White Egg asked as it looked at Xiaochen's back. Black Egg thought for a while before saying, the 4 unrivaled titles in the world, Scoundrel, Foolish Egg, Dog Egg and Fool, are already occupied by others. Now, we have the titles of the black and white eggs. 50 years ago, that person snatched away the title of Dragon Egg. I wonder what title we should give him. White Egg thought for a while before saying, Indeed. It is really hard to imagine. Since he could defeat us, it would be inexcusable if we did not give him a title. Just as the two were at a loss as to what title to give Xiaochen, however, Xiaochen had already arrived before the palace. He felt somewhat nervous. What could he obtain from a faux god inheritance? Whoosh! With a gentle push, the palace doors opened. Then, Xiaochen walked in with large strides. Xiaochen was immediately stunned. He saw that the vast palace was empty. There was nothing there. He could see clear signs of someone moving something on the ground. The place where the shelves of treasures should have been was now empty. Aside from the lingering auras of some treasures, everything of value in the entire palace had been moved away. The previous generation Heaven Dragon. Understanding immediately dawned on Xiaochen. Then, he quickly realized that this was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. When the other party left, he collected all the faux god inheritances in this place, not leaving anything behind for Xiaochen. While chatting with the black and white eggs, Xiaochen learned that there were at least 10,000 faux god inheritances of various sizes. This fellow is really ruthless. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xiaochen walked forward. There seemed to be a jade strip on a pillar in the middle. Xiaochen picked up the jade strip and infused some soul energy into it. Immediately, a string of information appeared in Xiaochen's mind. These were the words left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon. Successor, for you to reach this place, you must have defeated the guarding puppets, the black and white eggs. Don't let these two fools injure your confidence. These two combat puppets are as strong as faux gods. They will automatically suppress their strength based on the previous person's cultivation. They will always be 1 minor realm higher than you. If you really think that they are only 1 minor realm higher than you are gravely mistaken. Let's not talk about these two fools. I left in a hurry, so I took all the things with me. I'm sorry. However, I will tell you how to leave this forsaken place. You should be a dragon race cultivator. Otherwise, you would not have been able to reach this place. There is a section on how to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's mysteries in my jade strip. Consider it compensation. Chapter 2068. The Heaven Dragon's Mysteries. The previous generation Heaven Dragon had taken away everything that could be taken from this place, leaving only the cultivation method for the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for Xiaochen. At this moment, Xiaochen felt like he was about to collapse. Xiaochen had guessed that the previous generation Heaven Dragon had already passed the test and would not leave anything good for him. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon did not even leave behind trash for Xiaochen. At the very least, to Xiaochen, what was trash in the eyes of a faux god was definitely worth it. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had plucked everything from goose feathers to goose feathers, leaving nothing behind. The Heaven Dragon had taken away all the treasures and trash. Even the shelves that held the treasures had been taken away. Xiaochen felt angry and funny at the same time. He felt helpless and stifled. Fortunately, Xiaochen had comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. The cultivation method that the previous generation Heaven Dragon left behind could be put to good use. Any other dragon race cultivator would have fallen into despair on the spot. They would not have comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. The cultivation method that the previous generation Heaven Dragon left behind was trash, completely useless. As Xiao Chen continued reading, the method to leave that the previous generation Heavenly Dragon gave him attracted his attention. It was actually not difficult to leave this place. The previous generation Heaven Dragon relied on the foe god inheritance and his accumulations. After successfully breaking through to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor in this land of the Blood Moon, he could explore any corner of this place. Of course, Xiao Chen could not go to the Blue Dragon's ancient city. Not to mention Xiao Chen, even the master of this palace failed several times when he tried to explore the Blue Dragon's ancient city. The key to leaving this place lay in the Blood Moon in the sky. The Blood Moon in the sky was the formation core of Emperor Wu's bloody battle back then, using the entire desolate sea as the formation core. The 100,000 mountains and rivers in the desolate sea were the nodes of the formation. The blood rain above was the core of this vast formation. Controlling this blood moon was equivalent to controlling the blood sacrifice formation from back then. Naturally, the previous generation Heaven Dragon did not have the strength to control the blood moon. After Xiao Chen advanced to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor, he studied the blood moon and managed to find a spatial passageway. As long as he could enter the blood moon, he would be able to use the method he left behind to find this spatial tunnel and leave the land of the blood moon. As for this land of the blood moon, the previous generation Heaven Dragon guessed that it was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world. If one reached the foe god realm, one could use the Dao domain as a foundation to create a small world of their own. The small worlds that regular foe gods could create were pathetically small. The environment was even more rough. It was either a volcano or a wasteland. A small world as vast as Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's would require strong divine energy and foe god energy to support it. According to his guess, this small world should not have been so barren in the past. The spiritual energy in this place was abundant and did not disperse for a long time. The 5 elements were even more so all present. There should have been some unforeseen event that caused this place to be in its current state. As for what the changes were, he didn't know. As for that ancient Blue Dragon city, the previous generation Heaven Dragon felt that it was a legacy that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun left for the Blue Dragon race. It contained astonishing treasures, waiting for the later generations to come and take them. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had sent those evil spirits to guard this dragon city. No one knew what secrets were hidden in Dragon City that made him go to such great lengths to guard it. When Xiao Chen saw this, he thought to himself, T. Why couldn't he enter? Instead, he was treated with hostility and hunted down? Could it be that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was like the master of this palace, leaving behind a group of evil spirits to test me? When Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. He would have to wait until he had the strength to suppress Soul Reaper and the desolate slaves inside. He probably didn't need the treasures of the Blue Dragon ancient city anymore. In the end, the previous Heaven Dragon also explained the identity of the master of this palace. He was a peerless expert of the dragon tribe. He passed the test of the heavenly law-killing formation with the strength of an empty god. Xiao Chen wanted to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city and obtain the treasures that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun left behind. Unfortunately, after a great battle with Wu Chang, they perished together. Before he died, he left behind this palace. He did not want to waste his lifetime of comprehension on the martial Dao. As for Wu Chang, he clearly came back to life after dying. It had to be said that perishing together with a desolate slave was an extremely foolish thing to do. Xiao Chen looked through all the information left by the previous Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chen walked out of the palace expressionlessly. As he looked at the blood moon in the sky, he entered deep thought. How can I enter the blood moon? Under the blood moon, my movement technique and strength are greatly restricted, making it very difficult to soar. Egg, you came out? The black and white eggs quickly walked out, showing some excitement. Xiao Chen asked, feeling suspicious, Who are you calling? Of course you. Earlier, the two of us thought for a long time and finally decided on your title. You will be called Egg. What do you think? You are even stronger than that person from 50 years ago. That person snatched away the title of Dragon Egg. After thinking about it, only the stronger Egg is worthy of the stronger title, White Egg said happily. He was the one who came up with this title. Don't reject it. You are the one. You are absolutely suitable. Black Egg said righteously and seriously as he patted Xiaoqian's shoulder. These two fools are really hopeless. Xiaoqian smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not be bothered to explain what the previous Heaven Dragon did. Figures. Not calling me Bastard Egg is already giving me a lot of face, Xiaoqian muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head and walked forward. Xiaoqian emptied out the faux god expert's treasures, not leaving anything for himself. Furthermore, the black and white eggs gave him a nickname that he could not refute. Xiaoqian was truly ruthless. Right now, he only wanted to be alone. Who is Bastard Egg? How is he stronger than Dog Egg? Perhaps. Look at Egg's sad expression. Bastard Egg must have beaten him up. In that case, he must be an unparalleled expert. If I have a chance, I have to meet this Lord Bastard Egg. I wonder how he compares to our master? Right. We have to meet him. Let's ask Egg. We still don't know what Bastard Egg looks like. Whoosh! The expression of Xiaoqian, who had been walking slowly, changed drastically. Then, his figure moved like lightning, moving quickly. The black and white eggs looked up and found it strange. They asked, "Where is Egg? Where did he go?" "He was here earlier. Over there. After him." Egg, don't run. Quickly tell us who Bastard Egg is." The land of the blood moon, under a rock, Xiaoqian released his bated breath. He had finally shaken off the black and white egg's pursuit. Knowing that these two puppets were actually as strong as faux gods, Xiaoqian was no longer interested in fighting with them. Xiaoqian decided to take a look at the cultivation method for profoundness that the previous Heaven Dragon left behind first. He had not thought of how to get to the blood moon yet, so he could only put it aside for now. The cultivation method for profoundness that the previous Heaven Dragon left behind was very practical. There was a complete and systematic introduction to how to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's profoundness, how to execute it, and how to use it. This was an eye-opener for Xiaoqian, who previously knew nothing about the Heaven Dragon's profoundness and could only figure it out himself. Many questions suddenly became clear. It turned out that the Heaven Dragon profundity could be used in this way. Among them, the one that attracted Xiaoqian the most was the Heaven Dragon body. The Heaven Dragon's profoundness could be combined with the elemental Great Tao that one comprehended, allowing one's body to transform into lightning, water, ice, fire, and wind at will. This was different from when he used the light of freedom to turn his body into lightning. The Heavenly Dragon body was more casual and free. One only needed to think about it. He didn't need to consume any quintessential essence to change his physical body, allowing him to exist as long as he wanted. Right now, he had grasped two types of great Taos and could turn his body into ice and lightning. This was somewhat similar to the undying body of a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. A Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor already surpassed the limits of humans. It was like they did not have the concept of a body. They could freely change their physical bodies without any restrictions. Flowing water, ice, lightning, wind, fire, earth, quicksand. He could change them however he wanted. There was no need to comprehend the corresponding Great Tao. Of course, most Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors would choose the Great Tao they were good at. That way, they would be able to bring out stronger might in battle. The previous generation Heaven Dragon's profoundness also explained how to become a Heaven Dragon. As long as one comprehended 9 Heaven Dragons' profoundness that could turn solid, then merged the 9 dragons into one and formed a Heaven Dragon's heart, one could reverse their bloodline and become a Heaven Dragon. Cultivating 9 Heaven Dragons' profoundness was already as difficult as ascending to heaven. Merging 9 dragons into one was even more difficult. The danger involved was no less than a cultivator's tribulation. However, at least it pointed out a path for me. It is no longer pitch black like before. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. He was not afraid of the difficulty of becoming a Heaven Dragon. He feared not being able to figure it out, wasting his effort. Chapter 2069. The profound meaning cultivation method left behind by the previous Heaven Dragon did not only point out a path for Xiaoqian to follow in the Heaven Dragon's cultivation. This was one of the few ways that Xiaoqian could leave the land of the blood moon. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he was far from being able to enter the Blood Moon. The pressure of the Blood Moon was extremely powerful. In this place, leaping into the air would cause people to feel a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Soaring into the sky and charging straight at the Blood Moon was even more unthinkable. However, if he could successfully cultivate the Heaven Dragon body and raise the Heaven Dragon's profundity to the next level, he would be able to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's profundity to another level. It was not impossible for them to ascend to the Blood Moon. The profundities of the Heaven Tao had always been boundlessly ethereal, fused with the heavens, yet greater than the heavens. No matter how strong the pressure was, it was still able to guarantee that its aura wouldn't scatter and fall into disorder. Come to think of it, it must be thanks to the Heaven Dragon's profundity that the previous generation Heaven Dragon was able to leave. You didn't leave anything for me. I hope that your Heaven Dragon's profoundness can help me escape. Xiao Chen looked at the Blood Moon and said in a deep voice. Anyone would be extremely unwilling to be trapped for 3 years, and Xiao Chen was no exception. No sunrise, no moonset. Inside Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world, Xiao Chen entered bitter cultivation again, researching the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. If the Heaven Dragon's profoundness ran into a bottleneck, Xiao Chen would ponder his own Saber Dao. Xiao Chen's Saber Great Dao had already reached the peak. However, he still could not break through to the Saber domain. Xiao Chen thought, why is this happening? Maybe it is because I lost something. Xiao Chen's Saber Dao took form in the Kunlun realm. His flawless Saber Dao, the state of cycle, the Taiji force field, and many other things had changed after he entered the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen was dazzled by this world, dazzled by the powerful martial techniques. Xiao Chen had blindly pursued new saber techniques and martial techniques, but he had forgotten the foundation of his Dao. It was easy to throw away some things, but it was easier said than done to get them back. The path of martial arts was like an endless ocean, and oneself was like a boat sailing against the current. In order to make the ship move faster, some things were thrown into the ocean. When the ship was far away, when he turned back to look, there was still no end in sight. Even if he wanted to find what he had lost, he could only lament his inadequacy. Many years ago, he had planted the cause, and now he had created the effect. Apart from himself, there was no one else to blame. On a certain day half a year later, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. His Ice Dao energy immediately merged with the strand of Heaven Dragon's profundity in his body. They fused and converged, changing ceaselessly as they condensed all sorts of profound seals. The next moment, Xiao Chen's body began to change, turning into ice crystals bit by bit. Bang! Then, his entire body suddenly dispersed, turning into a ball of flowing ice that flickered with a faint fluorescent light. The body of a Heaven Dragon. So that's how it is. Although his physical body had turned into flowing ice, Xiao Chen's thoughts were still there, and he could easily control this ball of ice. With a thought, the ice turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky. As Xiao Chen controlled his new body to travel in the sky, the pressure he felt was clearly much weaker than with his physical body. What was even more mysterious was that controlling the ice-attributed energy in the world was 100 times easier than with his physical body. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, his ice body instantly materialized a snowstorm. Everywhere it passed, heavy snow flew. Soon, heavy snow covered this land of the Blood Moon. Soon, a thick layer of snow covered the ground. Aside from the ancient city of the Blue Dragon, a thick layer of silver blanketed the land of the Blood Moon. When the ice landed, Xiao Chen's physical body appeared. Then he stretched out his hand to catch the falling snowflakes, which felt cold. The Blood Moon hanging high amid the heavy snow made the scene before Xiao Chen very poignant. What is this? How beautiful! When the black and white eggs came out and saw the snow in the sky, they felt joyful. The two puppets grasped only one great Dao. This was their first time seeing such a scene. This is snow. Without the Heaven Dragon's body, Xiao Chen would have to put in a lot of effort to cover this land of the Blood Moon in silver. After the Heaven Dragon's body turned into ice, its usage of the Ice Dao was on a higher level. However, in combat, the physical body was better. The ice body was too singular and could not control the other great Dao. It could only be useful under certain circumstances. Black egg, white egg. I will be leaving after a while. As Xiaochen looked at the black and white eggs immersed in the snow, he hesitated for a while before saying it. While traveling around earlier, Xiaochen already sensed that he could enter the Blood Moon. No matter what, Xiaochen had stayed in this land of the Blood Moon for 4 years. Now that he had to leave, he felt somewhat reluctant. You are leaving just like that? The black and white eggs turned around, feeling somewhat shocked. However, they soon understood. Those who should leave would leave eventually. Xiaochen did not belong to this land of the Blood Moon in the first place. Xiaochen nodded and said, I will stay for a while longer, no more than a month. White Egg smiled and said, after you go out, remember to come back and visit us when you have time. 50 years ago, Dragon Egg said he would come back, but he has not shown up yet. Xiaochen said seriously, he is locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison and can't even protect himself. He did not lie to the two of you on purpose. Starry Heavens Dragon Prison? The black and white eggs felt confused. After Xiaochen explained, they understood. Could this purple gold dragon emperor be the bastard that you mentioned? He must be. To think that he locked up Dragon Egg. A bastard is indeed a bastard. He is really strong. The black and white eggs exchanged looks, feeling somewhat indignant. They even said that if they had a chance to go out, they would definitely meet this bastard. The snow fell for 1 month before slowly stopping. 1 month. Amid the wind and snow, Xiaochen practiced the flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance, void breaking stance, cloud reaching stance, falling moon stance, heartbreaking stance, and heaven swallowing stance. Many things were hard to retrieve after one threw them away. The flawless saber technique was a saber technique deeply ingrained in Xiaochen's bones. He could not possibly forget it. However, after recalling it for half a year, he still felt somewhat rusty when executing it. This was especially so for the strongest heartbreaking stance. When he executed it slightly, he felt unbearable pain, unable to complete the heartbreaking. The wounds of the past had already healed. How much courage did one need to break them again? However, Xiaochen had to retrieve his Dao and form a Dao domain. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how much heartache he felt, he had to retrieve it bit by bit. It's time to go. The wind and snow already stopped. The hazy blood moon appeared clearly before Xiaochen's eyes. 1 month had already passed. Xiaochen's final reluctance to leave this place would end here. However, he would return sooner or later. He had to think of a way to enter the final dragon city of the blue dragon race at least once. Take care. Black Egg and 2 eggs, these 2 fools, revealed some reluctance as they parted. This was a rare sight. The 2 sharp-tongued puppets showed serious expressions. Should Xiaochen tell them that the palace had already been emptied out? There was no longer any meaning to their protection. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen chose not to tell them. The puppets definitely had a mission when they were created. If the black and white eggs knew that their mission was over, they would not be able to escape. If the black and white eggs knew that their mission was over, no one knew what would happen. Xiaochen might as well let the 2 of them guard this place. At the very least, there was a reason for their existence and meaning. They could continue to persevere and protect the inheritance that their master left behind. Goodbye. Parting was always somewhat hard to accept. Even though Xiaochen had been trapped here for 4 years, he really had to leave this time. Suddenly, just as Xiaochen was about to bring out his heaven dragon body and soar into the air, something strange happened. A beam of intense light shone from behind. A strong light shone from behind. The land that was always dark and gloomy with the blood rains suddenly brightened. This is sunlight. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. When he turned his head back, he saw a blazing sun rising slowly at the edge of the vast desolate plain. A blazing sun slowly rose into the sky. Its light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. Such a miraculous scene was simply too shocking. Let's go. Let's find a place to hide first. However, the black and white eggs were greatly startled as if they had seen something terrifying. Without saying anything, the black and white eggs led Xiaochen to the top of the palace. A special light screen immediately covered the black and white eggs and Xiaochen. This made them look like they merged with the palace, hiding them ingeniously. What's going on? Xiao Chen had never seen the black and white eggs so nervous before, even when they faced Wu Chang. Don't say anything. You'll know later. Chapter 2070. I'll know once I keep watching? Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, that vast sun soared into the sky. The sun and moon competed in brilliance in the sky. Although Xiao Chen could bring out the sun and moon competing brilliance mysterious phenomenon with his will of soul, it was just a soul mysterious phenomenon in the end. It could not compare to the sun and moon competing brilliance mysterious phenomenon. The sun and moon before Xiao Chen were like the desolate sea's blood moon and blazing sun appearing at the same time. Sun and moon competing brilliance. This is the true sun and moon competing brilliance. Xiao Chen muttered in shock. However, he did not understand how this blazing sun appeared. The blood moon hung high in the desolate sea at night, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky during the day. The afterglow of the setting sun was terrifyingly vast, much larger than the blazing sun outside. The sun and moon in the desolate sea were at least 100 times larger than the sun outside. Since Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun could use the moon as the energy source for the bloodstain formation, why could the mysterious person fighting him not use the blazing sun to suppress him? Xiao Chen had thought of this scene long ago. Now that this scene appeared before Xiao Chen, it verified some of his guesses. However, where did the blazing sun come from? This was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world. What was the purpose of this person appearing here? It could not possibly appear for no reason. Since it existed, there had to be a reason. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen watched, the blazing sun soared into the sky, and a golden sea appeared below. The seawater looked like paint, flickering with golden light. However, that was not the important point. The important point was the rows of golden-armored cultivators standing on the sea. These golden-armored cultivators were densely covered in golden battle armor, revealing only their empty eyes. The strange thing was that these golden-armored cultivators were like the dead guards patrolling the Blue Dragon ancient city. They did not seem to have any life force. The only difference was that Xiao Chen could sense a faint trace of divine nature in these golden-armored cultivators. That was right. It was divine nature. Xiao Chen had once been to the city left behind by the martial god. These golden-armored warriors were very similar to the divine crystals in the city, just much weaker. Apart from divinity, he could not sense any vitality or emotions from these golden-armored martial artists. He was different from the black and white eggs and the two combat puppets. Aside from the golden-armored cultivators, there were also some powerful existences riding golden-armored mutated beasts. They wore blood-colored cloaks, and their auras were even more terrifying. Boom! 100-meter-tall golden-armored cultivator slowly descended from the blazing golden sun. There was a golden flag on his back, and he held a giant blade in his hand. His body exuded an extremely cold aura. Under his helmet, his eyes were hollow, and his body was burning with golden flames. The strong aura inspired fear. Xiao Chen finally understood why the black and white eggs hid. At this moment, a series of deafening dragon roars came from the Blue Dragon ancient city. One of the desolate sea's 10 great desolate slaves, Soul Reaper, leaped out of the ancient city. The originally dim blood moon. After Soul Reaper appeared, it erupted with startling light. The sun and the moon shone at their peak. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. Faint cracks appeared in this incomparably stable small world. Many visible cracks appeared in the air. A terrifying energy storm surged out of the cracks, spreading throughout the entire land of the blood moon. Kill! The blazing cultivator held up his giant blade and took the lead, leading the golden-armored army as they charged towards the Blue Dragon ancient city. The desolate slave Soul Reaper snorted coldly, and the army of the dead came out in full force. Countless desolate slaves soared into the air. Among them were the sovereign emperors that Soul Reaper once hung on its metal hooks. Now they had all turned into desolate slaves. In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A startling, chaotic battle unfolded. It was a horrifying battle. With Xiao Chen's strength, he could not participate at all. Any random soldier of the dead or golden-armored cultivator had the strength of a great perfection sovereign personage. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's small world was already very vast. It spanned tens of millions of kilometers. However, the moment the battle started, it spread to every corner of the land of the Blood Moon. The palace where Xiao Chen and the black and white eggs were was no exception. However, the black and white eggs seemed to have activated the formation of the palace, allowing Xiao Chen and the black and white eggs to merge with the mysterious palace. The nearby mountains and rivers came one after another. The dilapidated palace endured wave after wave of attacks, but it did not collapse. The battle was incredibly intense, making everyone's blood surge. They wished that they could personally join the battle and charge in. The blazing sun in the sky slowly approached. The blazing cultivator held up his giant blade as he fought with Soul Reaper. Xiao Chen could not understand the battle between these two at all. It already surpassed his understanding. One bathed in golden flames, and the other radiated a death aura. Every time they attacked, this vast land of the Blood Moon trembled intensely. This made one worry whether this small world would be broken. However, there was one thing that Xiao Chen was sure of. Several of the martial techniques that Soul Reaper used were the secret techniques of the Blue Dragon race. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen had seen them before. However, one was in his mind, and the other was in reality. What exactly is this Soul Reaper's identity? Bitchy Egg is starting to lose. After the previous miserable defeat, it looks like Foolish Egg made ample preparations. He must break into the Dragon City. We can't stay here any longer. Egg, after we get out, we'll follow you. The black and white eggs chattered in Xiao Chen's ears as they observed the battle. Although Xiao Chen could not understand the battle between Soul Reaper and the blazing cultivator, he could feel the blazing sun in the sky slowly approaching. The mysterious golden-armored army indeed held the upper hand. Who is that blazing cultivator? Why does he want to occupy the Dragon City? Xiao Chen asked seriously, feeling somewhat worried about the Dragon City's outcome for some reason. White Egg replied softly, "Who knows? Both sides are a group of dead people. I don't know why they are fighting, but after we came to this place, we didn't know why. Ever since we came to this place, Foolish Egg has led a group of little foolish eggs to charge over every few hundred years. The most powerful time was when they killed their way to the city gates. The most miserable time was the last time. Only he managed to escape." Black Egg continued, "However, this time, Foolish Egg is truly well prepared. There are too many little foolish eggs." Bang! As the two spoke, the blazing sun and the blood moon clashed in the sky for the first time. In an instant, endless flames and a rain of blood rained down from the sky. The golden-armored cultivators and the soldiers of the dead exploded at the same time. For the first time, a 1-kilometer-long black crack appeared in the small world. "Be careful!" The black and white eggs threw themselves at Xiao Chen at the same time. Rumble! In the next moment, many holes appeared in the dilapidated palace. "Dig, are you all right?" Xiao Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Although these two fools were lacking in intelligence and had a terrible venomous tongue, they were still reliable. At the crucial moment, they could still be relied on. "I'm fine." Xiao Chen glanced at the palace that could block a foe god's attack. Now, it was riddled with holes, which gave him some lingering fear. This time, they will really break into the city. Haydn sighed softly. Xiao Chen looked carefully and saw that the blood moon had dimmed significantly, retreating to the top of the ancient city. The golden-armored army pressed forward, charging towards the Dragon City. When one side advanced, the other side could only retreat. The army of the dead in the Blue Dragon ancient city was in a somewhat passive position. "Bitchy Egg is in trouble." White Egg suddenly exclaimed in shock. Right after White Egg spoke, the blazing saber drew the golden banner on its back and tossed it out. The banner pierced through Soul Reaper's body and carried it forward, pinning it to the majestic city walls of the Blue Dragon ancient city. In an instant, Wu Chang let out a cry of agony. Black smoke rose from the wounds on his body. Soul Reaper tossed aside the metal hook in its hand and grasped the golden banner with both hands. Soul Reaper's palm immediately got burned, and a flame started burning along its arm. The desolate slave Soul Reaper struggled to pull the banner out. Its expression was one of unbearable pain. With every inch it pulled out, it suffered inhuman torture. The flame not only burned its physical body but also its soul. Without Soul Reaper's obstruction, the blazing saber swept through everything in its path. Soul Reaper led the golden-armored army forward, forcing back the army of the dead in the Blue Dragon ancient city. The 100-meter-tall, blazing golden giant burned with intense flames. Although its body gave off light, it gave off a bone-chilling feeling. Soul Reaper held the gigantic saber and attacked coldly. No one in the army of the dead could stop it. At this moment, Xianxia was shocked to discover a trace of dissatisfaction in the desolate slave Soul Reaper's eyes. How could this be? The desolate slave was a dead man. How could a dead man have emotions? That was not right. It was indeed a dead man, just a desolate slave. However, its will remained in its heart before it died. Like the black and white eggs, its mission was to protect the dragon city. However, it had been a human when it was alive. Its feelings and attachment to that ancient city were not something the black and white eggs could compare to. Soul Reaper's attachment, his blood, sweat, and tears were all in this ancient city. Even though every inch of this golden banner made Soul Reaper feel incredibly unbearable, it still persisted without hesitation. The Dragon's Gate's war venerates would not rest until death. Suddenly, the group of Dragon's Gate's war venerates under the Qing Emperor appeared in Xianxia's mind. No, I have to think of a way. I cannot break the Blue Dragon ancient city. Strange, where did this golden banner come from? I have never seen Foolish Egg use it before. This golden banner completely restrains Bitchy Egg. This is too tragic. He has all his strength, but he cannot bring it out. The black and white eggs sighed softly, feeling somewhat sorry for Bitchy Egg. A thought occurred to Xianxia and he pleaded, "Black and white eggs, I know that you are foe gods, no weaker than Soul Reaper and that blazing saber. If you make a move, you will definitely be able to change the situation. Please make a move. I beg you." The black and white eggs exchanged looks. After a moment of silence, they said helplessly, "We cannot make a move. The setting that Master gave us is that we can only be stronger by one cultivation realm. You are a small perfection sovereign personage, so we can only be great perfection sovereign personages. Right now, we can only bring out the strength of a great perfection sovereign personage. Unless a peak sovereign emperor comes to challenge us, we can only bring out the strength of a foe god." Rumble. As the two spoke, the golden-armored army climbed the city walls. That 100-meter-tall blazing saber stood with the two statues at the city gates. However, the two statues were no match for him. After exchanging moves for a while, they showed signs of weakening. The city gates were about to fall. "Is there no other way?" Xianxia asked, feeling anxious and somewhat despairing. White Egg replied seriously, "It is not that there is none. If you are not afraid of death, we can lend our strength to you temporarily. If we can let you erupt out with the combat prowess of a foe god, you might be able to turn the situation around." "That's right. We still have our strength. We just cannot use it. However, although your divine body has already awakened once, it will not bode well for you to withstand the power of a foe god." Egg, you have to think this through," Black Egg said as he nodded. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. With a determined look in his eyes, he quickly said, "Come, then. This is my city. Even if it falls, I will be the one to do it. It is not up to a group of outsiders to behave atrociously." "As you wish." The black and white eggs exchanged looks and attacked at the same time, each throwing a palm strike at Xianxia. Chapter 2071. Boom. When the black and white eggs' palms landed on Xianxia's body, two vast forces appeared. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, the energy surged into Xianxia's body unreasonably. In an instant, the meridians in his body were filled to the brim, expanding to 4 times their original size. Instantly, his entire body felt intense pain, so much so that he wished he were dead. He felt like a rubber ball about to explode. But this was not the end. His strength continued to soar, and his 9-star primal core shone resplendently. Inside Xianxia's body, it was like the sun was burning. His entire body surged with heat, and he sweated profusely. "You can't open your mouth. You can't scream." The slightest leakage of power will result in failure. Haydn glanced at Xiao Chen and said coldly. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he allowed the pain to spread throughout his body. Suppressing the power in his body and the intense pain that accompanied it, he struggled to hold on. As expected of a divine body that has awakened once. If it was someone else, their body would have exploded long ago. White Egg praised as it continued to lend its power to Xiao Chen nervously. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression was twisted and his face was red. Coupled with the pain he was trying his best to suppress, he looked extremely terrifying. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Cheering himself on in his heart, Xiao Chen watched coldly as the blazing blade pierced forward. Slash after slash, the undead guards were cut down like vegetables. The cultivators formed by the two statues gradually lost their strength. They could no longer restrain Xiao Chen. They could only watch as he continued to slaughter the undead guards to pave the way for the golden-armored army. The blazing sun in the sky was getting closer and closer. The Blue Dragon ancient city had reached its most critical moment. White Egg could sense Xiao Chen's anxiety. It reminded him, don't get emotional. This is the final step. It is time to raise your will of soul. It's starting. Hua. The azure-colored dragon mark that represented Xiao Chen's soul intent released a dazzling light. His powerful soul power turned into a golden ocean that spread throughout his soul pool. As his soul will poured into his body, Xiao Chen discovered that he could gradually control the violent and terrifying power in his body. Indeed, no matter how much strength the black and white eggs lent him, the black and white eggs would not be able to stop them. If one's soul will wasn't strong enough, one wouldn't be able to control it and could only randomly release the energy in one's body. Shio. The instant the black and white eggs let go at the same time, they formed a black and white talisman seal in Xiao Chen's body. This is the talisman that we used when we executed our secret technique. Although you are not a faux god yet, the power that you can burst out with is already comparable to a faux god's. However, one must remember that when the sigil disappears, all of its power will be lost. Thus, when the seal starts to flash, you must quickly retreat. Otherwise, with your true strength, you won't be able to escape. Shadan, I only need a finger to kill you. After lending their energy to Xiao Chen, the black and white eggs felt somewhat weak. However, they did not forget to remind Xiao Chen. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Chen did not rush into action. Instead, he closed his eyes to familiarize himself with his current state. Rumble. Many golden warriors had already scaled the walls of the Blue Dragon ancient city and fought with the soldiers of the dead. The two statues that appeared were thoroughly defeated. The blazing golden giant easily crushed the two statues with 1 foot while holding a huge saber. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on the city gates. After breaking the city gates, half of the Blue Dragon ancient city's formation would be broken. At that time, a strong existence like Xiao Chen would be able to enter the ancient city. Under the helmet, 2 spots of fire flickered in the empty eyes of the blazing golden giant. The golden giant that was covered in raging flames seemed to feel a trace of excitement, and its aura increased once again. The eyes of the desolate slave soul reaper, which was still struggling to draw out the golden banner, filled with helplessness. Just as the blazing giant was about to break the city gates, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Martial and soul as one. As Xiao Chen stood on the dilapidated palace, he drew his saber, and his will of soul instantly merged with his martial Dao. The instant Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber, only black and white remained in the world. Only the saber in Xiao Chen's hand remained colorful, giving off a resplendent light. Even the blood moon and blazing sun in the sky paled in comparison to this saber light. The entire golden-armored army turned their heads and looked at Xiao Chen, finding it strange. Even the blazing golden giant looked at Xiao Chen after looking at the sun and moon in the sky. Sensing the surging energy in his body, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and charged at the blazing giant. Bush, bush, bush. Several golden-armored cultivators immediately soared into the air and charged at Xiao Chen. The weakest of them were great perfection sovereign personages, and many were sovereign emperors. In the past, when Xiao Chen faced sovereign emperors, Even the weakest sovereign emperor, he could not retaliate. Before their auras, Xiaochen found it hard to block. With a casual wave, he could use his divine energy to kill him. However, Xiaochen's gaze turned cold. His entire body radiated a terrifying saber intent as he swung his saber. None of these sovereign emperors or sovereign personages could block his saber strike. Bang! 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 The golden armor exploded, but there was no physical body inside, only a clump of flames containing a divine nature. No wonder the black and white eggs said that these golden-armored cultivators were just a bunch of dead people. The blazing giant coldly watched as Xiaochen killed all the golden-armored cultivators who tried to stop him. The blazing giant stood there without moving. Just as Xiaochen broke through many obstacles and was about to charge at the blazing giant, the 100-meter-tall blazing giant moved. The 100-meter-tall flame giant moved. Its figure flashed, and it vanished from Xiaochen's sight. Where is it? Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. He extended his spiritual sense but could not find the blazing giant at all. Just as Xiaochen felt bewildered, a clump of golden light suddenly burst out in front, illuminating the land of the blood moon. Xiaochen did not have much time to think. He could only rely on his instincts to quickly attack. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and the entire land of the blood moon shook intensely. Xiaochen's palm exploded, and his arm went numb. Divine energy spread through his arm and into his body. Xiaochen was knocked back 10 kilometers. Before he could catch his breath, the blazing giant launched a storm-like attack. Then, Xiaochen saw a vast expanse of golden saber chi interweaving before him, pressing at him in a dense wave. The blazing giant released a divine light from its body. The blazing flames made it look like a deity. Xiaochen resisted the pressure and took a deep breath. Then he gently shook his wrist. The tyrant saber immediately trembled tens of thousands of times, sending out thousands of saber chi that clashed with the golden giant's saber moves. When facing the other party's strong pressure, Xiaochen executed his flawless saber dao to make up for his lack of momentum. Using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber, he danced around in the air, using the thousands of mysterious phenomena as sabers. Ding, ding, ding. The two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Every move was a life-and-death test for Xiaochen. He could not afford to be careless. If he got careless, he would die. The strength that the black and white eggs lent to Xiaochen at the same time was still slightly weaker than this golden giant's. The battle lasted for 4 hours. After thousands of moves, Xiaochen became more familiar with his own strength and gradually got rid of the disadvantage. Resolving the mundane. Xiaochen shouted and executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In his current state, Xiaochen executed resolving the mundane. When the eternal and inextinguishable saber light chopped down on the golden giant's body trembled violently. For the first time, Xiaochen's tyrant saber stabbed deeply into his opponent's body. However, before he could rejoice, Xiaochen was sent flying. He was forced to let go of the saber in his hand and tumbled to the ground. The golden giant took a step forward and grabbed out with his hand. His 5 fingers were like mountains as a great pressure enveloped Xiaochen. Firmament's rage. At the critical moment, Xiaochen executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique. The 5-element divine lightning materialized a complete nation of lightning and saber chi in his palm. Bang! The 2 palms clashed. Xiaochen knocked back the golden giant's confident grab. Oh no! Just as Xiaochen was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that the black and white talisman seals in his body started flickering. Xiaochen's energy continuously faded. Thinking of the black and white egg's advice, Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He needed to retreat quickly at this moment. However, after being knocked back, the golden giant's figure trembled slightly. Then it took another step forward. The divine might firmly suppressed the golden giant. Even if Xiaochen wanted to retreat, he could not. The shadow of death shrouded Xiaochen. However, just at this moment, a clump of golden light burst out of the 100-meter-tall golden giant's chest. An ancient metal hook pierced through the golden giant's chest. It was Soul Reaper. It was the desolate slave Soul Reaper. The golden giant finally managed to pull out the golden banner that was suppressing it. Whoosh! Soul Reaper stretched out its hand and pulled. The 100-meter-tall golden giant snapped in half in front of Xianxia. The golden giant's body fell to the ground. Only a clump of flames managed to escape, instantly entering the blazing sun in the sky. The ferocious golden-armored army retreated like the receding tide. The desolate slave Soul Reaper remained expressionless as it appeared in front of Xianxia with a hook in its hand. Its body was no smaller than the golden giant's, and its aura was not inferior to the golden giant's either. While Xianxia was feeling a little nervous, the golden giant's aura was not inferior either. One of Wu Chang's hands suddenly grabbed at Xianxia. Chapter 2072. The black and white talisman seal in Xianxia's body dimmed, looking like it would vanish soon. Xianxia could not resist Soul Reaper at all. If Soul Reaper's attack was meant to kill Xianxia, Xianxia would not be able to resist at all. When the black and white eggs saw this scene from the dilapidated palace, they asked sullenly, "Bitchy egg, what are you doing?" Xianxia no longer had the energy to think. He could only leave it to fate. No matter what, the golden-armored army had already retreated. Under the pressure of the blood moon, the blazing sun in the sky also slowly moved into the distance. Whoosh! The force of Soul Reaper's palm strike grabbed Xianxia, holding him in its palm. Soul Reaper used the space Dao, making Xianxia's entire body smaller than its palm. It's over. Xianxia did not die to that blazing saber but to Soul Reaper. Fate really knew how to play tricks on people. However, the result was not too surprising. Be it Soul Reaper or that blazing saber, they were already dead. They had limited intelligence and could only exist with a will. Whoosh! However, just as Xianxia began to despair, Soul Reaper did not crush Xianxia to death. Instead, it only looked at Xianxia. Soul Reaper showed doubt and a probing expression. Immediately, Xianxia felt his bloodline circulate uncontrollably under the other party's gaze. In the next moment, Xianxia activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline, and his eyes turned golden. A terrifying, ancient, and mysterious dragon might burst out of his body. This was the divine might of the blue dragon, the head of the 7-colored divine dragons. Xianxia felt somewhat astonished. This was the first time he activated his bloodline uncontrollably under the stimulation of an external force. Soul Reaper's body suddenly relaxed as it gently put Xianxia down. Then, it placed a finger on Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's forehead instantly split open, and blood seeped out. The soul energy and the blood formed a strange blood moon mark. Before Xianxia could understand what was going on, he landed in front of the city gates and looked back. He saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper place its right hand on its left shoulder and make a special gesture. Then, it turned around and continued its pursuit. He held the iron hook in his hand and chased after the blazing sun in the sky, as well as the remnants of the golden army. Puzzled, Xianxia turned around and faced the city gate. Xiao! The blood moon mark between his eyebrows suddenly bloomed with light. Xianxia felt that this mark was deeply connected to his bloodline and soul. With a rumbling sound, under his bewildered gaze, the ancient city gate opened. The surroundings were filled with the remains of the dead soldiers, the remaining desolate slaves, and the dead soldiers. All of them followed impermanence and began their final counterattack, wiping out the golden-armored army. At the edge of the land of the blood rain, above the golden ocean, he slaughtered the remaining gold-ranked warriors. Let's go in and see. Xianxia did not know what had happened. Perhaps the desolate slave Soul Reaper had confirmed his blue dragon bloodline and opened the city gates to him. This was a rare opportunity, and the city gates might close in a moment. Xianxia didn't hesitate and headed straight for the blue dragon ancient city. He really wanted to know what kind of existence the city was. Look, Dandan went in. The black and white eggs in the palace felt incredibly shocked. Back then, their master had spent his entire life trying to enter the blue dragon ancient city. In the end, he even lost his life and failed to enter. Right now, Xianxia was only a small perfection sovereign personage, yet he managed to enter. Boom! The moment Xianxia entered the city gates behind him closed with a loud bang. After glancing back, Xianxia ignored it and strolled around the ancient city. The layout of the Dragon City was roughly the same as that of White Dragon City and Heaven Dragon City that Xiaochen had been to before. However, they were more majestic and imposing. There were also many buildings with the unique characteristics of the Blue Dragon, which the other dragon cities did not have. As Xiaochen strolled around the city, he could clearly feel the ancient air of the ancient city. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The Divine Dragon Empire's dragon cities were built on ancient dragon race remnants. The accumulations of the Blue Dragon Ancient City before Xiaochen were far more profound than those of White Dragon City and Heaven Dragon City. Aside from the dragon souls wandering in the sky, there were no other living creatures in the city. It was empty, somewhat sinister, and even a bit cold. Being in it made one feel slightly uncomfortable. If not for the dragon race bloodline in his body, Xiaochen would not have been able to stroll through the heavy accumulations and dragon might. The blood moon mark on Xiaochen's forehead flickered continuously. He felt a mysterious existence there. Ever since he entered the city, it had been calling out to him. Xiaochen gently leaped up and landed on the roof of a nearby building. Then he looked into the distance. After determining the direction, Xiaochen's white robes moved about the Dragon City's buildings. After 1 hour, Xiaochen stopped. A majestic Dao platform appeared in front of him. This was an ancient Dao platform on a cliff. From there, one could see the entire Blue Dragon Ancient City. A Dao platform. This was an ancient existence used for trans-realm transportation, not something from the martial epic. It was something that had been passed down from many epics, combining the wisdom of countless experts to form. Xiaochen had experience using trans-realm transportation formations before and had seen Dao platforms more than once. However, he had never seen such a colossal Dao platform before. Xiaochen was deeply shocked. When this Dao platform was activated, it could transport a legion of cultivators at the same time. If one activated it, one could teleport from anywhere in the Great Thousand Realms while standing on this Dao platform. However, this was not the focus of Xiaochen's thoughts. His focus was on an upright piece of wood. This piece of wood should be divine wood equal to the propping mulberry tree. It looked like a stone pillar as it stood on the Dao platform. A totem of uncanny craftsmanship was carved on it. This was a totem, the Blue Dragon Totem. Xiaochen had once left a similar dragon totem in the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate according to the old Dragon Gate's instructions. However, compared to this totem before him, it was like child's play. He could not bear to think about it. The totem in front of him looked like a real azure dragon had appeared in front of him. The dragon might spread to every corner of the Dao platform. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently leaped onto the Dao platform and arrived before the totem. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand to touch it. Immediately, a strange feeling spread in his heart. It felt like a vast azure sea appeared before him. As he stood on the shore and looked at the sea, a feeling of inferiority filled his heart. The soul energy in Xiaochen's soul pool, the veritable essence energy in his primal core, and the wandering vital qi all gathered at this moment. At the same time, they converged together, transforming into a river that flowed into the ocean. All this was beyond Xiaochen's control. In mere moments, he drained a third of his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Motes of light appeared on the surface of the sea. There were blurry scenes in the motes of light. When looking carefully, one would discover that they were cities. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he immediately understood. These motes of light represented the cities connected to the Dao platform. They all seemed to be the legendary gathering points of the Divine Dragon Empire. They were either within the empire or the great realms controlled by the dragon race. Aside from the cities, there were actually some special secret realms. In the secret realms, Xiaochen unexpectedly discovered the Heaven Dragon Palace, the secret realm that nurtured countless spirit herbs, representing the accumulations of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiaochen even saw the blurry image of his own divine rank medicine cauldron in that secret realm. Aside from these, there were many other dim motes of light. Those were the connections of the other empires and dynasties. Xiaochen understood. The transportation formation of this Dao platform was driven by the totem. However, with Xiao Chen's current strength, activating the formation was somewhat difficult. He could only take a look, and he could not even see it clearly. Whoosh! After noticing this, Xiao Chen prepared to stop. However, just at this moment, a blurry azure dragon image appeared at the end of the sea. The dragon image gathered and formed a totem. Xiao Chen's expression changed dramatically. This totem was at the end of the sea. Xiao Chen's vision was blurry, and he could only make out a silhouette. However, with just one look, Xiao Chen recognized it. This was the totem that he personally carved in the Kunlun realm. Could it be that this platform could send him directly back to Kunlun? Although Xiao Chen felt shocked, his veritable essence energy and soul energy were about to run out, so he had no choice but to let go. The azure sea vanished, and the scene before him immediately returned to normal. Rumble. Before Xiao Chen could resolve his doubts, the entire mountain range where the Dao platform was suddenly shook intensely. Suddenly, an azure dragon statue appeared in the middle of the mountain range. Then, it swam around the mountain range like it came to life. Finally, it stopped at the summit of this mountain, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at Xiao Chen. This looked somewhat similar to the Heaven Dragon statue in the Heaven Dragon Palace, except it had more spiritual energy. Chapter 2073. As Xiao Chen looked at the blue dragon statue surrounding the mountains, he thought to himself, the totem must have absorbed my veritable essence energy, triggering the appearance of this blue dragon statue. The appearance of the blue dragon statue was somewhat strange. There should be some trick to it. As Xiao Chen stood on the vast Dao platform, he looked extremely insignificant. As Xiao Chen pondered, his expression did not change. He did not move at all. However, great waves surged in his heart, his shock fading. Actually, Xiao Chen had wanted to return to the Kunlun realm long ago. However, the journey back was very long. It would take at least 4 to 10 years. How vast was the Great Thousand Realms? If Xiao Chen ran into some unpredictable danger along the way, it would be hard to say how long he would have to spend. After cultivating bitterly in the land of the Blood Moon for 4 years, Xiao Chen did not fear peak sovereign personages of the outside world. However, this bit of strength was nothing before the Golden Dragon bloodline. Right now, Xiao Chen urgently needed to raise his strength. It was not just to become the Dragon Emperor but to survive. However, the mysterious Dao platform in this ancient dragon city could allow him to return to the Kunlun realm easily. How could Xiao Chen not feel excited? I have to think of a way to make use of this Dao platform. Otherwise, I don't know if I can enter again. Xiao Chen always liked to take the initiative and did not like to be passive when dealing with things. This time, he had been passive when he entered the Dragon City, getting in for some inexplicable reason. Next time, he would not feel confident and did not like this feeling. I have to think of a way. Xiao Chen started walking around on the Dao platform. As he thought of a way, he searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for information about the Blue Dragon Ancient City, the Dao platform, and trans-realm transportation formations. Time passed without him realizing it. In the land of the Blood Moon, the battle between the army of the dead led by the desolate slave Soul Reaper and the golden armored army reached its most intense moment. Above the golden ocean, the huge setting sun slowly sank into the ocean. Right now, it was no longer a question of whether they could break into the Dragon City but whether they could retreat safely. Clearly, the desolate slave Soul Reaper did not want to miss this opportunity. It led the army of the dead to prevent the setting sun from sinking. Inside the huge setting sun was a scorching space formed by extreme yang flames. It was even more vast and vast. Soul Reaper entered the depths of the blazing sun and began to fight the blazing warrior that had been resurrected. Even though he was on his home ground, the flaming giant that had been killed once still found it hard to match the Soul Reaper. However, he didn't need to defeat a Hellguard. He had to maintain his undefeatable state and wait for the blazing sun to sink into the vast ocean before impermanence would retreat. At this moment, the intensity of the battle was even more intense than when the golden armored army was about to breach the city. Even Xiao Chen, who was in the depths of the ancient city's Dao platform, could sense that the entire land of the Blood Rain was shaking violently. But at this moment, Xiao Chen had no time to care about it. He was still thinking about how to smoothly come here next time. He had found a way to activate this Dao pillar. The amount of information about the space Dao and trans-realm transportation formations in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories was rather startling. Most of the messages were spam, and it was extremely troublesome to eliminate them one by one. As for Xiaochen, he knew very little about the space Dao, trans-realm transportation formations, and Dao platforms. Amid the chaos, Xiaochen appeared somewhat anxious. He did not know how long he could remain in this ancient city. Divine Universe Steel. Just as Xiaochen felt helpless and was about to give up, preparing to explore the blue dragon statue first, a piece of information flashed in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Divine Universe Steel, the most profound treasure in the world. It was born from a cosmos divine stone fragment. After countless epochs of life and death, the cosmos divine stone fragments disappeared without a trace, completely destroyed. Only the divine universe steel still exists in the world. Its value would tempt even true gods, causing them to risk their lives for it. Only the divine Aeon tablet still exists in the world, and its value is something that even true gods would be moved by and not hesitate to take risks. Only the divine universe steel still exists in the world. Its value would tempt even true gods, causing them to risk their lives. When the primal chaos shattered, when the world was born, many miraculous things were born. One of them could reverse time and space. Later, it shattered in the struggle for it. At the same time, its ability to control time and space was split. One fragment contained the ultimate mysteries of the space Dao, and the other contained the ultimate mysteries of the time Dao. The divine universe steel was a spatial treasure forged from the cosmos divine stone fragment containing the ultimate mysteries of the space Dao. That was the gist of it. After all, it had experienced too many epochs. No one could be sure of its true origins. However, that did not matter. Right now, Xiaochen did not care about this. What he cared about was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. The divine universe steel was a miraculous item that could control the Dao platform and break trans-realm transportation formations. Xiaochen had known long ago that the divine universe steel had other mysteries. However, he was too weak. Furthermore, the space Dao was too profound. Hence, he had not bothered with it, only treating it as a large storage ring. It is not too late to know now. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his somewhat fatigued face as he looked at this Dao platform, filled with lofty aspirations. He no longer hesitated. He carefully studied how to use the divine universe steel's secret method. Although he did not grasp the space Dao, he could still control the divine universe steel to bring out the mysteries of space. For hours later, Xiaochen revealed a brilliant light in his eyes, and he showed a cautious expression. In the past, he did not care about it. Now, he realized how strong the divine universe steel in his hand was. If he did not expose it, some faux god old monsters would come after him to fight it out. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter once said that there were only 3 grades of soul tools in the world: inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade. The only transcendent grade soul tool was the Wings of Time. Although the divine universe steel in Xiaochen's hand could not cause much damage and could not kill his enemies directly, its mysteries were at least equal to a superior grade soul tool. However, its profoundness was at least comparable to a superior grade soul tool, infinitely close to the Wings of Time. With a thought, the divine universe steel appeared in Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen looked at the blue dragon totem cautiously. He felt somewhat nervous, not completely confident. Even with the divine universe steel in hand and grasping some of its mysteries, he did not dare to say that he could decipher this Dao platform. As long as Xiaochen could decipher this Dao platform, it would be equivalent to him controlling this Dao platform in another way. If he wanted to come here in the future, he would only need to use the divine universe steel. He would not need to rely on Soul Reaper's strength or follow the rules of the ancient city. He could come and go freely by himself. The benefits were immeasurable. This Dao platform could control all the transportation formations in the entire Divine Dragon Empire. It could even enter many secret realms. The significance of this to Xiaochen was immeasurable. What did this mean? It meant that Xiaochen had the capital to fight the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently let go, and the divine universe steel slowly flew into the air and hovered above the Tao platform. Success or failure depends on this. Xiao Chen formed hand seals according to the secret technique in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then he merged his veritable essence energy and soul energy, sending beams of light into the divine universe steel. The ancient patterns on the divine universe steel flowed like blood. In that instant it gave off a bright light. Many mysterious and unfathomable steel scripts appeared on the divine universe steel, forming an ancient scripture. Xiao Chen felt that it was somewhat strenuous. He did not dare to relax. At this moment, if he was not careful, he would die. If he got careless, he would suffer a rebound from the divine universe steel. The power of space would instantly tear his physical body to shreds. However, as long as an opportunity presented itself, Xiao Chen would not give up. Furthermore, this opportunity before him would determine whether he could return to the Kunlun realm and whether he could gain the capital to fight the purple gold dragon emperor. Since Xiao Chen made his choice, he would continue on without hesitation, never turning back, never hesitating. Boom! When all the steel scripts appeared, the light in the surroundings of the divine universe steel withdrew. In the next moment, a mysterious water-like energy turned into ripples. The ripples spread out in all directions from the divine universe steel. Traces of gentle fluctuations appeared in the space. Water-like energy spread out and slowly covered the Tao platform. Whoosh! Mysterious talisman scripts of light and shadow leaked out of the ancient Tao platform and poured into the divine universe steel. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. With Xiao Chen's startling talent, his first attempt at this secret technique went incredibly smoothly. However, this is very tiring. Very tiring. Xiao Chen felt his soul energy and veritable essence energy draining continuously. It was no easier than when he checked the blue dragon totem. If it were an ordinary Tao platform, Xiao Chen would have succeeded already. However, this Tao platform was ancient and mysterious, boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen had only deciphered a third of the Tao platform, and he already found it somewhat taxing. He could only clench his teeth and endure. I cannot give up here. It is hard to say if I will have a second chance. Perhaps I might be expelled in the next moment. I cannot give up on this opportunity. When one was fatigued and under pressure, a demon would appear in one's heart, giving oneself all sorts of excuses to give up. This was a heart demon, but it was human nature. No one could avoid it. Xiao Chen was the same. However, he had a strong will and knew the importance of deciphering this Tao platform. No matter how the demon in one's heart tempted Xiao Chen to give up, Xiao Chen's will would instantly shatter it. However, every time Xiao Chen shattered it, the heart demon would quickly appear. As Xiao Chen's physical body grew increasingly fatigued and the pressure increased, the heart demon grew stronger, sweeping out in an even more ferocious and berserk manner. The heart demon wreaked havoc, arrogant and despotic, disrupting my state of mind and disturbing my peace. How should I deal with it? No confusion, no panic, no fear. Trample on it, crush it, smash it to death. No one could stop Xiao Chen from deciphering the Tao platform under him. Xiao Chen missed his old friends in the Kunlun realm. He longed for the ability to fight the purple gold dragon emperor. He looked forward to returning to the divine dragon empire. He did not want to be chased away in a sorry state by others again. Xiao Chen's willpower was like that of a killing god. No matter how strong the heart demon was, he would respond in an even stronger, more ruthless, and more resolute manner, refusing to compromise. Determination filled Xiao Chen's eyes, looking like pure gems in the starry heavens. Aside from perseverance, there was nothing else. In this world, losing to anyone could be forgiven, but losing to oneself was the most unforgivable. Chapter 2074. In this world, losing to anyone could be forgiven, but losing to oneself was the only thing that could be forgiven. Xiao Chen crushed his heart demon and defeated himself, still persisting bitterly. Whether he could decipher this ancient Tao platform depended on his ability. Whether he could persist or not depended on his attitude. This was how Xiao Chen always did things. If he persisted to the end, even if he did not obtain the result he wanted, he would feel at ease. Even if he did his best, he would feel at ease. This was the case now. Under Xiao Chen's persistence, the mysterious energy radiating from the divine universe steel already covered half of the Dao platform. Xiao Chen had already covered half of the Dao platform. However, he was now exhausted. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a spent force. This Dao platform before him was simply too vast. The ancient talisman scripts it contained were as many as the stars in the sky. Continue to persist. A person's potential is forced out by oneself. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth. Even though he was a spent force, he did not show any intention of giving up. Be it mental or physical fatigue, he was incredibly fatigued. The heart demon did not stop for even a moment, tempting him to give up. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt his will of soul explode. His soul energy, which was still at the end of its tether, poured out endlessly from his will of soul. The blazing sun and bright moon in the sky above Xiao Chen's soul pool rose up once more. The sun and moon shining together shone with resplendent light. I broke through. Xiao Chen immediately felt excited. Under the boundless pressure, his great perfection sovereign personage will of soul broke through to peak sovereign personage. After Xiao Chen broke through to peak sovereign personage, his originally dried up soul energy instantly filled his soul pool. The sea formed by his soul energy was much larger than before. Indeed, heaven never bars one's way. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. Originally, he had been on the verge of collapsing. His veritable essence energy was drained, and his soul energy dried up. He could no longer activate this divine universe steel. Who could have imagined that his will of soul would make a breakthrough at the crucial moment? The flood-like soul energy poured into the divine universe steel. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared behind Xiao Chen at the same time. Boom! After the divine universe steel received the replenishment of soul energy, it immediately felt like a god was helping it. In one go, it covered 2/3 of the Dao platform. The ancient talisman scripts were like stars as they entered the divine universe steel. Puchi. Just when the situation was looking good, Xiao Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. It turned out that his true essence had dried up, and his reckless advance had injured the source of his body. This mouthful of blood was not an internal injury, but 100 years of lifespan. Injuries to the origin of life were almost impossible to heal. If there were any flaws in the origin of life, it would be impossible to heal. At that time, the difficulty of advancing to divine vein realm sovereign emperor would multiply. The primary goal of a sovereign emperor was to condense an undying body. If the origin of life was flawed, it would be a fatal problem for forming an immortal body. I don't have time to worry about all that. If I lose this opportunity, who knows when I'll be able to break this Dao pillar? Xiao Chen had already paid too much, so he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He steeled his heart and decided to continue deciphering it. However, right at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a mighty force attack him. In the next moment, the entire space directly froze. The divine universe steel's mysterious energy stopped radiating, and the runes flying over stopped flowing in the air. It was as if time had stopped. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. He could not move his physical body, so he could only look up. He saw the eyes of the blue dragon statue in the mountains burning as if it had opened its eyes. This mighty force came from this blue dragon statue. What's going on? Xiao Chen felt shocked, confusion spreading in his heart. It looked like he was about to break the Dao pillar. Was he going to fail at the final step? Dissatisfied. Xiao Chen felt dissatisfied. He circulated his physical body, vital qi, and will of soul, preparing to give it a try. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen was about to move, the blue dragon statue opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored dragon essence. Before Xiao Chen could understand what was going on, the dragon essence entered his body. The injury to his source of life instantly healed. Not only that, but Xiao Chen's veritable essence also spewed out continuously as the dragon essence melted, reaching its peak state in a moment. This, Xiao Chen felt very confused. In the next moment, his physical body recovered, and the stopped time started flowing again. However, when Xiaochen raised his head to look at the blue dragon statue at the summit of the mountains, he discovered that the blue dragon statue was just a statue. The mysterious phenomenon from earlier had completely vanished. If not for Xiaochen's veritable essence recovering and returning to his peak state, he might have thought that what he saw earlier was just an illusion. Never mind. I can't think too much. I'll just break the entire Dao pillar in one go. After returning to his peak state, Xiaochen drove the divine universe steel with ease and ease. 1 hour later, when the mysterious energy released by the divine universe steel completely covered the entire Dao platform, the divine universe steel's aura shook violently. A bright light suddenly gathered on the divine universe steel, looking piercing and dazzling. Xiaochen waved his hand slightly, and the divine universe steel's light faded as it slowly landed in his hand. The heavy divine universe steel required Xiaochen to drive all his vital qi before he could firmly control it. Let's see if you are as miraculous as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said. Feeling some anticipation, Xiaochen's figure flashed, and his physical body directly entered the divine universe steel. Whoosh! The scene before Xiaochen startled him. A Dao pillar actually appeared in the vast and boundless divine universe steel. This Dao pillar looked exactly the same as the Dao pillar outside. However, it was not forged from divine materials but imitated from energy. However, its Dao aura and internal structure were exactly the same. As Xiaochen stood inside, he felt incredibly shocked. Can I use it? Standing in the center of the Dao pillar, Xiaochen felt somewhat doubtful, not daring to be sure. I'll give it a try. Xiaochen's veritable essence energy and soul energy surged and flowed into the Dao pillar under him. The Dao pillar's formation flickered for a while before stopping. Xiaochen rubbed his chin, entering deep thought. After all, this Dao pillar did not have a totem. It was like a dead object. He needed an energy source to revive it. I got it. Xiaochen opened his palm, and a resplendent spirit jade flowing with the power of the world appeared in his palm. A peak-grade spirit jade. This was one of the great treasures that Xiaochen obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. However, he had never used it before. Now, he finally had a use for it. Peak-grade spirit jades were known as subdivine crystals. They contained the vast power of the world. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor would find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Kasi. Xiaochen embedded the peak-grade spirit jade in the center of the Dao pillar's formation. The entire Dao pillar instantly flashed with light, washing away all the splendor and making it look incredibly plain. Only a faint spiritual light occasionally flickered in the formation. After completing the task, Xiaochen drove his soul energy and veritable essence energy into the Dao pillar again. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and a green ocean appeared in his field of vision. The dragon race's secret realm and the empire's trans-realm transportation formation appeared one after another. At the limits of Xiaochen's vision, in the depths of the sea, a totem hovered in the air. Success! Xiaochen released his bated breath and stopped driving his veritable essence energy. His eyes filled with excitement. He succeeded. The divine universe steel successfully deciphered the Dao pillar and directly copied it. From now on, even if Xiaochen was not in the Blue Dragon Ancient City, he could still use this Dao pillar. He could enter the dragon race's secret realm and return to the Divine Dragon Empire or the Kunlun realm at any time. He could even bring his old friends from the Kunlun realm to this great thousand realms. All he needed was the divine universe steel. After the excitement, Xiaochen slowly calmed down. He had succeeded. However, if he wanted to activate the Dao pillar beneath his feet, he would also need a lot of resources. It was not realistic to rely on his veritable essence energy and soul energy to activate this Dao pillar and use the trans-realm transportation formation. Looking at this huge Dao pillar, Xiaochen would need a large amount of resources to fully activate it. Right now, Xiaochen was poor and would find it hard to continue. There should be resources in the ancient Azure Dragon City. Xiaochen entered deep thought. I am in this ancient city. Since I already deciphered the Dao pillar, I should scavenge the resources in the ancient city. Whoosh! Xiaochen immediately took action after thinking about it. Then he left the divine universe steel and returned it to his body. Xianxia landed back on the ancient city's Dao pillar. Just as he was about to move, his gaze fell on the blue dragon statue at the summit of the mountains. Xianxia hesitated. This blue dragon statue was rather strange. If not for that dragon essence earlier, he would not have been able to perfectly decipher the Dao pillar. Is it helping me? It's afraid that my foundations will be damaged, resulting in irreversible damage. Could there be someone inside? Let's go in and take a look. After a while, Xiaoqian's figure flashed as he flew towards the mouth of the blue dragon statue. There seemed to be a whole new world inside. Chapter 2075. The might and pressure of the blue dragon statue was very strong. However, when it landed on Xiaoqian, it made him feel extremely comfortable. Just like the warm sunlight in winter, when it shone on a taut string, it unconsciously loosened. Whoosh! Xiaoqian leaped up from the 30-kilometer-tall mountain peak and executed Freedom Light. The blue dragon statue's gaping maw looked like the entrance to a cave. When standing in front and looking in, it gave off an unfathomable feeling. Xiaoqian revealed himself and hovered in the air, standing in front of the statue. This made Xiaoqian feel somewhat strange. I am Xiaoqian. Might I ask if Senior made a move earlier? If there really was someone, they would have responded. If there was no one, Xiaoqian would enter directly. Come in then. A deep voice came from the dragon's mouth, startling Xiaoqian. There really was someone in the blue dragon statue in the ancient city. It was a person with spiritual intelligence and thoughts. It was like the desolate slave. No matter how deep his feelings for the dragon city were, he only relied on the thought of protecting it to survive. Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment before entering the dragon's mouth in a flash. It was pitch black inside. Just as he was about to ask, the dragon's mouth quickly closed. Xiaoqian was in the darkness. His spiritual sense and soul energy could not sense his surroundings. However, he did not panic. The person inside was much stronger than him. There were many opportunities to kill him. Xiaoqian felt like space was changing. Soon, his eyes lit up, and Xiaoqian appeared in a large hall. The walls and stone pillars of this ancient hall all had carvings of various ancient divine dragons. These carvings were of the pure-blood dragon race. This was a dignified dragon hall with many years of history, even older than the ancient city. Xiaoqian entered it. The blue dragon bloodline in his body felt extremely suppressed. A 10,000 dragons picture was carved on the frontmost wall of the hall. Each dragon was different. Even the heaven dragon was included. Xiaoqian even saw the terrifying black dragon in the shadows. In the middle were the 7 colored divine dragons: the blue dragon, the gold dragon, the white dragon, the green dragon, the blue dragon, the red dragon, and the silver dragon, gathered together and roared at the same time. As Xiaoqian stood in front of the 10,000 dragons picture, he felt like there really were 7 dragons roaring at the same time in front of him. This made the bloodline in Xiaoqian's body unsatisfied. A dragon roar resounded, and an indistinct dragon image appeared behind Xiaoqian, roaring in discomfort. His body was a little unstable, like a pine tree swaying with the wind. However, he did not fall or retreat. Not bad. If you can't stand firmly before the 10,000 dragons painting, then you won't be qualified to see me. The deep and resounding voice rang out again. In the ancient palace, a green dragon shadow appeared. His body was surrounded by several dragon pillars, and a dragon head appeared in front of Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian was slightly surprised. The existence inside was not a human after all. From the looks of it, it was a dragon spirit. You are the person that the little dragon horse found, right? The dragon shadow asked Xiaoqian again. The little dragon horse? Xiaoqian felt slightly stunned. Then he understood. This dragon spirit was referring to the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace. Yes, I came from the Kunlun realm. I followed the old dragon horse's instructions and came to this great 1,000 realms. Xiaoqian answered honestly, not hiding anything. You came early. With your strength, what are you doing in this dragon city? You are not even a sovereign emperor, yet you want to use the divine universe steel to break the Tao platform. If not for the fear of damaging your origin energy and preventing you from advancing to sovereign emperor, I would not even bother with you. You have to advance to Sovereign Emperor before you are qualified to inherit the inheritance and treasures of this blue dragon ancient city. The dragon spirit felt somewhat confused. It said seriously, I wonder what that soul reaper is doing to actually let you in. As the dragon spirit spoke, its body kept swaying. However, it kept its gaze on Xianxia. Interesting. All of a sudden, the dragon spirit seemed to have discovered something interesting, and it started to laugh. Xianxia remained silent, not knowing what to say. The other party did not give him a chance to interrupt. This Azure Dragon bloodline is rather strange. All the geniuses are extremely talented. All geniuses do not believe in evil and insist on dual cultivating righteous and demonic. However, that makes sense. If you did not cultivate a demonic Dao cultivation technique, I would suspect that you are not qualified to bear this responsibility. The dragon spirit muttered to itself, not intending to communicate too much with Xianxia. It said lazily, observe the 10,000 dragons picture for a while, then leave. When you reach the Divine Vein Realm, you can go to the Divine Vein Realm. When you reach the Divine Vein Realm, I will acknowledge you as my master and receive the inheritance of the blue dragon race. Xianxia felt somewhat embarrassed. He probed, Senior, since I'm already here, can you give me some resources? The dragon spirit smiled and said, Interesting. It is not that you are unsatisfied. After taking a mouthful of my dragon essence, you have already converted 50% of your bloodline power. It is not just healing your injuries. There is also this 10,000 dragons picture. Even sovereign emperors find it hard to observe it. 50% of my bloodline power has been converted? Xianxia felt slightly shocked as he quickly checked. Indeed, it was as he had expected. It was already extremely rare for someone with a great desolate Ian bloodline to be able to convert 30% of their bloodline power. 50% was extremely rare. After converting 50%, one's dragon might would undergo a complete transformation. The might of the blue dragon in one's veritable essence energy would also undergo a qualitative change. Many thanks, Senior. Xianxia quickly thanked the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit said indifferently, Go and observe the 10,000 dragons picture. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. Xianxia did not dare to delay. The 10,000 dragons picture in front gave him an unfathomable feeling. However, he had not examined it in detail. The dragon spirit silently withdrew from the ancient hall, leaving only Xianxia to seriously observe the 10,000 dragons picture. Each type of dragon in the 10,000 dragons picture was different, each with its own merits. Completely comprehending one type might take 100 years. Xianxia knew that he could not remain here for long. So, he focused on the Heaven Dragon, the Blue Dragon, and the Golden Divine Dragon. The former concerned himself, while the latter concerned his opponents. Xianxia carefully studied the mysteries within. Soon he felt like he gained a lot. Then he slowly shifted his gaze to the group of dragons, experiencing the aura and Tao of 10,000 dragons appearing at the same time. What a miraculous picture! Each type of dragon is different. However, when they appear in the picture, their auras intertwine, forming a perfect whole. If I can imitate this 10,000 dragons picture and obtain just 10% of its mysteries, even sovereign emperors would have to avoid me. The more Xianxia observed, the more incredible he found this 10,000 dragons picture. He started studying it like he was possessed. When Xianxia startled awake, he suddenly discovered that a 10,000 dragons picture had appeared in his mind as well. However, this 10,000 dragons picture was somewhat hazy and blurry, hidden in fog. 10,000 dragons art? At the same time, information about a cultivation technique appeared in Xianxia's mind. These ancient words seemed to be deeply imprinted in his heart. When he thought about it, it felt like clear water flowing in his heart. When Xianxia finished reading through it, he felt somewhat horrified. This 10,000 dragons art was actually of a higher level than his purple thunder divine incantation and demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. Unexpectedly, he gained a cultivation technique and even imprinted the 10,000 dragons picture. Xianxia rejoiced. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. Even without any resources, copying this 10,000 dragons picture and obtaining the 10,000 dragons art would be a great harvest. I did not lie to you, right? The dragon spirit appeared silently. A dragon head suddenly appeared before Xianxia as it spoke indifferently. Xianxia smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior. Why is this 10,000 dragons art so strong? I feel that there is no cultivation technique in the martial epic that can compare to it." The dragon spirit said proudly, "The 10,000 dragons art was born in the great desolate Aeon. The epic came and went, but its inheritance never ended. There would always be dragon race powerhouses who continuously improved it. Naturally, it would not be weak. However, if you say that there is no cultivation technique in the martial epic that can compare to it, I can only say that your horizons are too low and your strength is too weak." "Is that so?" Xianxia said, feeling somewhat deflated. At the same time, he did not dare to believe it. "That is natural. There are still a few cultivation techniques that can compare to it. However, there are practically none that can surpass it," the dragon spirit said in an extremely tyrannical and confident tone. "All right, you may leave now. Come back again after the sovereign emperor." After that, the dragon spirit directly chased Xianxia away. Xianxia felt somewhat reluctant and dissatisfied. He had come here after so much difficulty, so he could not give up this opportunity so easily. Xianxia quickly said, "One last question. Senior, can you give me some pointers on my martial Dao?" "How troublesome," the dragon spirit muttered. However, it still did as it was asked, looking at Xianxia with its spiritual eyes. Xianxia immediately felt that the other party knew all his secrets. "Not bad. You exceeded my expectations. I can tell that you have grasped the true meaning of many of your martial techniques. You did not blindly copy your predecessors. Instead, you walked your own Dao and followed your heart. However, I don't understand. Since you comprehended the state of cycle, why did you not continue researching it? This is truly a waste of heavenly gifts. You should know that this state of cycle is rare in the world. It can lead to the ultimate great Dao." The dragon spirit's eyes were very bright. Everything that Xianxia learned could not be hidden from it. When mentioning the state of cycle, Xianxia felt somewhat helpless. "I cannot bring out my state of cycle in this great thousand realms. Even if I want to cultivate it, I do not know where to start." "Is that so? Why do I feel that you have a secret treasure on you that can help you cultivate the state of cycle? Such a state that leads to the ultimate great Dao cannot be cultivated or comprehended by oneself unless one reaches the faux god realm. One can only use a secret treasure to assist in cultivation. Coincidentally, you have such a secret treasure on you." Xianxia found this strange. He asked, "I have such a secret treasure on me? Why did I not know about it?" This was really strange. Xianxia did not even know about such a secret treasure. However, the dragon spirit sensed it. "Think about it slowly. You are really stupid." Without giving Xianxia a chance to ask any more questions, the dragon spirit sent Xianxia out. Xianxia's figure turned blurry. When he recovered his vision, he had already returned to the Dao platform. When Xianxia looked up, the azure dragon statue had already fled to somewhere unknown. "What is it?" Xianxia still did not understand. What kind of secret treasure could help him bring out the state of cycle in this great thousand realms? Chapter 2076. Do I have a secret treasure that can help me execute the state of cycle in the great thousand realms? Clearly, that is not the case for the cycle throne. After a round of modifications, the cycle throne's grade was still too low, not even a Dao tool. It was not that Xianxia had not used it before. However, aside from using it to travel, it was not very useful. What could it be? Xianxia felt somewhat depressed. He could not think of anything, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He could already feel the blood-colored mark between his eyebrows weakening bit by bit. Perhaps he could not remain in this dragon city for long. The blazing sun in the distance was sinking into the golden ocean bit by bit, and only a trace of its afterglow could be seen. Who knew what would happen when the desolate slaves and the army of the dead returned to the city? Even if he could stay, he would have to leave first. In any case, with the divine universe steel in his hand, he could come to this land of the blood moon anytime he wanted. The prerequisite was that he had sufficient resources. Speaking of resources, Xianxia felt a headache. He had undergone a complete transformation in this land of the blood moon. His strength had improved qualitatively. He had successfully awakened his divine body once, grasped martial and soul as one, perfectly merged his three great Tao, and attained the heaven dragon body. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell, Xiaochen had thoroughly mastered the first three moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Furthermore, he had obtained the 10,000 Dragons art and a copy of the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. The combat experience he gained from fighting the black and white eggs was extremely valuable. In terms of benefits, there were simply too many. His strength had increased tremendously. However, he did not have any true resources, such as primeval heavenly pills, superior grade spirit jades, natural treasures, or spirit pills. Speaking of which, Xiaochen felt frustrated. The previous heaven dragon should not have been so ruthless. If the previous heaven dragon had left behind some trash, he would not have been so poor. Without resources, Xiaochen could not do many things. He could not cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation and the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He could not break through his cultivation, and he could not activate the Tao platform in the divine universe steel. The ancient city is so huge. It should be enough if I just scavenge a little. Although Xiaochen could not obtain the blue dragon's inheritance, this ancient city was already a huge treasure trove. There were many intact courtyards and shops, treasure inspection halls, auction halls, and alchemy rooms. There were also the noble clans that used to live here. Xiaochen leaped off the Tao platform and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shuttled through the ancient city. After choosing his target, he began to plunder. Restriction. As soon as they arrived before a house, Xiaochen was speechless. There was actually a restriction here. It was another restriction. After much difficulty, he finally arrived at a majestic auction house. Looking around, he found another restriction. An hour later, Xiaochen finally despaired. There were restrictions everywhere in the ancient city. It seemed that without passing the test of the dragon spirit, it would be impossible to obtain any other benefits in the ancient city. Never mind. Copying the 10,000 Dragons picture and obtaining the 10,000 Dragons art was already sufficient. Boom. When the mark on his forehead disappeared, Xiaochen immediately felt a repulsive force in the ancient city. Walking and flying in the city was quite difficult, and his strength was also limited. Xiaochen had no choice but to leave the city. As soon as he stepped out of the city gate, he saw that at the edge of the land of the blood moon, the sun had completely sunk into the golden ocean. In the end, Soul Reaper did not completely shatter it. The blazing giant managed to flee, and the golden armored army was nearly completely destroyed. When Xiaochen looked around, the entire small world was in a state of devastation. Many pieces of land floated in the air, shattered. Terrifying, mysterious phenomena lingered in the surroundings. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw nothing but desolation. This was no longer the small world that Xiaochen was familiar with. Even the blood moon in the sky dimmed significantly. Xiaochen personally saw the blazing sun and the blood moon crash, nearly causing the entire small world to crumble. Fragments formed by the afterglow of the blazing sun and the blood moon scattered in all directions, each containing a great destructive power. The battle between the blazing sun and the blood moon caused the small world to shatter. Rumble. After returning from a great victory, the desolate slave Soul Reaper led the other desolate slaves and the army of the dead to the Blue Dragon ancient city. Xiaochen temporarily avoided the clash and returned to the palace. He vaguely felt that the desolate slave Soul Reaper had glanced at him before entering the city. Tell us, what exactly did you encounter in the city? Upon seeing Xiaochen return, the black and white eggs felt incredibly excited and rushed over. Xiaochen hid the matter of the 10,000 Dragons picture and told them everything else. There was no need to hide too much from these two puppets. After White Egg heard that, it guffawed. No wonder you have such a bitter expression. It turns out that you did not obtain anything. Ha, that's what I said. In the end, you are still too weak. It's not a good thing to go in early. If our master can go in, we'll have to go in. If our master could enter, he would be able to break the restrictions. Upon hearing that Xiaochen did not obtain anything, The black and white eggs gloated, giving Xiaochen a look of disdain. Had you known, you might as well have stayed here and collected the fragments that fell from the blood moon and the blazing sun, White Egg said softly with a smile. Fragments? Are these fragments valuable? Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. When the blazing sun and the blood moon clashed head-on, they had indeed scattered many fragments. Black Egg said in disdain, "You are really stupid. When you fought with us, didn't you bring out a yin-yang flame diagram? That yin-yang flame diagram seems to be formed by yin and yang flames, looking very profound. The flames are also of high ranks, primal chaos level flames. Unfortunately, their quality is too low, just grade 4. If you can evolve that flame into an item, it would be incredible." Xiaochen's eyes lit up. "Are you saying that the fragments of the blazing sun and the blood moon can raise the rank of my flame? That is natural. Be it the blood moon in the sky or the golden blazing sun, they are formed by a secret technique using the essence of the sun and the moon in the real world. They took at least 1,000 years to form. The person who refined them is definitely a peak faux god. My master once said that the person who refined them should have entered the sun and the moon, stealing their cores." After White Egg finished speaking, it glanced at Xiaochen. Then, it asked indifferently, "Do you think these fragments are valuable?" Xiaochen looked around, and joy immediately appeared on his face. This was the remnant land of the great battle, filled with fragments of the blood moon and the blazing sun. It turned out that they were all worth cities. Bush. After thanking Xiaochen, he stopped speaking and started to collect these fragments. Black Egg muttered to itself, "This battle was really intense. Be it the blood moon or the blazing sun, their cores were damaged. They will need at least 500 years to recover their vitality. It is unfortunate for Bitchy Egg. He nearly killed Foolish Egg, but he failed at the last moment and let Foolish Egg escape. It is good that Foolish Egg ran away. Otherwise, the great show that happens once every few centuries would be over. The two of us would not have any excitement to watch." The black and white eggs chatted happily, not minding Xiaochen's departure at all. 3 days passed. Xiaochen collected all the fragments of the blazing sun and the blood moon in the entire small world. The total number of the two totaled more than 100,000. It was as the black and white eggs said. These fragments were indeed worth cities. The heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable essence energy advanced to rank 5 at the same time. The universe origin veritable flame was a heavenly flame, a primal chaos level flame that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court disciples had the opportunity to grasp. There was a total of 9 grades of primal chaos level flames. After reaching rank 5, no one would say that Xiaochen's heavenly snow divine flame and universe origin veritable flame were too low in rank. With a thought, Xiaochen spread out his hands, and a strand of flames soared up from each of his palms. The flames continuously gathered. When they reached their limits, it looked like Xiaochen was holding a full moon and a sun in each of his hands. The benefits of absorbing these fragments were not only to upgrade the 2 types of flames to the 5th grade, but also to the 5th grade. The more profound thing was that they absorbed the mysteries of the blood moon and the blazing sun. When the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable flame fully unfurled, they already had a vague form of the blazing sun and the blood moon. This was a pleasant surprise to Xiaochen. If these 2 flames rose to rank 9 one day, would he be able to control the sun and the moon at the same time? Then, he would surpass Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun and the mysterious person who fought Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. This thought only lasted for an instant. Xiaochen knew that he still had a long way to go. These 2 condensed the blood moon and the blazing sun, grasping a secret technique. Xiaochen did not have a secret technique. Unless he directly consumed the blood moon and blazing sun that the 2 refined, he would not be able to surpass them. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiaochen pushed out with both palms, using the Taiji Dao to push the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable flame at the same time. Of the 2 flames, one was pale white, and the other flickered with golden light. Both were the extremes of yin and yang. They chased after Xiaochen. Soon, a Taiji diagram materialized. Closely following that, The 4 divisions and 8 trigrams appeared around the Taiji diagram for the first time. Boom! In that instant, golden light spread out. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram soared into the sky, extending infinitely. Soon, this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram filled the sky, covering half the sky of the small world. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The blue dragon seal in his soul pool, which represented the will of soul, flickered with light. The sun and moon shining together, mysterious phenomenon appeared. Xiaochen merged his soul mysterious phenomenon with the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the sky. Surging soul energy continuously poured into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Whoosh! 4 hours later, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the sky completely turned solid. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gathered together, forming a simple and unadorned painting in Xiaochen's hand. Interesting. I should have thought of infusing my soul energy into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram long ago. Xiaochen muttered to himself. The mysterious phenomenon before him pleasantly surprised him. Although Xiaochen said that, his soul energy did not show any abnormalities. The heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin veritable flame had not reached rank 5. If Xiaochen rashly formed them, he might not be able to produce such a scene. Xiaochen gently unfurled the painting in his hand, and a simple and exquisite Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared before him. The background of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was a deep starry heavens. There was no flickering starlight, only a blurry blood moon in the pitch-black starry heavens. With a thought, the painting became like water, merging into Xiaochen's physical body. Since then, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram had undergone a qualitative change. Even if it was a sovereign emperor's strike, Xiaochen was confident that he could block it with the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. It is time to leave. If not for the golden armored army attacking, Xiaochen would have left already. He had already wasted too much time. This time he had to leave. After a simple farewell to the black and white eggs, Xiaochen's physical body turned into flowing ice and soared into the sky. The blood moon dimmed. Compared to before, its might and pressure were much weaker. After executing the heaven dragon's body, Xiaochen, who had turned into ice, successfully entered the blood moon. Then he revealed himself. However, he did not rush to leave like the previous generation heaven dragon did. Instead, Xiaochen took out the divine universe steel. Then he formed a hand seal with his right hand, and scriptures appeared on the divine universe steel. When all of them appeared, mysterious energy radiated from the divine universe steel again. As the divine universe steel radiated, scarlet talisman scripts flew over from the surroundings and entered the steel. When Xiaochen sensed a blood moon appear on the Tao platform in the divine universe steel, he stopped. Then, he put away the divine universe steel and started to look around, searching for a way out of this hazy, chaotic, scarlet world. 1 hour later, Xiaochen followed the previous generation heaven dragon's method and successfully triggered the spatial tunnel hidden in the blood moon. Xiaochen's body immediately shot upward uncontrollably. He moved more than 100 times faster than Xiaochen's movement technique. Xiaochen's surroundings spun around. Time and space turned blurry. He could not distinguish the east, south, or north. When Xiaochen startled to his senses, he felt himself rapidly falling to the ground. When Xiaochen looked around, the night sky was hazy and sinister, giving off a cold qi. This startled Xiaochen slightly. This was a familiar yet strange feeling. This was the night of the desolate sea. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw a blood moon several times larger than the small world above. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking like he could touch it if he stretched out his hand. An extremely realistic misconception appeared in Xiaochen's heart. He felt like he was falling from the blood moon. Chapter 2077. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently pushed off the air and looked around. What is this place? Xiaochen was certain that this was the desolate sea. However, he did not know where in the desolate sea was. Xiaochen felt that his surroundings were somewhat familiar, but most of them were unfamiliar. There was a small city about 500,000 kilometers in front. It was not large. Rather than a city, it was more like a town. Such a small city was rare in the desolate sea. Azure Mountain? Wait a minute. Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense and discovered a familiar peak. After not seeing it for 4 years, the Azure Mountain looked the same, unchanged. Xiaochen thought for a while. It looked like the small village in the past had turned into a city. No wonder Xiaochen found it both familiar and strange. After landing firmly, Xiaochen was in a good mood. After being trapped for 4 years, he finally managed to get out. The small village in the past had turned into a city. It looked like it was developing pretty well. With the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's promise, no one dared to make a move. It made sense that the place gradually developed. Someone is here. Furthermore, it is a sovereign personage. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he brought out the Azure Dragon body and transformed his physical body. His physical body turned illusory, turning into ice and silently retreating, vanishing into the night. After a while, 2 figures descended from the sky. One of them wore black and looked older. He exuded a faint demonic qi. Xiaochen recognized this aura. This person cultivated the demonic cultivation technique of the Heavenly Slaughter sect, one of the 6 demonic Tao sections. The other person was a middle-aged man in scarlet robes, exuding an air of nobility. He did not look like someone from the Heavenly Slaughter sect. It has been almost 4 years, and you still have not completed the mission that the 8th prince gave you. Elder son, I don't know what you are doing. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man scolded with a cold expression after the 2 landed. The black-clad old man said helplessly, "It is not that this old man is useless. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor promised that no one in the Desolate Sea would openly make a move on this Azure Mountain town. That Qin Zhuolin has not left in secret, so there is no chance to make a move." Humph! You can't even do such a small thing, yet you are finding so many excuses. You have disappointed the 8th prince. The 8th prince has lost his patience. No matter what method you use, you must finish it tonight. The scarlet-clothed middle-aged man snorted coldly. He looked at the black-clothed man with an expressionless face and said, "Do as you see fit. I've come here this time. If I let the 8th prince do it himself, then there's no need for you to exist." The black-clothed old man hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, you can't be like this. You and I saw it when we entered the city. I won't even have the chance to attack. Once I do, I'll definitely be exposed." The middle-aged man in blood-red clothes said, "It doesn't matter even if it's exposed. How could it be possible to achieve great things without paying a price? At that time, I will delay Qin Zhuolin while you make your move. If you are exposed, just find a scapegoat in the Heavenly Slaughter sect to apologize to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. What's more, we're not really going to attack Qingshan City, so it's not too much." The black-robed old man had a conflicted look on his face. Clearly, he was very hesitant. There were almost no experts in Green Mountain City. Only Qin Zhuolin presided over this place. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor personally promised to protect this place. Making a move in the city would be like slapping the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's face. This scarlet-clad, middle-aged man had a deep background and a terrifying origin. He did not fear the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, but Xiaochen could not do so. However, offending the 8th prince would not end well. Most importantly, if Xiaochen succeeded, the benefits he would gain would be startling. After thinking for a long time, the black-robed old man made up his mind. He said, "All right, tonight it is. However, Milord said it first. Once I'm exposed, you have to protect me. Don't worry. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor wants face as well. At that time, I'll bring a scapegoat to apologize and take the initiative to admit my mistake. Will he kill me with one slap? I'm not really going to destroy this Qingshan city. All right, let's do it then." After the 2 made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. After discussing the details, they flew towards Qingshan City again. When the 2 of them were far away, a wisp of cold light silently appeared in the pitch-black night sky like a stream of light. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Why are these 2 going to Blue Dragon City? The black-robed old man was a small perfection sovereign personage. Coincidentally, Xiaochen had met this old man before. Back when Xiaochen was destroying the nearby Heavenly Slaughter sect strongholds, The most dangerous experience he had had was when 3 sovereign personages surrounded him. This old man had been one of them. However, this old man was not worth mentioning before Xianxia now. What Xianxia paid some attention to was the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. For a small perfection sovereign personage Heavenly Slaughter sect elder to be so respectful before this scarlet-clad man, this person had to have a great background. The Heavenly Slaughter sect is really persistent. Since I ran into them, they can forget about causing trouble for me. A murderous intent flashed on Xianxia's calm face. Xianxia did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Slaughter sect at all. 4 years ago, Xianxia had used his late-stage Holy Venerate cultivation to destroy all 88 nearby Heavenly Slaughter sect strongholds. Xianxia already knew what kind of people these people were. They would do anything to achieve their goals. They raised bandits to do evil, not letting off the elderly, women, and children. For the sake of cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique, they even reared children, devoid of conscience and humanity. Xianxia hid his aura and quietly followed. When Xianxia got close to Azure Mountain Town, he was surprised to discover that this tiny city had a defensive formation. This should be Qin Zhuolin's handiwork. This person was a good friend. Even though Xianxia thought that he was dead, he still helped him guard Azure Mountain Town until now. However, this defensive formation mainly targeted desolate slaves and other foul things that came out at night. It did not have much effect on sovereign personages. With the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's promise, normally, no one would come here to cause trouble. Under the moonlight, the residents of the small city had already fallen asleep. The entire town appeared quiet and peaceful. As Xianxia followed the two into the city, he saw the two say something to each other after entering the city. Then they went their separate ways. After thinking for a while, Xianxia made up his mind to follow the black-clad old man. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man should be going to find Qin Zhuolin. Given Xianxia's understanding of Qin Zhuolin, even if Qin Zhuolin was not a match for this scarlet-clad man, his life would not be in any danger. Even now, Xianxia found Qin Zhuolin somewhat mysterious and unfathomable. It was already late at night, and the city was pitch dark. The lights of the various clans had already been extinguished long ago. Only a rather tall pavilion still had lights burning. This was Qin Zhuolin's residence. Qin Zhuolin and Sang drank in the pavilion, casually chatting. This Azure Mountain town had developed under these two's watch. After a few years, their friendship had deepened significantly. Qin Zhuolin drained the wine in his cup in one go. Then he asked softly, "Sang, are you sure that Xianxia is still alive?" Sang nodded and said, "You asked me many times already. I'm very sure that he is not dead." The propping mulberry tree was still in the divine universe steel. Through this faint connection, Sang could sense some of Xianxia's aura. Sang was very sure that Xianxia was not dead. However, Sang had no idea where he was. Qin Zhuolin had not had a good time in the past 4 years. He regretted his decision back then. He should not have let Xianxia follow him down. The Heavenly Tao killing formation prevented Qin Zhuolin from bringing out his previous experience and strength. In the end, Qin Zhuolin walked out alone. Even after 4 years, there was no news of Xianxia. It was hard not to feel guilty and unable to forgive himself. No matter what, this fellow should have come out after 4 years. Qin Zhuolin muttered to himself. If it were him, he would have gone crazy after being trapped for 4 years. Even if he did not die, being trapped and unable to come out was also a form of torture. Suddenly, Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's expressions changed at the same time. Qin Zhuolin said indifferently, "Come out. Stop hiding." Light flickered, and the lanterns in the pavilion flickered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Qin Zhuolin and said, "You truly deserve to be the only successor of the Heavenly Dipper Gate. I just arrived and young Master Qin already discovered me." The Shuowu dynasty's people? When Qin Zhuolin saw the scarlet-clad man, he felt slightly startled. Then he mocked, "Interesting. To think that a desolate place like Azure Mountain Town would attract the people of the Shuowu dynasty's royal court." At the same time, Qin Zhuolin sent a voice projection to Sang. "This fellow might have companions. Go out and take a look. I'll deal with him." Sang replied and prepared to leave silently. Ha! Stay behind. Don't think about leaving. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Then he waved his hand, and a wriggling clump of blood formed a barrier, isolating the space. When Sang punched the barrier, the viscous blood barrier squirmed slowly. It felt like he punched cotton, powerless. My filthy blood barrier has already reached the 6th layer. Even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to break it. The two of you should just give up. Stay here and chat with me. If you have a good attitude, I will not attack you, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man said with a faint smile. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man revealed a confident expression as he smiled faintly. Chapter 2078. Inside the filthy blood barrier, the expressions of Qin Zhuolin and Sang changed. Attack! The two exchanged glances and immediately made up their minds, charging at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, "No one is a match for me in my filthy blood barrier. The two of you are seeking death." An intense battle quickly unfolded in the filthy blood barrier. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was a great perfection sovereign personage in the first place, far superior to Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's. Hence, he held a significant advantage in the filthy blood barrier. However, Qin Zhuolin and Sang were not as simple as they appeared. One was a mysterious and unfathomable geomaster, and the other was a being born in the propping mulberry tree. When the two worked together, they were not at a disadvantage. This startled the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. However, his expression did not change, not changing at all. Taking down these two would indeed require a lot of effort, more difficult than expected. However, as long as Xiaochen followed the original plan and delayed these two, he could leave smoothly after Elder Sun was done. There was no need to worry too much. On the other side, Xiaochen followed the black-clad old man, moving stealthily through Azure Mountain Town. Azure Mountain Town was not large. Soon, the black-clad old man stopped in front of a residence. That is. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Afraid of alerting the enemy, he did not dare to use his spiritual sense rashly. However, he vaguely guessed something. These two were here for the extreme Yin body, Qingchen. Xiaochen already knew 4 years ago that the Heavenly Slaughter sect was in the Desolate Sea working for the 8th Prince. Most of the young girls that the 8th Prince had plundered were given to the Blood Moon Dynasty. Bang! The black-clad old man shouted coldly without any expression on his face as he suddenly attacked. The house in front silently crumbled to dust, causing the young girl and the little boy who lived in it to feel horrified. After not seeing Qingchen for 4 years, she had grown significantly taller. The little boy should be her younger brother. Elder sister. The little boy cried out in fear as he hid behind Qingchen. Qingchen showed a nervous expression, but she still shielded her younger brother. She shouted, "Who are you? Quickly leave this place. Azure Mountain Town is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "Of course, I know that this lousy place is protected by the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Otherwise, I would have brought you away 3 years ago." Under the moonlight, Qingchen looked incredibly delicate. Her eyes flickered with a bright light. Qingchen's delicate body gave off a cold and aloof air. Right now, even if Qingchen was an ordinary person, one could tell that she had an extraordinary air. As expected of the extreme Yin body. It's a pity that the 8th Prince has taken a fancy to you. Come with me. Greed flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. He stepped forward, wanting to take Qingchen away. "Old son, I dare you to take another step forward." Just at this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly heard a chilling voice coming from behind him. The bone-chilling killing intent instantly pierced into their bodies, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies turning cold. The black-robed old man was scared witless. Who was it that had silently appeared behind him, and he had no reaction at all? "Who are you?" "I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Fiend sect." At the crucial moment, the black-robed old man used the name of the Heavenly Fiend sect to protect himself. In the Desolate Sea, the Heavenly Fiend sect was rather famous. Not just anyone dared to offend a rank 7 sect of the 6 demonic Tao great sections. Unfortunately, the one that the black-robed old man ran into was Xianxia. "Who am I? Just turn around and you will see." The black-robed old man turned around somewhat nervously. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad youth with delicate features. Under the moonlight, he gave off an extraordinary air, looking like he was shining with bright light. Even the night could not hide his sharpness. Xianxia. The black-robed old man had interacted with Xianxia before. Back then, Xianxia had nearly died at his hands. However, there had been no news of Xianxia in the past 4 years. Rumor had it that Xianxia had either been killed by the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Mu or the Hound Lion Empire's Crown Prince, Xiahou Wu. In any case, Xianxia was a dead man. When the black-robed old man saw the other party suddenly appear before him, he was startled. The other party was only a small perfection sovereign personage, the same cultivation as the black-robed old man. However, the pressure that he brought was nearly suffocating. The black-robed old man did not even think. His figure flashed, and he soared into the air, wanting to merge into the night and take the opportunity to flee. "You think you can leave?" Xianxia smiled coldly, and a candle dragon image appeared behind him. Then, 2 candle flames lit up in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An icy flame instantly burned the black-robed old man in the air, causing him to cry out in pain. It was not just his physical body. A strange cold flame even ignited his soul at this moment. The black-robed old man stumbled and fell to the ground. Before the black-robed old man could extinguish the flame on his body, Xianxia waved his hand and used Firmament's rage to grab his neck. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was just following orders. I am an outer sect elder of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. If you kill me, you will have an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Slaughter sect." The horrifying great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's rage encased the black-robed old man, and boundless saber chi assaulted his entire body. As long as the black-robed old man dared to act rashly, Xianxia could easily destroy him with just a thought. Now, Xianxia could finally control Firmament's rage as he pleased, reaching the level of the first palace master back then. The boundless rage could shake the surroundings and shake the sky. However, when Xianxia executed it, he did so effortlessly. It's too late. From the moment he stepped into Azure Mountain Town, Xianxia had already sentenced this person to death in his heart. Xianxia took Firmament's rage a step further. The 5-element divine lightning infused into his palm, and a small world made of lightning and saber chi immediately formed in his palm. Xianxia instantly grasped the black-robed old man in his palm. He ferociously clenched his fist. When he opened his hand, blood shot out together with the saber intent and lightning in the air. The black-robed old man died without a complete corpse. Xianxia's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Qingqian and her younger brother. Qingqian's eyes brimmed with tears as she asked in disbelief, "Big brother, is that you?" Xianxia smiled faintly. His appearance had changed significantly. Qingqian, who was already a young girl, was still the same as before. Qingqian's eyes would brim with tears at the slightest provocation. However, she would always stand before her younger brother. Xianxia nodded and said, "It's me. I'm back." Qingqian smiled between tears and said, "Big brother, you finally returned. Many people said that you would not return. Little Qingqian felt that you would definitely return, just like 4 years ago. No matter how long I waited, you would return." 4 years ago, Xianxia had destroyed the Heavenly Slaughter sect's 88 strongholds near Peach Blossom City alone. At that time, many people felt that Xianxia would not return. Only Qingqian persisted in waiting for Xianxia. "Don't cry. Bring your younger brother to find Grandpa 7 first and settle him down. I still have something to do," Xianxia said softly after consoling Qingqian for a while. "Little Qingqian will listen to Big Brother." Qingqian turned her head and glanced at Xianxia. Then, she quickly led her younger brother to Grandpa 7's residence. Xianxia sighed softly. As someone with an extreme Yin body, it was practically impossible for her to live an ordinary life. Xianxia looked around and fixed his gaze on the pavilion in the distance. Then his eyes slowly turned cold. At this moment, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man in the pavilion became increasingly relaxed against Qin Zhuolin and Sang. As time passed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man slowly revealed his advantage in the filthy blood barrier. Qin Zhuolin and Sang attacked a few times but failed to break the filthy blood barrier. Instead, they gave it to the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. Just give up. You have no chance of defeating me in the filthy blood barrier. I am already very restrained. If I want to, I can kill you at any time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man smiled coldly after knocking back Sang and Qin Zhuolin again. Damn it. This filthy blood barrier suppresses us too much. It completely cuts off the spiritual energy of the outside world. On the other hand, he can obtain endless energy from the filthy blood barrier. Sang said somewhat helplessly. Right now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. His strength was no weaker than that of an ordinary great perfection sovereign personage. Qin Zhuolin was even more so. 4 years ago, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage and grasped many secret techniques. When the two worked together, they did not fear any great perfection sovereign personage. However, this filthy blood barrier made it extremely difficult for the two to deal with the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. Bang! The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man threw another palm strike. Boundless energy immediately surged over, making the might of his palm strike look like a vast sea with boundless momentum. Blood leaked out of Qin Zhuolin's and Sang's mouths as they crashed into the barrier wall. I am unrivaled in the filthy blood barrier. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man showed a cocky expression as he laughed loudly. He continuously unleashed the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage, making Sang and Qin Zhuolin feel even more uncomfortable. Is that so? Why don't I think so? Just at this moment, an uncoordinated figure came from the filthy blood barrier. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly appeared before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. This startled the other party. Who are you? How did you get in? You don't have to care about that. Martial and soul as one. Xiao Chen's will of soul merged with his martial Dao as he coldly swung his saber with a cold expression. The resplendent saber light immediately made the filthy blood barrier lose its dazzling scarlet light, leaving only black and white. Bang! The filthy blood barrier instantly shattered, and the saber in Xiao Chen's hand pierced into the other party's chest. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he did his best to block, not letting Xiao Chen's saber go any deeper. He blocked it? Xiao Chen found this slightly strange. At such a close distance, the other party actually blocked his martial and soul as one saber strike. That made sense. After all, the other party was a great perfection sovereign personage. If he could not even block one saber strike from Xiao Chen, he would be too weak. Blood Shadow Demonic Claw. But when the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man felt Xiao Chen's attack pause, he became enraged and attacked ferociously. The might of a dynasty burst forth from his body. His eyes turned blood red, and his golden pupils looked like crescent moons. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's right hand instantly turned into a demonic claw that rivaled a great desolate aeon ferocious beasts. It erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a great desolate aeon ferocious beast, wanting to tear Xiao Chen into pieces. You think that this is my peak strike? In that case, you are wrong. I was just warming up. Flawless Saber Dao, using the heart as a saber. Xiao Chen quickly pulled out the tyrant saber from the other party's chest, bringing out his saber great Dao to its limits. Saber light shone all over Xiao Chen's body. The boundless saber aura gathered on the saber. The saber light was like the moon, and the saber images were like the wind. Just as the terrifying demonic claw was about to grab him, Xiao Chen poked hundreds of holes in the other party's body. Pusia! The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood, and the blood shadow demonic claw crumbled on its own. The rebound worsened his injuries. Martial and soul as one. Horror flashed in the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. To think that Xiao Chen used martial and soul as one. Legend had it that even sovereign emperors found it hard to achieve. Blood shadow demonic evasion. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man roared and suddenly self-detonated, turning into thousands of scarlet lines that scattered in all directions. This was the Blood Shadow Dynasty's secret technique. As long as one scarlet line managed to escape, one could survive. However, once one executed this secret technique, one would have to suffer extremely terrifying consequences. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would use it. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man thought that he would only execute this secret technique when he ran into a sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, a small perfection sovereign personage forced him into such a state. However, if the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man knew what Xiaochen was thinking, he would definitely go crazy. Xiaochen wondered if he should give chase. That was right. Even if the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man executed the Blood Shadow demonic evasion, Xiaochen still had ways to chase after him. It would just be somewhat problematic. Chapter 2079. To chase or not to chase? Xiaochen hesitated for only 1 second before making his decision. Under the blood moon, Xiaochen soared into the air. At this moment he unleashed his veritable essence energy, soul energy, and 3 great Dao without holding anything back. Flawless Dao, using the body as a saber. Xiaochen incorporated the Ice Dao and the Thunder Dao into his flawless Saber Dao and materialized them. Under the huge blood moon, the white-clad Xiaochen brandished the Tyrant Saber and danced wildly under the moonlight. At this moment, Xiaochen was like a flower bud bathed in moonlight, waiting to bloom. In the next moment, the petals bloomed, and boundless resplendent saber lights burst out. Countless mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. The blood moon in the sky instantly paled in comparison. Strands of saber lights burst out of Xiaochen's body. Be it his fine black hair or his white robes, they could all be used as sabers at this moment. Thousands of saber lights burst out under the blood moon. Xiaochen continuously chopped apart strands of bloodlines. Sharp, miserable shrieks echoed in the cold night. The Blood Shadow demonic evasion was an escape technique that only the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan grasped. However, at this moment, Xiaochen used the most intense method to break it. No matter how many clones you have, I have one saber. I can send out thousands of saber lights. Break. Xiaochen chopped off a total of 9,000 bloodlines. When only 10 remained, the bloodlines mended. Before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man could escape Azure Mountain Town, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he appeared. If he had not appeared, Xiaochen would have killed him, not even leaving a corpse. You're out? Xiaochen's lips curled up in a smile as he ferociously tossed out the saber in his hand. The perfectly straight tyrant saber, which was 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long, spun continuously as it flew towards the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The purple saber flickered with moonlight as it flew over, kicking up a strong wind. The tyrant saber did not fly very fast. Logically speaking, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man should have been able to dodge easily. However, the middle-aged man's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. In despair, Xiaochen discovered that the aura carried by the saber had already suppressed him. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. No, it was even more terrifying than a mountain pressing down on him. Even the towering mountains could not withstand a single blow from the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. He could shatter them with a single punch. The aura of the tyrant saber was incomparably sharp, mercilessly shattering the remnant aura in Xiaochen's body. His aura was like a vast ocean, bringing with it endless power, completely suppressing him. Xiaochen could only watch helplessly as the tyrant saber flew towards him. A bona fide great perfection sovereign personage ended up like this. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man felt boundless sorrow in his heart. Below, the somewhat stunned Qin Zhuolin startled awake. He said, "Xiaochen, don't kill this person yet." Pucci. With Qin Zhuolin's size, the tyrant saber, which should have shredded the scarlet shadow, middle-aged man's body, did not last long. However, the tyrant saber stabbed the scarlet shadow, middle-aged man's chest and pinned him to the ground. After gently landing, Xiaochen looked at Sang and Qin Zhuolin. The 3 exchanged glances, sighing in their hearts. Sang kept saying that you were fine. Now I finally believe him. With your strength, I no longer have to feel guilty. Qin Zhuolin heaved a sigh of relief. He had often blamed himself over the past 4 years. Now that Xiaochen appeared and suppressed a great perfection sovereign personage, he would definitely gain a great fortuitous encounter. This was a blessing in disguise. Although Xiaochen did not feel jealous, he could not help feeling some envy. Sang pointed to the front and said, "Let's catch up later. Let's see what exactly this fellow is here for." Xiaochen nodded. The three pushed off with their feet and arrived beside the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man in a few leaps. Upon seeing the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man pinned to the ground by the tyrant saber, unable to move, Xiaochen felt gratified. Earlier, Xiaochen brandished his saber under the blood moon. In reality, Xiaochen had already used his full power, not holding anything back. If he still could not hold this scarlet-clad, middle-aged man back, then his 4 years of bitter cultivation would have been for nothing. In the end, Xiaochen materialized his flawless saber Dao because he discovered a flaw in his saber Dao. Some of the things that he once did not care about and threw away became shackles on him. Xiaochen needed to fix this flaw before he could advance his saber great Dao to a Dao domain. Otherwise, he might not be able to advance further. "Brother Qin, why can't we kill this person?" Xiaochen asked softly. Qin Zhuolin explained, "He is a member of the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan. We cannot casually offend the Shuowu dynasty. It is a faction even more terrifying than the 6 great demonic Dao sections. The Shuowu dynasty dominated the lower regions of the central Great Realm, ruling over all the demonic Dao factions in the world. Alone, it clashed with the 3 dynasties and the 8 great empires. Just this point alone showed how strong the Shuowu dynasty was. However, Xiaochen already knew about this. He smiled and said, "So that's why. I already knew before I came. He is the 8th prince's man. However, he is clearly just a sacrificial pawn. Otherwise, the 8th prince would not have left the matter of offending the Peach Blossom sovereign emperor to him. If we kill him, so be it. There is no value in that." The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, who had been listening carefully, panicked when he heard that. This matter concerned his life and death, so he had to rush. He quickly said, "Don't kill me. I am the 8th prince's trusted subordinate. Spare my life. The 8th prince will definitely come and save me. At that time, you can obtain benefits from the 8th prince." Xiaochen stepped forward and drew his tyrant saber, causing the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man to scream in pain. "Brother Qin, what do you think?" Qin Zhuolin thought for a while before saying, "Since the 8th prince sent him, if he dies, the 8th prince will definitely guess that we did it. No matter what, we will offend the 8th prince. We might as well spare his life and let the 8th prince pay a price to take him away. At least we can make use of trash." Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. The 8th prince wanted Qin Chen. No matter what, Xiaochen would not give her to him. Whether Xiaochen killed the other party or not, he would offend the 8th prince. Qin Zhuolin was right. Just make use of trash. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he felt like vomiting blood. "What do you mean make use of trash? To think that I, a bona fide great perfection sovereign personage, am treated like trash to survive. Damn it. Don't give me an opportunity. I will definitely make you pay tenfold." However, when the scarlet-clad man thought about it, he recalled that this white-clad man comprehended martial and soul as one at such a young age. Even as a small perfection sovereign personage, he could defeat the scarlet-clad man. How could he have a chance to take revenge in the future? Such strength was already no weaker than the 8th prince's. "What are you thinking about?" Xiaochen watched as the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, his eyes still darting around. Xiaochen ruthlessly smacked the scarlet-clad man's face with his scabbard. Then he quickly left a seal in the scarlet-clad man's body, restricting his soul energy and veritable essence energy, turning him into a cripple. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man cried out in pain. The pain was unbearable, so he quickly collected his thoughts and stopped thinking. Lock him up first. Send news of his capture to the Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince. If he does not come in half a month, kill him. Xiaochen's casual words determined the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man's fate. Half a month? That is impossible. When the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man heard that, he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, Sang knocked him out. Qin Zhuolin said, Xiaochen, you seem to know why these two are here? Xiaochen nodded and said, they are here for the extreme Yin body. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that the 8th prince cultivates requires a large number of young girls. An extreme Yin body is a boundless temptation for him. Extreme Yin body? This is somewhat difficult. If no major faction takes him in, something will happen to him sooner or later. Neither of us can protect him, Qin Zhuolin said seriously, feeling slightly startled when he heard that. It's fine. I already thought of the arrangements. It's good that you thought of it. Tell us, how did you spend the past 4 years? Qin Zhuolin asked out of curiosity. Xiaochen revealed a rueful expression. My experiences in the past 4 years are hard to describe in a few words. It was indeed hard to describe in a few words. For 2 years, Xiaochen got beaten up by 2 venomous puppets. He nearly lost his martial Dao heart. These were memories that Xiaochen could not forget for the rest of his life. After 2 years, Xiaochen worked hard to catch up. Only then did he regain his confidence in his martial Dao heart. Xiaochen hid some of his experiences from the Blue Dragon Ancient City and the Golden Armored Army. He only talked about the black and white eggs and the palace that their master left behind. Ha! To think that there are such amusing puppets. I have to see them when I have a chance. Qin Zhuolin could not help laughing after hearing that. After chatting until dawn, the two took their leave, letting Xiaochen rest alone. After 4 years, Xiaochen finally had some free time to relax. However, Xiaochen did not truly rest. He spent this time in his storage ring, searching for the secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned. The storage ring was very messy, containing all sorts of things. There was a large pile of things in the Kunlun realm alone. After arriving at the Great Thousand Realms, there were even more. After tidying up the storage ring, Xiaochen actually discovered some treasures that he had not noticed before. Although they were useless to Xiaochen, he could make some money if he sold them. Right now, Xiaochen lacked resources. Every bit he could get counted as a sum. However, even after searching for more than 4 hours, he still did not find what he was looking for. What kind of secret treasure can help me bring out the state of cycle? Just as Xiaochen felt somewhat frustrated, he took out a simple and unadorned bronze mirror. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. 3-Life Mirror? Chapter 2080. The 3-Life Mirror. The moment Xiaochen saw the 3-Life Mirror, he was stunned for a long time. He had truly forgotten about this treasure. Since Little 3, the item spirit, forcibly stopped time in the Kunlun realm, it had been in a deep sleep. The 3-Life Mirror could see the past and the future, controlling time. It was a legendary, powerful, immortal equipment. The secret treasure that the dragon spirit mentioned should be this 3-Life Mirror. Could see the past, the present, and the future, as well as control time, perfectly compatible with the state of cycle. However, even Little 3, the item spirit, found it extremely difficult to use. Now that Little 3 was still in a deep sleep, could Xiaochen rely on this secret treasure? Xiaochen frowned slightly and sent a strand of spiritual sense into the 3-Life Mirror. The world in the mirror, Little 3 lay quietly amid the clouds, like an immortal realm. Xiaochen could use this ancient mirror. Before Little 3 fell into a deep sleep, it had passed the control over the ancient mirror to him. Xiaochen would be forced to use it. The time Dao was very dangerous. Xiaochen had experienced it firsthand. Little 3 before him was a very good example. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense, and the 3-Life Mirror floated before him. Then he entered deep thought. It was somewhat unrealistic to directly bring out the 3-Life Mirror. He could use the 3-Life Mirror as a supplement to bring out the state of cycle. However, that might not be impossible. As for the risks involved, Xiaochen would have to consider them carefully. Inside the room, Xiaochen paced back and forth, entering deep thought. If he could bring out his strongest state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms, it would have far-reaching implications. It would be even more terrifying than practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After all, no matter how strong the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was, It was still a martial technique comprehended by others. However, the state of cycle was something that Xiaoqin comprehended himself. The two were completely different concepts. However, if he failed, the consequences, spatial energy could tear apart Xiaoqian's divine body, which had just awakened once. What more time energy? To fight or not to fight? Fight. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and grasped the three-life mirror. How many years had it been? He had walked this path. After experiencing life and death countless times, he was already used to it. This heart did not fear challenges. Xiaoqian did not hesitate to do it. Master, let me out to play for a while. Just at this moment, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiaoqian's mind. Just like him, he had been trapped in the land of the blood moon for 4 years. Although he didn't have many fortuitous encounters like him. However, the land of the blood moon had no light all year round. It was filled with a demonic cold qi that was endless. The demon blood vulture had reached great perfection sovereign personage, even stronger than Xiaoqian. The yin qi in the land of the blood moon was too heavy, but the spiritual energy was insufficient. Xiaoqian did not have any resources either, so he could only be a sovereign personage for now. After releasing the demon blood vulture, Xiaoqian started experimenting alone in the courtyard. Xiao. The three-life mirror turned into a bright light and fused into Xiaoqian's body. His flesh, blood, soul, and quintessence began to fuse with the three-life mirror. The fusion process was quite smooth. Around Xiaoqian, time and space fluctuated. Many things that had happened in the past turned into countless scrolls that appeared in all directions. The memories of the past gathered together. At this moment, time seemed like flowing water, gently flowing before Xiaoqian's eyes. The previous experiences, which represented Xiaoqian's past, turned into flowing light and entered his body. Time was merciless. Back then, Xiaoqian had also been young and inexperienced. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The past had already happened, and the future was unfathomable. The scenes representing Xiaoqian's future appeared. They were all hazy, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Xiaoqian did not want to see them either. He always believed that man could conquer nature and that the future was limitless. When the light representing the future entered his body, the past, future, and present, the three-life mirror, completely merged with Xiaoqian. At the same time, 7 beams of light came out from behind Xiaoqian. Those were the 7 colored lights representing the state of cycle. Whether Xiaoqian could gather them and merge them into one, bringing out the true state of cycle would depend on this moment. Condense! Xiaoqian shouted, and the 7 colored lights started to slowly merge. He felt an incredibly strong resistance. In the Great Thousand Realms, the structure of space and time was completely different from that of the Kunlun realm. It was not that Xiaoqian had not tried it before. However, it was completely ineffective, so he gave up. Today, Xiaoqian merged with the three-life mirror and tried again. If he still failed, there would be no hope of reappearing the state of cycle. The three-life mirror in Xiaoqian's body released a resplendent light, silently radiating out from his body. While the exterior did not look any different, Xiaoqian vaguely felt that the resistance to the 7 colored lights merging had decreased significantly. With a burst of energy, he let out a roar. The 7 colored lights instantly merged into one. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoqian used his soul energy and veritable essence energy to drive the state of cycle at the same time. The cycle Dao, reversing time. Immediately, an even stronger resistance than before appeared in front of Xiaoqian. It was like he was going against the entire world. Every step he took was incredibly difficult. Kasi. Halfway through, cracks appeared on Xiaoqian's body, and blood seeped out. This was forcefully reversing time. The price that his physical body had to bear was several times greater than what he faced in the Kunlun realm. Xiaoqian could no longer pull back the foot he took. At this moment, aside from withstanding the pressure and continuing forward, there was nothing he could do. The world before Xiaoqian already turned blurry. Half of his body had already entered the time tunnel. Space-time storms filled the surroundings. If he made any mistakes, his bones would shatter and his soul would scatter. I'll risk it. Just as his physical body could no longer endure, A spiritual light encased Xiaoqin. It was the three-life mirror. The three-life mirror reflects 3 lives, seen through karma and reincarnation. It illuminates one's heart for generations to come, reversing the past and the future. An ethereal immortal art appeared in Xiaoqian's mind, and the world before him slowly turned clear. What appeared before Xiaoqian was the courtyard he was standing in. Success. However, this world rejected him infinitely, and his physical body quickly immaterialized. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqian instantly drew the saber in his hand and chopped down the tree in the courtyard. His body completely immaterialized, and Xiaoqian returned to reality. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh! Did I really succeed? Nothing changed in front of Xiaoqian. However, the physical injuries felt incredibly real. Fortunately, the three-life mirror protected his soul in the space-time tunnel. Xiaoqian's skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs all shattered. However, his soul remained unharmed. Just as Xiaoqian felt uncertain, the tree in front of him silently snapped in half without any warning. This stunned Xiaoqian for a moment. Then he started laughing maniacally. I succeeded. I really succeeded. He successfully brought out the will of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms. Indeed, the dragon spirit did not lie to him. The three-life mirror could indeed help him bring out the state of cycle. Although the effect before him was not obvious, this was only the first time. As long as he cultivated it slowly, he would be able to achieve the same effect as when he was in the Kunlun realm. This allowed him to reverse spacetime. As long as he stayed in the past or the future for 1 second, he could change the situation of life and death. How could such a heaven-defying technique not make one go wild with joy? After the wild joy, Xiaoqian calmed down. This is just the beginning. When Xiaoqian's physical injuries recovered, he continued practicing. Once he executed this heaven-defying killing move, he could change the situation at any time. 10 days later, Xiaoqian finally familiarized himself with the three-life mirror and executed the cycle chop. Xiaoqian could stay in the future for 1 second and execute a peak saber strike. This was not comparable to the 3 seconds he could stay in the Kunlun realm. However, it was still a significant improvement. After all, Xiaoqian had not been able to execute this move before. On this particular day, just as Xiaoqian was about to continue cultivating, Sang and Qin Zhuolin came to find Xiaoqian. The 8th prince is coming. Which 8th prince? Xiaoqian asked, feeling confused. Qin Zhuolin said helplessly, What have you been doing recently? How could you forget such an important matter? The Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince? Xiaoqian let out a soft sigh. Then, he recalled that he still had the trash of the Shuowu dynasty's royal clan. When will he arrive? We received the news 7 days ago. If there are no surprises, he should arrive tomorrow or the day after, Qin Zhuolin said with a somewhat nervous expression. After all, the 8th prince was the prince of the strongest dynasty in the Central Great Realm. They had to treat him seriously. No matter what they did, this matter would not be easy to resolve. Xiaoqian entered deep thought and said, He really will come. His main purpose is probably Qin. However, that did not matter. Xiaoqian already received news of his arrangements. Sang asked, What should we do? It would be best if we can dispel his thoughts and resolve this peacefully. If not, there is no need for us to fear him. Chapter 2081. The Shuowu dynasty was a major faction in the west of the Central Great Realm, ruling over the demonic Tao. Naturally, none of the royal court disciples were simple. There were no weaklings. Ordinary people would not take the initiative to offend the Shuowu dynasty's princes. Naturally, Xiaoqian would not do so either. However, the other party targeted Qin and even sent an expert to infiltrate Azure Mountain Town. Of the 2 experts, one was captured, and the other was killed. Since there was already a grudge, there was no need for Xiaoqian to overthink it. 2 days later, when the morning sun rose, an undisguised demonic might appeared outside the city. Xiaoqian, Sang, and Qin Zhuolin sensed this aura at the same time. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man locked up in the dungeon also sensed this aura. He revealed an excited expression and said, It's the 8th prince. There is hope now. Given the 8th prince's status and strength, Xiaochen will not dare to hold back. However, Sang brought the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man out before the scarlet-clad man could think. After a while, Xiaochen's group gathered. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man, whose cultivation was sealed, was tossed to the side. Boom! Just at this moment, demonic clouds encased the entire Azure Mountain town. The sky instantly darkened, blocking out the rising sun. The villagers of Azure Mountain town did not know what was going on, appearing confused. The black demonic clouds contained a terrifying demonic might, inspiring panic. The heavy pressure made Xiaochen's group somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Zhuolin frowned slightly. What a strong demonic might. Before this 8th prince shows himself, he is already putting on a show of strength. A light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes as he entered deep thought. The others did not know what he was thinking. Since the 8th prince is here, why not show yourself? Xiaochen asked softly. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the city heard him clearly. At the same time, Xiaochen silently spread out his dragon might. The citizens immediately felt the pressure on them lessen significantly. When they heard Xiaochen's voice, they calmed down. You are not qualified to meet me. Release my people, and I can pretend that nothing happened. The 8th prince's voice was filled with majesty and anger as it echoed in the surroundings. With each word, the demonic might that shrouded Qingshan town intensified. The city was already on the verge of collapse. I'm afraid you have no choice but to show yourself. Xiaochen said indifferently. Behind Qingshan town, a blood-colored bird appeared. Its feathers were as eye-catching as blood and glowed faintly. It opened its mouth and inhaled. This was the demon blood vulture. However, the terrifying demonic clouds were great nourishment to the demon blood vulture. As soon as Xiaochen gave the order, he immediately began to gobble it up. In a short while, the clouds were dispelled and the sun could be seen. A figure appeared in the sky above Qingshan town. He wore a blood-red robe, and the collar and cuffs of the robe were lined with gold. He looked gorgeous and noble. With the demon blood vulture sucking, Xiaochen had no choice but to reveal himself even if he did not want to. Xiao. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front of Xiaochen's group, making their clothes flutter and hair flutter. They could not even open their eyes. Amid a flash of red light, the 8th prince suddenly appeared before Xiaochen's group. He showed a sullen expression, a murderous intent hidden in his eyes. A great perfection sovereign personage. This 8th prince's cultivation had already reached great perfection sovereign personage. Together with his demonic might and dynasty bloodline, his aura was heavy and oppressive. However, Xiaochen's group remained expressionless, appearing calm and at ease. However, this 8th prince actually came alone. He did not have any guards or experts with him. Xiaochen did not know whether it was because he was skilled and bold or because there were experts hiding in the dark. The 8th prince glanced indifferently at the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man. The other party felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to meet the 8th prince's gaze. Xiaochen said calmly, "Name a price. If I'm satisfied, you can take this person away." Name a price? The 8th prince felt slightly stunned. Then he mocked, "This should be the funniest joke I've ever heard. You are just a mixed-blood dragon chased out of the divine dragon empire. To think that you dare to threaten me after capturing my people." Without any warning, the 8th prince suddenly appeared and flicked his finger. A strand of scarlet energy shot out. Before the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man could react, a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. With his cultivation sealed, the scarlet-clad, middle-aged man was like an ordinary person. He could not block the 8th prince's strike at all and died on the spot. The scarlet-clad, middle-aged man fell to the ground, unable to get up. He died with his eyes wide open. He had thought that he was the 8th prince's trusted subordinate. Who could have imagined that the 8th prince would not even spare him a few glances before killing him? Sang and Qin Zhuolin felt somewhat shocked. Unexpectedly, the 8th prince was so ruthless. "No one can threaten me, much less a trash. I thought that you were some incredible character. A mixed-blood dragon is just a mixed-blood dragon. Your vision is too low, and you are just a joke. I am here today, Not for this trash but for the extreme body in your city. Name a price and I will take him away. The eighth prince showed an arrogant expression as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen, not caring about the other party at all. Seeing the other party not saying anything, the eighth prince felt that he had been shocked by the other party's actions. Indeed, the eighth prince had not seen much of the world. A great perfection sovereign personage was incredible. He could be considered an expert anywhere. However, there were many such great perfection sovereign personages in the Xiuwu dynasty. Killing one was not a big deal. Who allowed you to kill him? What did you say? The eighth prince felt slightly stunned. He gave Xiao Chen a somewhat strange look. Xiao Chen's words sounded strange. Xiao Chen was just a subordinate with some royal bloodline. Did he need the eighth prince's permission to kill him? He's just trash. If I kill him, so be it. Do I need your permission? Even if he is trash in my hands. Boom. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, he immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist and punched. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Together with the 10,000 dragons picture in his mind, this dragon fist was headless, both in form and spirit. The eighth prince felt slightly startled. Without much time to think, he could only counter with a punch. Bang! The punch knocked the eighth prince back the moment they clashed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Unexpectedly, the might of Xiao Chen's punch could possess such horrifying destructive power. It did not seem like something a small perfection sovereign personage could execute. The offensive power contained in the punch far surpassed the limits of a small perfection sovereign personage. The eighth prince looked at Xiao Chen in shock. You dare to attack me? You are seeking death. What shocked the eighth prince even more was that Xiao Chen, a prince of the Xiuwu dynasty, dared to attack him directly. Demonic might surged out of the eighth prince's body as he roared ferociously. An overwhelming might burst forth as he slammed the ground and ferociously launched himself at Xiao Chen. As the eighth prince moved, his vast aura instantly crushed the hall where Xiao Chen and the others were into rubble. A strange scarlet light flowed on the eighth prince's body, enveloping him like water. Xiao Chen, this is the blood demon armor. It is very hard to break. Don't clash head-on with him. Qin Zhuolin recognized this strange martial technique, so he warned Xiao Chen to avoid the eighth prince's attack for now and not clash head-on with the counterattacking eighth prince. However, Xiao Chen ignored Qin Zhuolin. He directly executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's second move, storing up power. Xiao Chen had already converted 50% of his blue dragon bloodline, and a 10,000 dragons picture appeared in his mind. Now that Xiao Chen executed the top offensive secret technique of the dragon race, he could no longer be compared to the past. The Supreme Dragon Fists might appeared in his hand. Thousands of dragon images gathered on Xiao Chen's body. When he punched, he knocked back the eighth prince, who was charging over with overwhelming demonic might. Third move, Heaven Dragon, no regrets. Lofty sentiments and righteousness gathered in Xiao Chen's heart. This punch, no regrets, Heaven Dragon. Fourth move, raging at the unfair heaven. The lofty sentiments and righteousness turned into rage. The world changed color, and the rage in Xiao Chen's heart shook the sky. Bang! When Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist's fourth move, the eighth prince's blood demon armor turned into a pool of blood with a crack, forcibly breaking. The eighth prince vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. His blood demon armor actually broke. Qin Zhuolin, who was at the side, also felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so ferocious, directly breaking the blood demon armor. Damn it! Blood held demonic eyes. The eighth prince roared furiously. His eyes glared and blood leaked out. The eighth prince looked sinister and terrifying. Strange golden talisman seals appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen, this is the Xiuwu dynasty's secret technique. Once it is executed, it can summon out the endless blood hell that the Xiuwu dynasty refined. That is the blood hell that the Xiuwu demonic monarch led 3,000 demonic venerates to refine. Once trapped in there, only death awaits. Qin Zhuolin's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could force the eighth prince into such a miserable state. In just a few moves, Xiaochen even had to execute the secret technique. All of you will die. None of you can escape. You have angered me. The eighth prince showed a ferocious expression. The blood hell image in the depths of his eyes slowly enlarged. Scarlet lightning continuously tore through the sky. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. It looked like the end of the world. However, Xiaochen did not panic. He calmly drew his saber, using martial and soul as one to execute only one saber strike. Aside from the saber in Xiaochen's hand, only black and white remained in this world. Pu Si. The eighth prince cried out miserably. His eyes popped, pierced by the dazzling saber light. The eighth prince covered his eyes with both hands, feeling excruciating pain. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs. Imperial uncle, help me kill him. Kill him. My eyes are blind. Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here? Plop. While the eighth prince felt bewildered, an old man fell to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old woman slowly descended with Qing Chen in the air. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the eighth prince had used demonic clouds to envelop Azure Mountain Town at the start. The eighth prince wanted his imperial uncle to silently take Qing Chen away. However, the eighth prince did not know that Xiaochen had already come up with a countermeasure. Not only did the eighth prince lose his eyes, but his situation was also worrying. Chapter 2082. If Xiao Qingchen did not settle down properly, the other party would come endlessly to seek trouble for Xiaochen, becoming harder to deal with each time. What do you mean by this? Are you thinking of keeping this prince here? Xiaochen, let me tell you this, don't go overboard. Otherwise, even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor will not be able to protect you. He glanced at the old lady beside Chu Xiang. The old lady's aura enveloped him, preventing him from making any big movements. Uncle, kill him for me. Kill him. I'm blind. In this world, apart from the saber in his hand, there was only black and white. When the eighth prince saw his imperial uncle being thrown down, he knew that it was all over. Seeing that the other party had left, Chu Xiang teased with a smile. The eighth prince let out a miserable shriek as his eyes were pierced by the dazzling saber light. Qin Zhuolin waved his hand and said, I don't need it. Just give it to Xiaochen. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood. There were not many things that could interest Qin Zhuolin. Sang and Qin Zhuolin suddenly understood. It turned out that Xiaochen had planned this all along. Back then, this person did not even give face to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Qin Zhuolin could not help feeling startled. It turned out that the eighth prince had covered Azure Mountain Town with demonic clouds at the start. Even if he wanted to, he didn't know where Tianxiang was. After Chu Xiang and Qing Chen greeted Xiaochen, they left with the old woman. He had originally thought that he wouldn't need to spend too much energy on this experience, but it had destroyed both his eyes and left an indelible wound in his heart. The eighth prince had a fierce expression as the blood prison in the depths of his eyes slowly expanded. Blood-colored lightning continuously tore through the sky. A berserk gale blew sand and pebbles into the air. It was a scene of the end of the world. Xiaochen revealed disdain in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. You are just a prince. There are hundreds of princes in the Shuowu dynasty. Since when is it your turn to represent the royal court? Take out 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving Azure Mountain Town today. I don't mind spreading your scandal in Azure Mountain City to the entire desolate sea." Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiaochen and said with a smile, "I said it before. Sooner or later, your name will shake the world." The old man was a sovereign emperor. However, the old woman from the heavenly fragrance holy land firmly suppressed him. After handing a storage ring to Xiaochen, the old woman quickly left with the eighth prince. "Where is the body of the previous holy daughter?" Chu Xiang asked. However, he did not know that Xiaochen had already made a plan to deal with it. Not only had he lost his eyes, but the only thing he could rely on was his situation. "Did I say you could leave? After killing my men, you want to leave just like that? Isn't that a little too presumptuous?" The eighth prince was infuriated. After putting away the storage ring, Xiaochen said in a light voice, "Since we've already become enemies, it would be a pity if I don't make him pay." That scarlet-robed middle-aged man was clearly the eighth prince's subordinate. Now that he had died at the eighth prince's hands, Xiaochen had escaped justice. Whoosh! Xiaochen looked at Qingchen and said, "Go with them. The people in the village will help take care of your younger brother. They are all good people. Junior, don't be too extreme. Here are the primeval heavenly pills. Let's go." Qingchen's eyes brimmed with tears. Now that she had grown up, she was the one who caused all this trouble. If she wanted to take revenge in the future, her eyes would be destroyed. Now, she would lose all faith in the royal clan. Xiaochen said calmly, "I do not have any intention of making things difficult for this prince. I just want to repeat myself. Even trash has its value. He is, after all, a great perfection's sovereign personage trash. You killed him just like that without showing any signs of gratitude, and now you want to leave? Oh, right, Chu Xiang, this is the jade pendant your holy daughter wanted." Xiaochen shouted coldly when he saw the eighth prince about to leave, showing no intention of letting the other party leave. Qin Zhuolin was truly a good friend. Xiaochen had done too much for her. The eighth prince was already frightened out of his wits. If he had another choice, he would not come to Azure Mountain Town even if he was beaten to death. "All of you will die. None of you can escape. Xiaochen, you have angered me." If the eighth prince handed Qingchen over to the heavenly fragrance holy land, as long as the other party took a liking to Qingchen, he would not dare to seek trouble for her. "Imperial uncle, let's go." TSK. To think that it is the desolate city medallion. If I had known that it was this treasure, I would not have been so polite. Qin Zhuolin teased as he looked at the desolate city medallion in Xiaochen's hand. The eighth prince covered his eyes with both hands and screamed at the top of his lungs in pain. As a geomaster, the bloodline of adventurers flowed in the eighth prince's veins. He could suppress the restlessness in his heart and remain in Azure Mountain Town for 4 years. Xiaochen nodded with a smile. Such an ending was perfect for an extreme Yin body. Big brother Xiao, you are really bold. To think that you dare to extort a prince of the Shuawu dynasty. To Xiaochen, these 5 million primeval heavenly pills were like sweet dew after a long drought, resolving his urgent need. The desolate city medallion? Plop. We will definitely meet again. Qin Zhuolin laughed loudly and turned to leave. Qin Zhuolin exchanged looks with Xiaochen. Then he said, "Sorry, I have already become a desolate slave. There is nothing I can do about it. It looks like this jade pendant is something very important." Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, "I was lucky. I relied on Brother Qin's help to find it. Take care. I look forward to meeting you again." Xiaochen and Sang appeared somewhat surprised. Qin Zhuolin's decision was too sudden. "Xiaochen, what is this?" Qin Zhuolin asked, still feeling confused. When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he immediately felt like laughing. Xiaochen was simply too interesting. "This child is pretty good. I want to bring her back to the heavenly fragrance holy land. I have already spoken to her. However, I cannot let go of her little brother." Qin Zhuolin casually dealt with Xiaochen's killing move. Then he barely managed to throw a palm strike and force Xiaochen back. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, "Senior, please help me take good care of Qingchen. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter already agreed to owe me a favor. There is no need to make any more requests." Chu Xiang and the old lady's eyes dimmed upon hearing that. 5 million. Xiaochen received the ancient medallion. Feeling somewhat puzzled, he still said politely, "Thank you, senior." Xiaochen and Sang wanted to keep Qin Zhuolin. However, the other party had already made up his mind, so they could not do anything. The main reason was that Xiaochen was now extremely poor and urgently needed primeval heavenly pills. Although the eighth prince felt very sullen, he knew that there would not be a better result if he stayed. So, he decisively decided to leave now. Xiaochen was rather straightforward. He shrugged and said, "If you need it, I can give it to you." The eighth prince raged, "Dream on. I only have 5 million primeval heavenly pills on me. If you have the guts, kill me." "You are too polite. It is time for us to go. Goodbye. You have already been here for 4 years. Since you are fine, I can rest assured. I am truly happy for you that you have such a fortuitous encounter. Do you still remember what I said to you when we first met? The old lady smiled and said, Child, your character is pretty good. No wonder Xianxia kept saying good things about you along the way. How about this? I will give you a desolate city medallion. It is useless in my hands. With the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's interference, he could forget about obtaining the extreme Yin body. There was no need to even think about seeking trouble for Xiaochen. Right now, Qin Zhuolin's greatest reliance, the divine Vein Realm sovereign uncle, was clearly not a match for the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's supreme elder. Just as the 8th prince felt uncertain, an old man was tossed to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xiang and an old lady slowly descended with Qing Chen in the air. Xiaochen pointed to Chu Xiang and said, This is the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's Miss Chu Xiang. This is the heavenly fragrance Holy Land Senior. When they heard that Qing Chen has an extreme Yin body, they specially rushed over. They arrived 1 day ago and are very satisfied with Qing Chen's talent. The severely injured 8th prince immediately paled in fright. He felt his entire body turn cold. The fear of death surged into his heart, turning into an invisible mountain blocking his throat. Xiaochen checked his storage ring. There was a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills in there. After checking with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that the number was about the same. The heavenly fragrance Holy Land's old lady said to Xiaochen with some joy as she looked at Qing Chen. Xiaochen clearly knew that the focus of his conflict with the 8th prince was Qing Chen. To everyone's surprise, Xiaochen did not even think. He instantly drew his tyrant saber, and his figure flashed. A resplendent saber light pierced towards the 8th prince. When the 8th prince heard this explanation, he felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. No one has ever dared to speak to this prince like that before. Xiaochen, are you really going to offend the entire Shuwu dynasty's royal court? Pu Xi, Qin Zhuolin and Sang Li recovered from their shock. Their expressions changed drastically. There is someone else here? As you wish. The bona fide heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually became a desolate slave. Who could have imagined such an ending? Xiaochen had just taken out the jade pendant when the old lady pulled it over. After taking a look, she looked up in shock and exclaimed, It really is the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. How did you do it? Even I cannot barge through the heavenly Tao killing formation. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a figure shielded the 8th prince. It was the sovereign emperor that the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's elder injured. Big brother, thank you. Qing Chen will be obedient. You have to take care of yourself as well. However, Xiaochen did not panic. He calmly drew his saber and executed martial and soul as one, launching only one saber strike. Xiaochen wanted his royal uncle to silently take Qing Chen away. Although he was blind, the 8th prince could still sense his surroundings with his soul energy. Thank you. However, you should keep it for yourself. You need it more than I do, Qin Zhuolin rejected with a smile. After a pause, he said, I'm leaving. How unfortunate. The old lady hesitated, her eyes filled with regret. After a moment of silence, she looked at Xiaochen and said, No matter what, the two of you have done a great service to my heavenly fragrance Holy Land by retrieving the heavenly fragrance jade pendant. Since the Holy Lord is not around, I will agree to a request on behalf of the Holy Lord. Chapter 2083. Qin Zhuolin's departure was somewhat strange, but it made sense. Qin Zhuolin was a geomaster, someone that even the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had to treat politely. He could not possibly remain in Azure Mountain Town. It was already not easy for Qin Zhuolin to remain here for 4 years. As Xiaochen watched Qin Zhuolin leave, he watched until he vanished from his vision before withdrawing his gaze. Xiaochen, I have something to say, Sang said as he looked at Xiaochen somewhat seriously. Sang looked at Xiaochen somewhat seriously. Xiaochen nodded and said, Speak. I want to stay here and leave the propping mulberry tree here. This is interesting. One wants to leave and the other wants to stay. I can rest assured with your decision. The people of this Azure Mountain town should be ordinary people from the Blue Dragon race's territory. they should have some connection to the blue dragon race. Actually, I am rather happy that you can stay. If Qin Zhuolin wanted to leave, Xiaochen would have to leave sooner or later. The tiny azure mountain town could not even be considered a drop of dew in the vast desolate sea. Xiaochen was ambitious and determined to reach the peak of the martial Tao. Naturally, he would not remain here. If the three of them left, no one could take care of the people of Azure Mountain Town if anything happened to them. Xiaochen felt truly happy that Sang could stay here. Where do you intend to plant the divine tree? Sang pointed to outside the city and said, right beside the ancient well. Propping mulberry trees like the cold, so they can make full use of the cold chi below. The illumination of the blood moon has a miraculous effect. In less than 100 years, propping mulberry trees will be able to grow. The propping mulberry tree and I are one. With it supporting each other, it will be of great help to my cultivation. It looked like Sang had planned this long ago and had not made this decision on the spur of the moment. Let's go. The two's figures flashed, and they quickly arrived beside the ancient well. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. As the two stood beside the ancient well, cold chi spread out, making them feel refreshed. Xiaochen took out the propping mulberry tree from the divine universe steel. The divine tree sapling looked ordinary and unremarkable as he held it in his hand. It was hard to imagine that he was Fusong, one of the three great sacred trees in the world. Sang took the seedling, carefully placed it on the ground, and formed a hand seal. The propping mulberry tree's roots and branches kept growing, quickly seeping into the ground. The lush and massive roots and the palm-sized tree body looked somewhat uncoordinated. Sang, these are for you. Of the 5 million primeval heavenly pills that he extorted from the 8th prince, Xiaochen was not stingy, giving 1 million to Sang. After Sang checked it, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not put on airs. He thanked Xiaochen and accepted it. The two had a deep friendship and would not exchange pleasantries over this primeval heavenly pill. When do you plan to leave? Where do you plan to go? Sang asked. Xiaochen said softly, I won't be leaving anytime soon. As for where I'm going, I have no clue. Xiaochen had already explored most of the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. Now, his goal was to advance to the Divine Vein realm and inherit the Blue Dragon race's inheritance and treasures. However, advancing to the Divine Vein realm was very difficult. The Veritable Personage realm, the Primal Core realm, and the Cloud Sea realm. These three realms represented the limits of humans. Advancing to Sovereign Personage was already very incredible, and one would have to eliminate many cultivators. One would have a long lifespan, easily living for 5,000 years. Every world had its own heavenly Tao. The primes of the Kunlun realm could also live for thousands of years. That was because their cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. If they came to the Great Thousand Realms, they would not have such a long lifespan. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Right now, Xiaochen was only 47 years old in the Great Thousand Realms, and he already reached small perfection sovereign personage. Even among the countless outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, for dynasties, and the righteous and demonic Tao in the entire Central Great Realm, people with such comprehension ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, when one reached sovereign personage, it was practically impossible for one's cultivation to rise quickly. This was because one had already reached the limit. Sovereign personage was already the limit of humans. Any further and they would surpass humans. They would be able to control divine energy and possess an undying body. Furthermore, they would be able to condense their Tao domain into a small world. Many of these methods were like myths, completely beyond Xiaochen's imagination. Many people remained stuck at the sovereign personage realm for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, unable to advance. They could only watch as their lifespan approached its limit, breaking through, and waiting for death. It looked like there were only 3 steps for Xiaochen to advance to the Divine Vein realm: Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, Peak Sovereign Personage, and Divine Vein. However, one of these 3 steps was 9 heavens. Right now, even if Xiaochen broke through to Great Perfection Sovereign Personage, he did not feel confident. It was already very rare for Xiaochen to advance from peak holy venerate to peak small perfection sovereign personage in a mere 4 years. This was equivalent to decades or even centuries of hard work for others. The road ahead was long. The most troublesome thing was that Xiaochen did not know where to go next to cultivate. If he were in Ancestor Dragon City, there would not be so much trouble. A senior would give him pointers for every step of his cultivation. Factions like Ancestor Dragon City had tens of thousands of years of experience, such as which place to go for experiential training, what resources to give, and how to nurture them. They would not let their disciples feel lost. Xiaochen came to this vast, desolate sea alone. If not for a coincidence, he would not have been able to survive. If not for a coincidence, he would have obtained many fortuitous encounters in the land of the Blood Moon. His past few years might have been wasted. Xiaochen could only remain in this azure mountain for now. Sang could see Xiaochen's helplessness. He nodded and said, "Your cultivation has advanced too quickly in the past few years. Your combat experience as a sovereign personage is practically zero. If there is an opportunity, you should fight more with the remaining sovereign personages. Otherwise, you will find it hard to consolidate your accumulations." Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. Although he had fought with the black and white eggs many times, they were not true fights to the death. Although he had been taught a miserable lesson, he had not had many life and death experiences. When he advanced to sovereign personage, he had only truly fought 2 or 3 times since he returned to Azure Mountain Town. Xiaochen could only make up for the flaws in his saber Dao through constant battles. It was time for Xiaochen to undergo true experiential training, to experience life and death battles. When Sang saw Xiaochen in deep thought, he said softly, "Think about it yourself. I just planted the propping mulberry tree. I need to guard it for a while." Xiaochen nodded and returned to his room alone. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen put aside all distracting thoughts for now. He still had 4 million primeval heavenly pills. He should make good use of them. Whoosh! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he entered the divine universe steel. A blood moon hung in the sky in the vast and boundless primal chaos space. There was a vast and ancient Tao platform in the center. The dazzling blood moon gave off a mysterious halo. It gave Xiaochen the feeling that he could use it to enter the Blue Dragon ancient city. When Xiaochen landed on the Tao platform, he gently waved his hand, and countless primeval heavenly pills immediately landed on the Tao platform. When the Tao platform was filled, Xiaochen spent 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Even though he had extorted them from the 8th prince, he still felt some heartache. Whoosh! The primeval heavenly pills filled the Tao platform. Without Xiaochen's soul energy and veritable essence energy, the Tao platform could be easily driven. A boundless azure sea appeared before Xiaochen. The various Tao platforms and secret realms of the Divine Dragon Empire appeared before him. At the end of the azure sea was an incredibly mysterious totem. It looked hazy and indistinct, impossible to see clearly. It looked like 500,000 primeval heavenly pills were far from enough to make the blue dragon totem of the Kunlun realm appear completely. However, Xiaochen was in no rush to return now. He swept his gaze through the many Tao platforms and secret realms. After a while, he noticed the secret realm controlled by the 3rd palace master of the Heaven Dragon Palace. He could even see the outline of the divine rank medicine cauldron that he loaned to the 3rd palace master. That's it. With a thought, the motes of light that appeared in the azure sea sank back into the sea. Rumble! In the next moment, waves roared ferociously in the sea. The surface of the sea undulated, and a Tao platform emerged from the seawater. Xiaochen shouted, and the ancient Tao platform under his feet burst forth with a bright light and boundless talisman scripts. A spatial energy strong enough to tear apart stars infused into Xiaochen's body. Then, Xiaochen leaped into the air and landed on the Tao platform in the seawater. Whoosh! After Xiaochen stepped on the Tao platform, it quickly sank into the water. Soon, Xiaochen sank as well. In reality, the divine universe steel flashed with light and entered the void. Chapter 2084. Whoosh! When Xiaochen reappeared, he was in a familiar secret realm. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and above filled the place. In the past, anything in this treasure land could make Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. Looking around, there weren't many treasures that could tempt him. There was a saying that only elixirs that grew in the wilderness and in dangerous places could be considered as true treasures of heaven and earth. The artificially nurtured spirit herbs in the herb field would always lack spirituality, unable to reach perfection. Am I already in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scenery, feeling somewhat surreal. One moment ago, he was in a small city in the desolate sea hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the next moment, he was back in the Divine Dragon Empire. If Xiao Chen could activate the Divine Universe Steel in the past, he would not have been chased into such a sorry state back then. Xiao Chen could come and go as he pleased. How carefree! There did not seem to be anyone in this Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden's secret realm. As Xiao Chen strolled around, he stopped before the divine rank medicine cauldron. The small mountain-sized medicine cauldron burned endlessly with flames. It looked like the third palace master used it frequently. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and arrived above the medicine cauldron. Gurgle! Gurgle! A fierce sea of flames surged endlessly in the medicine cauldron, startling Xiao Chen. It seemed like someone was refining some medicinal pill in there. The sea of flames surged, but he could not see it clearly. Someone is here. Xiao Chen saw a figure flash as he rushed to the bottom of the medicine cauldron. Then he muttered to himself somewhat anxiously, "I'm somewhat late. I just found the last ingredient." This person seemed to be in too much of a rush and had not expected someone to appear in the secret realm without anyone noticing. This person did not notice Xiao Chen's presence. Third Palace Master, long time no see. Suddenly, the Third Palace Master heard a voice, and his expression changed drastically. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Xiao Chen? That's not right. How could Xiao Chen return to the Divine Dragon Empire silently? Furthermore, he entered my Heaven Dragon Palace's herb garden's secret realm. Who exactly are you? Boom. A frightening aura burst forth from the Third Palace Master. His expression was sharp as he looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he realized that if he were the Third Hall Master, he would definitely be shocked as well. He gently leaped up and landed on the ground. Then he said softly, "Third Palace Master, there is no need to doubt that it is really me. This divine rank medicine cauldron was lent to the Third Hall Master by me. There shouldn't be any outsiders who know about this, right?" The Third Palace Master retreated to the side with a doubtful expression. He still did not dare to believe it completely. It was simply too unbelievable, and he found it hard to believe. If you had stolen Xiao Chen's memories, you would naturally know all of this. In that case, even if I steal his memories, I should not be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, right? Xiao Chen did not waste any time. He immediately executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. A dragon roar rang out, and dragon might spread out. When he punched, thousands of dragon images burst out from Xiao Chen's body. "It's really you?" Now, the Third Palace Master finally believed it. When he first saw Xiao Chen, he already felt that it was Xiao Chen. However, it did not make sense, so the Third Palace Master had to be cautious. Now that Xiao Chen mentioned the medicine cauldron's origins and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, there was no doubt about his identity. "How did you get in?" The Third Palace Master still felt suspicious. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could not have sneaked in without anyone noticing. This place was the Heaven Dragon Palace, the most tightly guarded secret realm. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor could not enter without anyone noticing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Third Palace Master, don't worry. I used a special secret technique to enter. Aside from me, no one else can do so." When the Third Palace Master heard that, he relaxed significantly. He thought that something had gone wrong with the defense. Since that was the case, he did not pursue the matter. The Third Palace Master revealed a smile and said, "It has been almost 6 years since we parted, right? You are already a small perfection sovereign personage. This is truly shocking. Even if you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you might not have such a cultivation. It is Ancestor Dragon City's loss that they did not want you." The Third Palace Master felt shocked at Xiao Chen's change. He felt very grateful in his heart. Xiaochun could feel the joy and happiness in the third palace master's heart. The third palace master truly missed him. This was also why Xiaochun could activate the divine universe steel. The first thing that came to Xiaochun's mind was to meet the third palace master. I'll go and tell second brother. He is a very busy person right now. However, he will definitely be very happy to know that you are here. Xiaochun quickly stopped the third palace master. Next time. I am already very satisfied with seeing the third palace master. The third palace master said, very well. Tell me what you experienced in the past few years. Xiaochun did not rush to answer. Instead, he asked softly, I want to know how the first palace master is doing now. The Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li only knew that the first palace master was imprisoned. However, he did not tell Xiaochun anything more. First brother is doing very well. You don't have to worry. To him, 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye, the third palace master said with a somewhat sad expression when he mentioned the first palace master. When Xiaochun heard that, he relaxed slightly. Back then, if not for the first palace master, the sovereign emperor elders of Ancestor Dragon City would have smacked him to death with one palm strike. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xiaochun and the third palace master chatted happily. Occasionally, the two mentioned the past, and many memories appeared. The Heaven Dragon Palace was the only place in the Great Thousand Realms that gave Xiaochun a sense of home. Xiaochun would never forget many of the things he experienced there. When he thought about them, they felt like they happened just yesterday. If possible, Xiaochun did not want to leave the Divine Dragon Empire. No matter where he was, the dragon race's bloodline flowed in his veins. What is the Divine Dragon Crown Prince Qinmu's cultivation now? Xiaochun asked. The third palace master replied after some thought. He was already a great perfection sovereign personage 2 years ago. He has the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's personal guidance and the Golden Dragon Bloodline's boundless resources for his cultivation. No matter what secret technique or cultivation technique he cultivates, he has a corresponding senior expert to guide him. Furthermore, his talent and bloodline are excellent. Such a person is naturally stronger than ordinary people. However, there is one thing that he cannot compare to you. His mental state is not as strong as yours. Now that he is a great perfection sovereign personage, he needs to stabilize his comprehension. Mental state cultivation is very important. Mental state cultivation was very important. However, it was not as strong as the third palace master made it out to be. He was mostly consoling himself. Xiaochun smiled faintly but did not say anything. If Xiaochun brought out all his trump cards, even a peak sovereign personage might not be able to defeat him. The Divine Dragon Crown Prince did not fear him at all. Do I still have a chance to come back? Xiaochun asked. When the third palace master heard that, his expression turned somewhat grave. He sighed softly. Actually, you did not do anything wrong. You can come back at any time. However, the Golden Dragon bloodline fears you. 6 years ago, you used the Supreme Dragon Fist to defeat the Emperor Dragon Fist, scaring many of the Golden Dragon bloodline's seniors out of closed-door cultivation. If you can advance to the Divine Vein realm, you can come back at any time. According to Ancestor Dragon City's rules, as long as you become a sovereign emperor and are willing to serve the empire, any crimes will be forgiven. At that time, even if the Golden Dragon bloodline wants to make things difficult for you, they will not dare to do anything to you openly. The value of a Divine Vein realm sovereign emperor went without saying. If Ancestor Dragon City could gain the service of a sovereign emperor, they would definitely not pursue Xiaochun's past. On the contrary, they would even reward Xiaochun and rope him in. This was a world where the strong reigned. Most of the time, there was no need to talk too much about reason. Xiaochun smiled bitterly when he heard that. So, that is the case. If they felt that I could advance to Sovereign Emperor, Ancestor Dragon City would not have made things difficult for me because of my strange bloodline back then, right? The third palace master remained silent. The answer went without saying. Strength represented everything. The first palace master offended his superiors and caused chaos in the Dragon City. This was a much more severe mistake than Xiaochun's. However, The first palace master only imprisoned Xiaochen for 100 years because of the first palace master's strength. Ancestor Dragon City did not want to lose a peak expert like the first palace master. Naturally, they would not truly make things difficult for the first palace master. The third palace master took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor before 100 years old, I believe that the powerhouses of Ancestor Dragon City will personally apologize to you. Even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cannot do whatever he wants in the Divine Dragon Empire." "I understand now." Xiaochen showed a grave expression, not saying anything more. Most of the time, the principle was this simple: the strong reigned. Chapter 2085. After seeing the third palace master and learning that the first palace master was fine, Xiaochen asked about the situation of his friends in the Heaven Dragon Palace. He discovered that most of them had entered Ancestor Dragon City and were doing well. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yen, the Blue Dragon Palace's Sidu Changfeng, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei missed those times. Everyone had gone to the abyssal underworld to complete the sects missions and went on experiential training in the ancient city. They had relied on each other and lived and died together. Since everyone was doing well, Xiaochen felt at ease. "Third Palace Master, if there is an opportunity, please help me tell them that I am doing well as well." "Right, you are leaving, right?" The third Palace Master felt curious about how Xiaochen would leave. This herb garden's secret realm was heavily guarded with tight formations. How could Xiaochen enter silently? "I'm leaving. If I have time in the future, I will come back. I hope that you don't come often. If you have any other thoughts, I won't even know that you have emptied out this distant secret realm," the third Palace Master teased. That reminds me." Xiaochen smiled happily and performed a cupped fist salute in farewell. Then he vanished into thin air, leaving only the divine universe still hovering in the air. "This is..." The third Palace Master's eyes lit up. "A spatial treasure that can hide living people. Is this an inherited Dao tool or a soul tool? How high would a secret treasure that could hide people be?" More importantly, the third Palace Master had never heard of a secret treasure that could hide ordinary people. Before the third Palace Master's shocked eyes, the divine universe steel vanished silently. The third Palace Master spread out his soul energy. Aside from him, there was no one else in the entire secret realm. The somewhat incredulous third Palace Master circulated his divine energy to check the surroundings, thoroughly searching the entire secret realm. The third Palace Master had to believe that Xiaochen really left. This little fellow has some fortuitous encounters. After the shock, the third Palace Master revealed a smile and sighed. Unfortunately, he did not enter Ancestor Dragon City. It is too difficult for a loose cultivator to grow. In the next moment, the divine universe steel appeared in the desolate sea's azure mountain town. When Xiaochen came out and saw the divine universe steel, he felt it was miraculous. This was truly shocking. Not to mention the third Palace Master, even Xiaochen felt like he was in a dream. Xiaochen simply did not dare to imagine that he could return to the Divine Dragon Empire with a thought, no matter where he was. Even a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor would not be able to do that. At the very least, the third Palace Master, a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor, was shocked. However, after this round trip, he lost 1,000,000 primeval heavenly pills, which made Xiaochen's heart ache. After all, the Shuawu dynasty's 8th prince only had 5,000,000 primeval heavenly pills. After conversing with the third Palace Master, Xiaochen deeply felt the importance of strength. Sovereign Emperor, Sovereign Emperor. If one did not advance to Sovereign Emperor, one would not have the right to speak. A sovereign personage was already considered an expert. If Xiaochen was content with the current situation and went to an outer region, he would not be able to defeat a sovereign personage. For example, in the Grave Sea Cluster, one could live a very good life. They were respected and aloof, able to decide the life and death of others with a single thought. However, Xiaochen could not do so. His vision could not stop at sovereign personage. Even Sovereign Emperor was not the limit. Compared to the Divine Dragon Crown Prince and the others, Xiaochen's weakness was too obvious. How hateful! Xiaochen hated how he was chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, unable to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. If there is a chance, I have to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice. The other party is someone comparable to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiaochen thought, since I cannot figure out what to do in the future by myself, I have to ask an expert. Xiaochen did not know where to go in the vast desolate sea. He did not know where to go for experiential training, where to improve his saber skills, and where to make up for the flaws in his saber Dao. Where to find resources to continue improving his universe origin True Flame and Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's vision was much broader than Xiaochen's. He was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid of the martial epic. If Xiaochen did not ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor for advice, it would be inexcusable. Feeling the pressure and urgency, Xiaochen did not hesitate. That night, he wrote a letter for the Demon Blood Vulture to deliver to Peach Blossom City's Senior Chui. Half a month later, Xiaochen received a reply from Senior Chui. There were only 4 words: "Come over quickly." Upon receiving this reply, Xiaochen revealed a smile. It looked like he should not have any problems meeting the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After getting some fine wine from Grandpa Seven's residence, Xiaochen went outside the city to say goodbye to Sang. Sang was still taking care of the propping mulberry tree by the ancient well. He glanced at Xiaochen and said, "I have a feeling that after you leave, we will not be able to meet for a long time. However, I will always be in Azure Mountain Town. As long as you come back, you will be able to find me. Tell me, what resources does the propping mulberry tree need? The next time we meet, I will definitely bring them back for you." Sang smiled faintly and said softly, "Thank you. Go on. We will meet again in the future." With a gentle leap, Xiaochen soared into the air. A beam of red light descended from the sky and happened to catch Xiaochen. It was the Demon Blood Vulture. Sang looked at Xiaochen, who was far away in the sky, and then at the 10-meter-tall propping mulberry tree beside him. Then, he said softly, "I wonder, between you and it, who will grow faster? The next time we meet, you will be a sovereign emperor, right?" The Demon Blood Vulture traveled day and night. 7 days later, a familiar scene appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. 500 kilometers of peach blossom forest hid green mountains and beautiful rivers in the middle of the wilderness, looking like a painting. This was Peach Blossom City. With the Demon Blood Vulture rushing over, not to mention being fast, Xiaochen did not look travel-stained at all when he landed. Xiaochen saw Senior Chui, who stopped at the same place. The peach blossoms on both sides of the river turned red every year. No old friends came with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, there was only a cup of wine in a golden goblet. Senior Chui had not changed. The boat stopped at the riverside, and no one dared to approach. Xiaochen boarded the small boat and said softly, "Senior Chui, it's time to set sail." "Same old rules. Don't set sail without wine. Satisfy me first." Xiaochen smiled faintly and tossed over a jar of setting sundae. Senior Chui caught it and drank to his heart's content, crying out in delight. After Senior Chui drank to his heart's content, he looked at Xiaochen and scolded jokingly, "Brat, who knows where you went for the past 4 years? You finally returned after so much difficulty, yet you only thought of coming to Peach Blossom City to meet me now." Xiaochen said helplessly, "Something happened and delayed me." Then, Xiaochen told Senior Chui about the Shuowu dynasty's 8th prince. There was such a thing? The Shuowu dynasty's prince went to Azure Mountain Town? This is somewhat strange. Although the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions are relatively peaceful, if they get an opportunity, they will try to kill. The 8th prince should not dare to come. This is rather inconceivable. The one you met might not be his true body, Senior Chui said, feeling somewhat suspicious after hearing that. Old Chui asked doubtfully after hearing that. Not his true body? When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. Based on Senior Chui's words, it did seem somewhat suspicious. Back then, when that 8th prince heard that Xiaochen wanted to extort 5 million primeval heavenly pills from him, he directly told Xiaochen to kill him. In the end, that divine vein realm sovereign emperor took out 5 million primeval heavenly pills out of fear of the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's supreme elder before settling things. Senior Chui said, In my impression, the Xuewu dynasty's royal court disciples are all terrifyingly strong. There are practically no weaklings among them. Of course, that is just a guess. It is also possible that this 8th prince is indeed not a powerful character. His demonic monarch bloodline is thin, so he does not receive much attention, which is why he dares to enter the desolate sea. Are the righteous Dao and demonic Dao really as incompatible as Senior says? Xiaochen asked, finding this strange. Xiaochen recalled that the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions did not have much conflict in Peach Blossom City previously. Furthermore, after Xiaochen wiped out the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch's stronghold, a group of righteous Dao disciples viewed him as an enemy. As Senior Chui rowed the boat, he said, "This happened 100,000 years ago. The righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions fought until the sky turned dark, even destroying the heavenly realm. Do you think this grudge can be resolved? You practically never left Azure Mountain Town in the desolate sea, right? What you can see is just the surface. The undercurrents are surging, and it's more tragic than you can imagine." When Xiaochen heard that, he entered deep thought. Indeed, he had never left Azure Mountain Town and did not understand much about the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions in the desolate sea. "We've arrived. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor heard that you were coming, he was rather happy," Senior Chui said with a smile as the boat entered the city. Old Chui chuckled as the boat sailed into the city. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Xiaochen followed Senior Chui to the city lord's residence. Even after so many years, Peach Blossom City had not changed much. The place still had a rich wine fragrance. Taverns stood in great numbers, and the place was bustling. Chapter 2086. The place was as lively as before. However, Xiaochen felt that Peach Blossom City was somewhat different. As he walked, the city lord's residence came into view in the distance. Finally, Xiaochen knew what was different. The current Peach Blossom City was not like it was during the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Everyone from the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered here. All sorts of scheming people came, creating chaos amid the liveliness. Without the ostentation and chaos, Peach Blossom City was actually a quiet and reserved city. Aside from the fine wine, Xiaochen had some other things. The martial spirit of Peach Blossom City was very common. Experts clashed everywhere. Several of the cultivators even made Xiaochen's eyes light up, making him stop and watch for a long time. These are the cultivators under the city lord. What do you think? You like them, right? Old Chui asked with a smile as he stood beside Xiaochen. Xiaochen replied softly, "Old Chui is being too humble. The quality and strength of these cultivators already rival that of rank 7 sect disciples. Some of them are even comparable to the inner sect disciples of rank 7 sections. Peach Blossom City is truly shocking. Did the city lord specially nurture them?" Old Chui smiled and said, "Of course, the city lord alone cannot deter the other factions from occupying such a treasured land in the desolate sea. Furthermore, the city lord will eventually reach the end of his lifespan. He has to make plans for the future of Peach Blossom City. However, the city lord did not specially seek out these people. Most of them came because of the fame. The city lord does not accept just anyone." The two chatted as they walked. After entering the city lord's residence, Old Chui led Xiaochen to a quiet pavilion in the city lord's residence. "Go in. The city lord has been waiting for a long time." Xiaochen pushed open the door and entered. There was no one on the first floor or the second floor. When he reached the top floor, he saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor drinking by himself. "Greetings, Senior." Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor put down his wine cup and looked at Xiaochen. A trace of doubt flashed in his deep, star-like eyes. His eyes saw the hazy shadow of a dragon behind Xiaochen. When he tried to see it clearly, he discovered that the dragon was extremely ethereal. He was actually unable to capture it. Just as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was about to forcefully capture it, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly appeared and glared at him, making his heart tremble. What a powerful dragon might! Just what kind of bloodline is that? I can't even see it clearly. However, it was certain that he had grasped the profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon. The power hidden in the dragon shadow was much stronger than 4 years ago, almost to the point of materializing. Interesting. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, you really astonish me. Now that I haven't seen him for 4 years, even I can't look at his dragon might directly." Earlier, Xiaochen vaguely sensed that his dragon might clashed with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. However, he did not control it. Instead, it was the blue dragon's own majesty that had spontaneously formed a counterattack after being spied on. City Lord is too polite. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not pursue the matter. He directly said, "Old Shui already told me why you are here. Your thoughts are pretty good. You did not become blindly arrogant just because you obtained a fortuitous encounter. After all, loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Without anyone to guide them, they will either walk the demonic Tao or remain stagnant, finding it hard to advance. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, the resources they require will be astronomical. Without a super faction supporting them, they will not be able to sustain themselves." After some thought, Xiaochen asked, "So, Senior's meaning is? Join the Heavenly Alliance. You are not my disciple, and we are not master and disciple. I have no obligation to guide you. In reality, I rarely give personal guidance even to the people of Peach Blossom City. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, I will not do meaningless things." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke slowly as he looked at Xiaochen, sounding extremely distant. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was clearly right before Xiaochen, but he felt like an ocean separated the two. The Heavenly Alliance? Xiaochen had heard of the Heavenly Alliance before. This was a faction formed by the peak merchant associations of the Great Thousand Realms. Aside from this, there were many Grandmaster-level alchemists and blacksmiths, mysterious and strong. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to come into contact with the core existences of the Heavenly Alliance. That's right, the Heavenly Alliance. You should have heard of it before. Yes, I have. A Heavenly Alliance blacksmith helped me forge the saber in my hand. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sighed softly. Oh, I did not expect to come into contact with it. Don't ask me. Let me ask you first. What kind of faction do you think is considered a super faction? Xiaochen thought for a while before replying. In the northern region, the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Marsh Beast Empire, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace should be considered super factions. The 6 great demonic Tao sects and the 4 dynasties. Rank 7 sects should be considered super factions. Xiaochen had experienced the strength of the Divine Dragon Empire for himself. Just the Heaven Dragon's outer palace gave Xiaochen the impression that it was a colossus. Furthermore, there were 6 even stronger outer palaces and Ancestor Dragon City with incredibly deep accumulations. If such factions were not considered super factions, then there would be no super factions. That's right. In your eyes, rank 7 sects and the 4 dynasties can be considered super factions. However, in the eyes of sovereign emperors, aside from the heavenly incense, there are only 8 truly super factions in the martial epic's Great Thousand Realms. The Pirate Alliance, the Heavenly Alliance, the Universe Origin sect that controls the Tianwu dynasty, the Hidden Spirit Temple that controls the Yanwu dynasty, the Profound Heaven Holy Land that controls the Shenwu dynasty, the Bushin Palace that controls the 8 Great Empires, the Demonic Tao Hall that controls the Shuowu dynasty, and the Abyssal Underworld's Underworld God Hall. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke tirelessly, revealing many secrets that Xiaochen did not know. Since the birth of the martial epic, the power structure has changed many times. After every great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, there would be a reshuffle. After the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, these 8 super factions now jointly manage the martial epic. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Do you know why I'm telling you all this?" Xiaochen did not understand. "I want to broaden your horizons. I once told you that there is an existence behind the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor that you cannot offend. Actually, that is the Bushin Palace, the most ancient and mysterious existence among the 8 super factions." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words deeply shocked Xiaochen. This indeed surpassed his imagination. He found it hard to imagine that a rank 7 sect had such a terrifying faction behind it. What surprised Xiaochen even more was that the Bushin Palace existed in this world as well. He wondered if the Kunlun Realm's Bushin Palace was related to the Bushin Palace of this Great Thousand Realms. Before the 8 super forces, all the rank 7 sects are insignificant existences that can't even withstand a single blow. As a matter of fact, all the grade 6 and grade 7 sects that you can see are inextricably linked to the various super forces. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before continuing. For example, the Heavenly Alliance is behind Peach Blossom City. I can be so free and unfettered, occupying one of the rare treasured lands in the desolate sea, aside from my own strength, mostly because of the Heavenly Alliance. Shocking news came one after another. By now, Xiaochen was somewhat numb to it. He asked softly, "So City Lord is suggesting that I join the Heavenly Alliance?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. "Don't be so certain. It is still uncertain whether you can join the Heavenly Alliance or not. Naturally, the super factions will only take in the most talented and valuable cultivators of the martial epic. You are very strong, and your bloodline and comprehension ability are pretty good. However, do you know how vast the martial epic is? Just the Central Great Realm alone already has as many geniuses as there are stars in the sky, not to mention the other astral regions. Although the outer regions do not have as much spiritual energy as the Central Great Realm, they have many cultivators, at least 1,000,000 times more than the Central Great Realm. As far as I know, you came to where you are now step by step from the outer regions. Can you guarantee that there will not be a second you in the outer regions? The answer is certain. There will definitely be people comparable to you in the outer regions. Due to the sheer number of them, even in a remote and desolate astral region, there will still be powerful, outstanding talents. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words made Xiaochen enter deep thought. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words indeed made sense. The main reason I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that, compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance is a merchant association, after all. Compared to the disciples of the other super factions, the members of the Heavenly Alliance do not have as many restrictions and can choose to withdraw at any time. For example, right now, I have practically no connection to the Heavenly Alliance. Unless I need it, I will not go to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor took a sip of wine and continued, "The Heavenly Alliance's requirements for cultivators are not as strict as the other factions. For example, as long as I recommend you, you will qualify to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's selection. However, it will not be so easy for the other super factions. Of course, the most important reason why I want you to join the Heavenly Alliance is that I have not recommended anyone to join the Heavenly Alliance for many years already. Although I do not have a deep connection to the Heavenly Alliance, this is still a very embarrassing matter for me. I hope that you can help me gain face." After speaking for so long, it turned out that the last sentence was the main point. Xiaochen smiled bitterly in his heart. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor really went around in circles. However, without going around in circles, it would be hard for Xiaochen to gain a general understanding of the super factions. Chapter 2087. "What do you think?" the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen remained silent. This was somewhat different from what he had expected. Xiaochen had come here to ask the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some questions about the martial Dao. Who could have imagined that the other party would recommend him to join a super faction? Naturally, superpowers were extremely tempting to Xiaochen. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words opened a door to a new world for Xiaochen. Previously, he had not expected such a strong super faction to exist in the world. Seeing that Xiaochen did not say anything, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor continued, "As long as you enter a super faction, you will be able to experience the true charm of the martial epic. Everything you've experienced before is just child's play in front of a true powerhouse. If you can't join a superpower, you'll never be able to come into contact with the core stage of this world. It'll be a pity for a genius like you. If you had not been chased out of the Divine Dragon Empire, you would have entered Bushin Palace through Ancestor Dragon City. However, now, aside from the Heavenly Alliance, The other superfactions should not accept you. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words dispelled Xiao Chen's final hesitation. He said seriously, "I'm willing." When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw Xiao Chen agree, he revealed a smile and put down his wine cup. "You will be my disciple 7 days from now and head to Desolate City with me." Desolate City? You probably don't know that the force behind Desolate City is the Heaven Alliance, right? At that time, many rank 6 or even rank 7 factions in the Desolate Sea will send their disciples to participate in the test. There will also be many loose cultivators who will not miss out on this opportunity. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said softly, surprising Xiao Chen again. It turned out that the Heavenly Alliance was behind Desolate City. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said that he might not be able to pass the test. Just the Desolate Sea alone had so many challenges. The Central Great Realm's eastern, western, northern, and southern regions, as well as the 3 dynasties, would definitely have gathering spots like Desolate City to attract cultivators to take the test. Not everyone can participate in the assessment, right? There had to be a threshold for the assessment. Otherwise, the number of participants would be unimaginable. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded and said, "Anyone under 500 years old and a sovereign personage can participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if you do not pass the test, as long as you have a certain level of performance, you will receive rewards from the Heavenly Alliance." At that time, there will probably be hundreds of thousands of cultivators taking the test. A few 100,000? When Xiao Chen heard this, he was shocked. This number really shocked him. It was a little too much. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked with a calm expression, "Are you very shocked?" Actually, there was nothing to be surprised about. Of the 8 superfactions, the Heavenly Alliance was considered one of the weakest. However, the Desolate Sea's influence covered the entire Great Thousand Realms. There was a Desolate Sea stronghold in every astral cluster. Just like the Grave Sea cluster that you once stayed in, the Profound Light Temple is the base of the Hidden Spirit Temple, a superfaction. The Purple Flame sect is the territory of the Tianwu dynasty's universe origin sect. There are a total of 3,000 high-ranked astral domains like the Grave Sea cluster in the Great Thousand Realms. This does not include some of the more chaotic astral domains. If you include them, there will be even more. Do you still think a few 100,000 is a lot? Not a lot. However, the threshold seems somewhat low. All sovereign personages under 500 years old can take the test? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said, "In the martial epoch, normally speaking, those who can break through to sovereign personage after 500 years old will not be able to advance to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Those who advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old have the possibility of becoming Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors. As long as one has the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the Heavenly Alliance will not let them off. The core force of the various superfactions are the sovereign emperors. One sovereign emperor is worth more than 100,000 sovereign personages. Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Another Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly, and his blood surged somewhat. He recalled what the Third Palace Master said, which coincided with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperors. As long as Xiao Chen became a sovereign emperor, even the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire would not be able to pursue the matter. Ancestor Dragon City would even personally apologize to him. Furthermore, there has never been a lack of outstanding talents in the Great Thousand Realms. However, facts have proven that those who can become Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors are mostly unknown existences. Many people only advance to sovereign personage at 200, 300, or even 400 years old. They continuously stabilized themselves, comprehended the great Tao of the world, and tempered their mental state. In the end, they easily advanced to sovereign emperor. Many powerful outstanding talents who advanced to sovereign personage before 100 years old either incurred the jealousy of others or died prematurely. Otherwise, they were too conceited and became a burden on themselves. If their mental state was not strong enough, they would never be able to advance. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen sternly. Hence, do not underestimate those late bloomers, able to maintain their composure in the sovereign personage realm. I said that you might not be able to pass the test this time because if you run into those people who have been sovereign personages for more than 100 years, you might not be a match for them. Xiaochen nodded to indicate his understanding. However, he felt somewhat doubtful. Finding it strange, he asked, "Does that mean that the super factions do not pay attention to outstanding talents? After all, most of those who become sovereign emperors are unknown existences?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help laughing. "You can put it that way. However, if you can show that you have the potential to become a sovereign emperor, the effect will be different. This is because only the outstanding talents with astonishing talent and comprehension ability can advance to faux god after advancing to sovereign emperor. This is something far away from you for now. Just treat what I said as an eye-opener. Don't overthink it. Make your preparations. Come with me to Desolate City 7 days from now. Remember to adjust your mental state." All right. After leaving the pavilion, Xiaochen looked at the blazing sun in the sky. This conversation nearly toppled Xiaochen's entire worldview. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said not to overthink, but Xiaochen still felt his hot-bloodedness surge, feeling excited. "Xiaochen, how is it?" Old Chui asked softly as he arrived beside Xiaochen. Xiaochen recovered his wits and replied softly, "I already promised the city lord that I would be his follower and participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test 7 days from now." Old Chui smiled and said, "I knew that you would agree. Come, I'll bring you to the residence." There were many residences prepared for guests in Peach Blossom City, comparable to the residence of a sect. After Xiaochen checked in, he started meditating and adjusting his mental state. The night passed. When the morning sun rose again, Xiaochen felt much calmer. He was no longer as excited as before. Absolute calmness replaced it. Xiaochen started to think about how to raise his strength to ensure that he could pass the Heavenly Alliance's test. He had already merged the first 3 moves of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber technique, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. He needed to bring forward the next 3 moves, in the mortal realm, 3 Life Flower, and Merciless Killing. The Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Universe Origin True Flame had just advanced to rank 5. He would not be able to find enough flame shards to nurture them in a short time. Xiaochen wanted to see if he could use the Heavenly Alliance to exchange for similar flame resources when he entered the Heavenly Alliance. He had already cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 10th layer. The next 2 layers were progressively more difficult than the one before. For now, he could not see any hope of breaking through. He had already cultivated the Demonic Cloud Heaven-Swallowing Art to the 2nd layer. Unfortunately, he did not have much room to execute it. He had just gotten familiar with the state of cycle and needed to continue familiarizing himself with it. This was Xiaochen's greatest trump card, so he could not relax. After thinking about it, the only things that could raise his strength in the short term were the 10,000 Dragons art and the 10,000 Dragons picture in his mind. Ever since he copied the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiaochen had not truly studied it. However, the 10,000 Dragons picture had strengthened the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist significantly. "Brother Xiao, are you free?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Yun Fei and Lei Hao, are here to seek an audience. Just at this moment, 2 voices requesting an audience came from outside the door. Since they were the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples, Xiaochen had to meet them. It was possible that these 2 people would head to Desolate City with him. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he opened the door to receive the guests. There were 2 people standing outside the door. One of them had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in white, looking very simple. The other person was tall and stocky. He did not show any expression, but he gave off a strong sense of pressure. The plain-looking white-clad youth performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I am Yun Fei. This is Lei Hao. Master sent us over to familiarize ourselves with Brother Xiao. This way, please." Indeed, as they chatted, Xiaochen learned that these 2 would be heading to Desolate City with Xiaochen to participate in the test. Aside from them, dozens of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's disciples would be going as well. However, most of these people were just there to make up the numbers, to see the experts outside. The chances of them passing the test were not high. The ones that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor truly held hope in were Yun Fei and Lei Hao. Of course, there was now the addition of Xiaoqin. Chapter 2088. For the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to choose them, they definitely had something extraordinary about them. After inviting Yun Fei and Lei Hao in, Xiaoqin chatted with the two. He learned that while the two did not look old, they were already over 100 years old. This somewhat shocked Xiaoqin. Little brother Xiaoqin, why are you so shocked? We are the ones who should be shocked. It is very normal for a sovereign personage to reach 100 or 200 years old. Not everyone can compare to the outstanding talents of the sections. There are many ordinary people in this world. Of course, for us to advance to sovereign personage before 500 years old means that we are already extraordinary. Yun Fei smiled faintly when he saw Xiaoqin's expression. That made sense. Compared to a sovereign personage's long lifespan, 100 or 200 years was not even a tenth of that. They could be considered young. The big Lei Hao seemed somewhat inarticulate. He only listened to the two talk, not speaking much. After familiarizing themselves with each other, Xiaoqin discovered that the two had pretty good temperaments and were easygoing. The three chatted with each other and got along well. The unfamiliarity immediately disappeared. Even Lei Hao started to talk more, changing Xiaoqin's impression of him. Compared to the sect disciples, factions like Peach Blossom City did not seem to have much internal strife. The sect disciples were chosen in batches and eliminated at the very end. This was a meritocracy. The competition between the sects was intense. Most of them would hold back. After all, Peach Blossom City was not a sect. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not seem to like that either. His two disciples were the same. Yun Fei said softly, I am skilled in the sword Dao. Now, I only cultivate one sword technique, the 13 wind controlling swords. Xiaoqin found this strange. Only one sword technique? Secret techniques and killing moves? You don't cultivate them? The group started chatting about the martial techniques they cultivated. When Yun Fei mentioned himself, Xiaoqin felt shocked again. Yun Fei nodded and said, I cultivated them in the past. However, after I obtained the 13 wind controlling swords, I forgot about them. I only cultivated the 13 wind controlling swords. Unfortunately, I am not talented enough. After 100 years, I only managed to reach the 7th sword. Lei Hao's lips curled up as he said, If you are stupid, then there are no smart people in the world. Even Master praised you. Even after comprehending the 13 wind controlling swords for hundreds of years, he could not comprehend it. It's already unprecedented for you to be able to successfully cultivate it and even reach the 8th sword. Yun Fei smiled. He didn't say anything else. However, Xiaoqin thought to himself, a sword technique that can make a sovereign personage forget all other martial techniques must be very powerful. Lei Hao continued, I'm proficient in fist techniques and have grasped the great Tao of thunder. I also cultivate my physical body and have already condensed a thunder battle body. Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. If this Lei Hao was proficient in saber techniques, he would be a carbon copy of himself. Brother Xiaoqin, what are you good at? Xiaoqin thought for a while before replying, I am skilled in the saber Tao and have grasped 2 other great Tao energies, thunder and ice. I also cultivate fist techniques. As for my physical body's vital qi, a casual strike can achieve 200 cauldron force. Yun Fei and Lei Hao were speechless. They exchanged glances with each other and smiled bitterly. No wonder Master let you participate in the test at such a young age. 3 great Tao, the force of 1 punch and 200 cauldron force. A regular great perfection sovereign personage would not be a match for you. Yun Fei said as he looked at Xiaoqin. It's all right. Xiaoqin replied modestly. However, he did not show much emotion, as Yun Fei and Lei Hao both gave him a very strong feeling. These two were not ordinary great perfection sovereign personages. Furthermore, they were over 100 years old, and their cultivations were incredibly deep. Brother Yun, I'm very curious about your 13 wind controlling swords. Would you be willing to give me some pointers? Xiaoqin asked as he looked at Yun Fei. He was truly curious about the charm of the 13 wind controlling swords. It could make Yunfei forget everything he learned in the past and focus only on this one sword technique. No problem. Yunfei agreed readily. The three arrived at the drill ground of the residence, and Xiao Chen and Yunfei landed there. After bowing, the two moved back 100 meters and cautiously looked at each other. Xiao Chen, you need to see Yunfei's first move. If you cannot, you might lose in 2 moves at most. Lei Hao, who was at the side, reminded Xiao Chen. So horrifying? Upon hearing that, Xiao Chen could not help but focus. His veritable essence energy surged in his entire body, and his great Tao energy stored up, waiting to be unleashed. Unlike Xiao Chen, who held his saber in his left hand, Yunfei carried his sword on his back. It was a simple blue sword. Xiao Chen could sense that aside from the sword Tao, Yunfei also excelled in the wind Tao. A sword technique should focus on speed, causing one to lose their life before they could see it clearly. Brother Xiao, I'm going to make my move. Yunfei smiled faintly. Right after he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen did not manage to see how the sword came out of its scabbard. The sword was 1 meter long and looked very plain. When Xiao Chen saw the blade clearly, he heard a melodious sword hum. In the next moment, a boundless sword intent erupted from the sword. A terrifying sword move instantly surged over. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as Yunfei's sword arrived before him. Fast. This is simply too fast. Xiao Chen did not see how Yunfei's sword arrived before him at all. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen drew his saber, and his aura erupted. Dragon roars rang out, and 3 kinds of Tao might layered on his body. In an instant, Xiao Chen's suppressed aura soared to its peak. However, Yunfei's sword was too fast. Xiao Chen only managed to draw his saber halfway before Yunfei's sword blocked it. Dang! When the tip of Yunfei's sword touched Yunfei's saber, Xiao Chen vaguely saw the image of a head formed by boundless strong winds roaring ferociously behind Yunfei. The other party immediately suppressed Xiao Chen's aura, forcing him to remain in the posture of drawing his tyrant saber halfway. The other party forced Xiao Chen back. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. With every step back, he could feel the wind behind Yunfei increase in strength. Rumble! The strong wind swept through the entire drill ground. The formless wind seemed solid as it howled back and forth, stirring up the clouds in the sky. Even the sky darkened under the force of the gale. What a terrifying wind, great Tao! Using the sword to control the wind. If this continued, Xiao Chen would lose very sullenly. When Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed to rock bottom, he might lose to Yunfei's next sword strike before he could bring out many of his moves. Xiao Chen needed to draw his saber. However, once he did, the other party's sword strike would take advantage of the momentum to descend. Xiao Chen would instantly lose. However, if he did not draw his saber and continued to be suppressed, defeat was only a matter of time. Interesting. Xiao Chen's blood surged, and a boundless fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He had not encountered such a strong sword technique in a long time. Not only did the predicament before him not disrupt Xiao Chen's mental state, but it also made him excited. His blood surged, and his fighting spirit soared. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. Should I draw my saber or not? This is simply a trap. Whether I draw it or not, I will lose. The best way to do this is to find another way. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's left hand, which held the scabbard, suddenly loosened, and the scabbard flew out. The instant the scabbard flew out, Xiao Chen's left hand ferociously smashed a palm strike on the saber. With the aid of this palm strike, Xiao Chen, who was originally suppressed and forced to retreat, instantly stabilized his footing. Amid a loud sound, Xiao Chen's palm strike knocked Yunfei back. However, the instant Yunfei was knocked back, he executed a second sword strike. This sword strike was twice as fast as the previous one, piercing towards Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Now that Xiao Chen was prepared, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. However, just as he dodged, Yunfei's third sword strike arrived. The speed of this sword strike was still twice as fast as the previous one. The scarier thing was that Xiao Chen discovered that not only was Yunfei's every sword strike twice as fast as the previous one, but its might could also be stacked. After the third sword strike, Yunfei stacked the second sword strike. A vast sword might press down on Xiaoqin. Even the air froze under this sword strike. As Xiaoqin moved his feet, he clearly felt a great pressure on his movement technique, slowing it down significantly. At this moment, unless Xiaoqin executed a secret technique, such as the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the candle dragon eyes, or the divine lightning eye, it would be very difficult to break out of this situation. However, that would be pointless. It would make him look like a sore loser. After dodging the third sword strike with much difficulty and waiting for Yunfei to execute the fourth sword strike, Xiaoqin decisively chose to admit defeat. I admit defeat. Whoosh! Xiaoqin tossed the sword into the air, and it turned into a beam of light that returned to the scabbard on his back. The strong wind that made the world pale instantly vanished, and the pressure it brought vanished. Ha! Xiaoqin, you are really capable. To think that you can dodge 3 sword strikes in your first exchange. I thought you were going to lose in the second strike. Lei Hao walked over and said with admiration. This was because Xiaoqin was not even 100 years old and was only a small perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, this was his first time coming into contact with the 13 wind controlling swords. To be able to dodge 3 sword strikes was already very impressive. After all, this 13 wind controlling swords was a supreme sword technique left behind by a sword god. Even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not comprehended it. Lei Hao, you're wrong. Just now, Xiaoqin had the chance to break my third sword. Yunfei shook his head and corrected him. This time, it was Lei Hao's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiaoqin incredulously and said, "Old brother Xiaoqin, can you really break the third sword?" Xiaoqin nodded and said, I know 2 secret techniques. One is a defensive secret technique that can block the full power strike of a peak sovereign personage. It's an eye bloodline technique that allows one to instantly burn their opponent's soul with the flame of the candle dragon. However, even if I execute it, I might not be able to block the 4th sword strike. I believe that Brother Yunfei will have to use the 6th sword strike to determine the victor. That would not be necessary. After all, this is just an exchange of pointers, not a life-and-death battle. However, Yunfei and Lei Hao felt comfortable hearing Xiaoqin's words. Their impression of Xiaoqin improved significantly. At the same time, there was no need for Xiaoqin to be overly competitive as a follower of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Let's stop here for today. Xiaoqin, I'll come and exchange pointers with you tomorrow. Let's fight to our heart's content. The sword technique that Yunfei cultivates will not allow him to fight to his heart's content. If we exchange pointers, we will definitely fight to our heart's content. When Lei Hao saw Xiaoqin's strength and character, he felt tempted. He looked forward to exchanging moves with Xiaoqin. All right, it's a deal then. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and agreed straightforwardly. Chapter 2089. During these 7 days, Xiaoqin established a pretty good relationship with Yunfei and Lei Hao. As they exchanged moves with each other, they benefited greatly. As for Yunfei's 13 wind controlling swords, after exchanging moves many times, Xiaoqin could already easily endure the other party's 5th move. Xiaoqin had a rough understanding of the pros and cons of this sword technique. This sword technique was too unyielding and lacked room for maneuver. With less room to maneuver, he forced both his opponent and himself into a desperate situation. Even if Xiaoqin ran into a peak sovereign personage, he would be able to hold his own with this sword technique. This sword technique did not leave a path of retreat for himself or his opponent. The martial Dao focused on advancing both hard and soft. Such an extreme sword technique clearly could not be respected. However, based on what Yunfei said, if one cultivated all 13 swords, one could also advance both hard and soft. However, before one reached consummation, one would not have much room for retreat. As for Lei Hao, Xiaoqin preferred exchanging moves with him. The other party was more than 200 years old. After becoming familiar with him, Xiaoqin addressed him as Big Brother Lei Hao. When the two fought, they could fight to their heart's content. They could bring out their strength without having to worry. This brought great benefits to both of them. They could improve each other in a hearty battle, discovering their own inadequacies. After 7 days, Xiaoqin's group arrived at the city lord's residence as arranged. Aside from the 3, there were dozens of other disciples. These people were clearly much weaker than Yun Fei and Lei Hao. These disciples participated in the Heavenly Alliance's test to accumulate experience and obtain some other rewards. Soon, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Senior Chui appeared before the group of people. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen's group and nodded slightly. Then he said, "You do not know what day it is today, so I will not say more. At that time, just do your best and bring out your potential. Don't disappoint me." "We definitely will not disappoint, City Lord," the disciples below answered in unison. "All right, let's depart then." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand, and a silver warship descended from the sky. This warship flickered with light, looking very dazzling under the sunlight. A 9-star heaven-suspending warship. Just this warship alone was equivalent to that of an ordinary sovereign emperor. A heaven-suspending warship that reached 7-star was not something that ordinary sovereign emperors could obtain. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's 9-star warship probably did not exceed 100 in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. It looked like the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would be going with them. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's status, he had to personally accompany the Heavenly Alliance's test. This meant that the standards of the Heavenly Alliance's test had reached a very high level. The interior of the 9-star heaven-suspending warship was very spacious. Everyone had their own room, and the rooms were equipped with all sorts of facilities. Everything a martial artist needed could be found here. Not only was there a special spirit-gathering formation in the cultivation room, but there was also a small mountain-sized pile of primeval heavenly pills for anyone to use. In the bedroom, there was a Buddhist incense burner that could calm one's mind and help nourish one's soul. With the speed of the 9-star battleship, it only took them 3 days to arrive at the desolate city, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If Xiao Chen and the others relied on their own strength, they would need at least 1 or 2 months to reach Desolate City. Desolate City was at the easternmost end of the Desolate Sea. There was a true sea there. Past that sea was the territory of the 3 dynasties, which held the absolute luck of the entire Central Great Realm. "We've arrived. Everyone, disembark." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sent out a message. Xiao Chen, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao disembarked the warship at the same time. The moment they landed, they were shocked by a dazzling golden light in the distance. That was a boundless sea. When the setting sun shone on it, the afterglow of the setting sun covered the sea, making it shimmer and look dazzling. An ancient and vast city stood on the sea. Under the light of the setting sun, the city gave off a holy feeling. The glorious city looked like a vast nation. "Little brother Xiao, is this your first time seeing Desolate City?" Lei Hao asked softly as he stood beside Xiao Chen. As he looked at Desolate City, his eyes also filled with awe. However, he was not as shocked as Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Unexpectedly, there really is such a vast sea in the Desolate Sea." Yun Fei smiled and said, "This is the overflowing sea. Beyond this sea is the 3 dynasties. In the middle of this sea, in the center of this sea, there is a world gate that connects to the 7 great forbidden seas. It can be considered a sea of trade. No wonder the master of Desolate City was the Heavenly Alliance. As a faction formed by peak merchant associations, controlling such a city was simply too important. Let's go. Master is already waiting for us." Under the lead of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and Old Chui, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor cultivators headed for Desolate City. Along the way, the group met with several teams with the same goal as the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, heading to Desolate City to participate in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Xiao Chen discovered that many of them were true inheritors of rank 6 sects, even rank 7 sects. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked at the strength of the Heavenly Alliance. To think that even rank 7 sects would send their disciples to join the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps a super faction was even more horrifying than Xiao Chen imagined. He could not use ordinary standards to view them. "Big Brother Peach Blossom, to think that you came personally." "Brother Peach Blossom, it has been a long time. It's rare to see you again." Along the way, several sovereign emperors leading the teams showed surprise on their faces when they saw the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Then they rushed over to greet him. Although they were all sovereign emperors, these people were exceptionally respectful to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, filling them with awe. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and replied politely, but he did not say anything else. It was clear that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was rather proud in his heart and would not be overly polite. The many teams headed for Desolate City in a grandiose manner. Xiaochen took a quick look and estimated at least several thousand people. Most of them were sovereign personages under 500 years old. These were the people who came from the Desolate Sea to participate in the test. Furthermore, they were the early batch. If the participants from the Outer Sea clusters were included, the number of cultivators participating in the Heavenly Alliance's test would be much more than what the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said. The competition seemed somewhat intense. There are really a lot of people, Lei Hao said softly, feeling somewhat unconfident. With a cursory look, there were not many weaklings. Xiaochen did not know how many people the Heavenly Alliance would accept in the test. There were not many people who could say with confidence that they would definitely be chosen. Xiaochen said calmly, "Big brother, calm down. I believe in your strength. You still stand a good chance." Lei Hao smiled helplessly and said, "I hope so. However, there is no specific time for the Heavenly Alliance's test. It might open once in 100 years. The next time might be 1,000 years later. If you miss it once, you might miss it for life." Although there were many people participating in the test, there were even more people heading for Desolate City. Desolate City could be considered one of the 10 most bustling cities in the entire Central Great Realm. It visited the Overflowing Sea, the 7 Forbidden Seas, the 3 dynasties in the distance, and the people from all walks of life in the eastern and northern regions. Normally, tens of millions of people lived in Desolate City. The number of people going in and out was even more uncountable. Even a sovereign emperor would feel insignificant before such a city. "Come with me. Don't get lost." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, he led the group to a heavily guarded Dao platform outside the city. This Dao platform was not open to outsiders. Only those with a special medallion could enter. When Xiaochen looked back, he saw that all the people who came to take the test did not choose to enter the city gates. Instead, they all went to this Dao platform built on the mountainside. This Dao platform was not very large. However, it could accommodate 1,000 people at a time. When there were 1,000 people, the elders around the Dao platform activated the formation to activate the Dao platform. Among the crowd, Xiaochen only saw a flash of light. In the next moment, the scene before him changed drastically. Then, he appeared on an even larger Dao platform. Xiaochen was shocked to discover that this Dao platform was about the same size as the one in the Blue Dragon Ancient City. Of course, the most important thing was that this Dao platform floated in the air. The boundless starry heavens looked like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. "Peach Blossom, you are here." Many thrones floated in the starry heavens above the Dao platform. A purple-haired old man in the middle greeted the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with a smile when he saw him. This old man exuded a vast and boundless might. The flame mark on his forehead deterred Xiaochen from looking at him directly. Xiaochen felt shocked. Could this purple-haired old man be a faux god? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and said to Xiaochen and the others, "You all stay on the Dao platform and wait for the test to begin. Old Shui and I will go over." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sat on one of the thrones in a low-profile manner. Old Shui stood beside him but did not take a throne. More and more cultivators were sent over, one after another. They stayed behind with Xiaochen and the others. The leading sovereign emperor flew into the starry heavens and sat on a throne. 1 hour later, more than 10,000 people filled the entire Dao platform. Many people guessed what the Heavenly Alliance's test would be like. At the same time, they felt shocked that so many people came to compete. "Silence!" the purple-haired old man suddenly said, and everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the purple-haired old man at the same time. "Very good. I am Desolate City's City Lord, Shangguan Yun. I am also the host of this Heavenly Alliance's test in Desolate City. There are 100 similar test zones in the Great Thousand Realms. This test has broken a record. More than 1 million sovereign personages came to compete for the Heavenly Alliance's test. 1 million sovereign personages. The crowd on the Dao platform immediately burst into a huge commotion, deeply shocked. Chapter 2090. More than 1 million? That's too exaggerated. I heard that there were only a few 100,000 people in the past few years. This is probably the Heavenly Alliance's test with the highest number of people since the previous Great War between the righteous factions and demonic factions. Difficult, difficult, difficult. With more than 1 million people, it will be even harder to enter the Heavenly Alliance. The number of 1 million incited a huge discussion. Even the sovereign emperors on their thrones in the starry heavens conversed with each other, appearing somewhat incredulous. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. Actually, he did not care about the Heavenly Alliance's test. Even if Xiao Chen, Yun Fei, and Lei Hao did not enter the Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Chen would only be slightly disappointed. His emotions would not change much. In reality, the other sovereign emperors here were the Heavenly Alliance's outer circle elders. As long as they could bring disciples or members into the Heavenly Alliance, they would be rewarded. If Xiao Chen performed well, he could even continue climbing the ranks and enter the Heavenly Alliance's core elder circle. Unlike the other sovereign emperors, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not care about this. Back then, he had been a core elder. Now that he had retired, he was already indifferent. However, when Xiao Chen heard the purple-haired old man say that there would be more than 1 million cultivators participating in this test, his expression immediately changed. Such a large number means that the martial epic has already recovered from the destruction of the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, reaching a new peak. Since the Heavenly Alliance managed to recruit so many people, the other super factions will definitely be stronger. This is not a good thing. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought but did not say anything to the other sovereign emperors. The purple-haired old man swept his gaze around, and the place fell silent once more. The old man said indifferently, "Now, let me explain. All the cultivators participating in the first stage of the Heavenly Alliance's test have to go to the Heavenly Alliance. You will be randomly teleported to a special secret realm and stay there for a month. There are a total of 100 mystic realms. You can attack without worry in these mystic realms. The secret realm's Heavenly Dao rules will push you out at the moment of everyone's death, so your life won't be in danger. There are special spirit jades refined by my Heavenly Alliance in the secret realm. They contain the faux god mark, which cannot be faked. What you need to do is find the faux god spirit jades in there. The more the better. After 1 month, if the faux god spirit jades you possess do not rank within the top 100 of your secret realm, you will not be able to participate in the second stage." Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. There were 100 special secret realms, which meant that each secret realm had about 10,000 people. To put it simply, one had to be ranked in the top 100 among the 10,000 people in order to participate in the next test. How ruthless! After the first round, only 10,000 people would remain, and 990,000 candidates would be eliminated. Lei Hao gasped when he heard this and said softly, "It's too cruel." Yun Fei said gravely, "Random teleportation. At that time, the three of us might not be in the same secret realm." Lei Hao's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "No matter what, the three of us must pass this first stage. We'll meet again in the second stage." All right. Without giving the cultivators on the Dao platform much time to think, the purple-haired old man activated the Dao platform. After the dazzling white light, the more than 10,000 examinees on the platform disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, runes appeared on the platform, continuously condensing. Many light screens appeared on the Dao platform. There were exactly 100 light screens. The purple-haired old man casually waved his hand, and the light screens immediately expanded 1,000-fold. The light screens stood in the starry heavens, surrounding the many sovereign emperors seated on thrones. The light screens showed the scenes of the secret realms. As the examinees entered, not a single detail escaped the eyes of these sovereign emperors. At the same time, similar scenes played out in the other Heavenly Alliance test sites in the Great Thousand Realms. After the purple-haired old man did all this, he turned around and said with a smile, "We can rest for a while now. I hope that the disciples that everyone brought will not embarrass my desolate city. Same as before, I will reward anyone whose disciple passes the first stage." Little brother Peach Blossom, if I recall correctly, this is your first time personally leading a group here, right? Are there any disciples you are proud of this time? Right after the purple-haired old man, Shangguan Yun, spoke, his gaze fell on the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Clearly, the two had a close relationship. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor replied calmly, "I'm fine. I have not moved around for a long time, so I came out to take a look." Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, back then, you contributed greatly to the Heavenly Alliance. You were one of the strongest sovereign emperors in the Heavenly Alliance. How come after you retired for so many years, not a single disciple has entered the Heavenly Alliance? No matter what, you were once a core elder of the Heavenly Alliance. You can't retire too thoroughly. The one who spoke was Sovereign Emperor Xingu. Back then, he had some conflict with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Back then, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor always suppressed him. It was rare for the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor to come personally, so he teased Xingu. Up until now, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had brought 10 disciples into the Heavenly Alliance. Among City Lord Shangguan Yun's subordinates, he was considered the most incredible. When comparing the two, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, who had no accomplishments, did not have any advantage. The purple-haired old man smiled and said, "Xingu did not let us down. He did not embarrass my desolate city too much in the Heavenly Alliance's test. Peach Blossom, you have to pay more attention to this matter. After all, if the Heavenly Alliance wants to continue developing, it needs fresh blood. In terms of outstanding talents, we are too far behind the other super factions. If we cannot even compare to the new disciples, the Heavenly Alliance will fall sooner or later." Lord Shangguan is right. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt helpless in his heart. However, this purple-haired old man was a peak faux god expert, the one who once led the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had no choice but to submit to this purple-haired old man. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor so humble made Sovereign Emperor Xingu very cocky. "Peach Blossom, don't mind it too much. In recent years, Xingu had indeed made a lot of achievements. He had to be a role model. It is rare for you to come here. Don't mind him too much. Just give in to him." The purple-haired old man's voice projection rang out in the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's mind. "I know. Don't worry, my lord." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor casually replied. However, the purple-haired old man's comforting words upset the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. "Elder Chui, where are Yunfei and the others?" Elder Chui pointed at the light screens and said, "Xiaoqin is in Secret Realm 97, Yunfei is in Secret Realm 98, and Lei Hao is in Secret Realm 100. Right now, everyone is familiarizing themselves with the environment, and the rankings haven't been released yet." Not only could the light screen show the participants in the Secret Realm, but it could also show the ranking of all the participants. Inside Secret Realm 97, Xiaoqin found himself in an ancient, dilapidated city. When he looked around, the entire Secret Realm looked boundlessly vast. There was not a single person in sight. Of course, he did not know if there were people hiding. "Participant Xiaoqin, hello. I am the manager of Secret Realm 97. As Xiaoqin familiarized himself with the environment, a small light figure made of energy essence appeared before him. The light gave off a faint divine might. "Hello," the confused Xiaoqin replied softly. The small light figure's mechanical voice continued, "Every one of you can enjoy my service. I can provide you with your ranking in the Secret Realm. I can give you a map of the Secret Realm and tell you the ranking of the others. If you feel that your life is in danger, you can get me to send you out. However, the faux god spirit jades on you will remain in this Secret Realm the moment you leave." Xiaoqin entered deep thought. It looks like this Secret Realm should be a world created by a faux god. The small light figure before Xiaoqin was like an item spirit. However, it was much stronger than a regular item spirit. "Participant Xiaoqin, I wish you good luck." After leaving Xiaoqin a map, the small light figure vanished. Xiao Chen unfurled the map and discovered that it showed not only the terrain of the entire secret realm but also the hiding techniques of the faux god spirit jades. As Xiao Chen looked at the locations marked with the faux god spirit jades, he could imagine what kind of intense killing would occur. The locations with the faux god spirit jades might have other dangers. Xiao Chen could sense the auras of terrifying ferocious beasts hidden in the secret realm, aside from the auras of human cultivators. However, compared to ferocious beasts, human cultivators were clearly more threatening. The rule of the entire first stage was to force the participants to kill each other and snatch the faux god spirit jades from each other. Just by searching, one would not be able to obtain the top 100 out of 10,000 people. I have 1 month. There is no need to rush. Xiao Chen made up his mind. He decided to bide his time and observe quietly.